us here on RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels, or indeed around the track on the Circuit PA, or indeed elsewhere via the live stream with our commentary perfectly synced with the visuals, wherever you are consuming this race. I hope you're enjoying it to this point, and maybe some brave fans out there have kept up for the whole duration to this point. Well, the crucial halfway distance has now been mastered, and we've now got 10.5 hours at the back nine, if you like, to the checkered flag, which will be at 5 o'clock this afternoon local time. We've already had that amazing sunset earlier on in yesterday, and now set for the sunrise in about 20 minutes time, and that will generate some heat because it's been very blustery throughout the course of the weekend so that will have taken any of the early moisture away. The race started with showery conditions, nightmare really when you're racing on concrete and asphalt, but it isn't currently raining, and let's hope that the rain stays away for the remaining 10 and a bit hours. But this time of the year, even in the sunshine state, that might be a bit of an ask. Marcus Winkelhock leads by 20.5 seconds from Ralph Bones, Herbert Motorsport Porsche. Then it is Sebastian Balthasar in the number 10 Lamborghini from Lippert Motorsport. Balthasar sharing with Seb Morris, Fidel Live, Tyler Cook and Brendan Leach, who qualified the car yesterday. Then up to 4th place overall, the best of the 991 class cars, Sabino Di Castro in the 955 Porsche from Romanian outfit Vili Motorsport by Ebby Motors. Then Gerhard Watzinger for the 710 crew, which is a GTX car, another Lippert Motorsport Lamborghini, but in the Cup configuration. So top 5 gives us 3 of the class leaders. So Peter Snowden and Johnny Palmer in the Global Broadcast Centre, and looking after matters in the pit lane, reporting about teams and car, let's hope not dramas, but just regular pit stops. It's good morning to Andrew Marriott.
Racing Mercedes has just gone out. I'm with the team boss, Charles Putnam here, with also, of course, in the driving straight. Charles, bad news from you. Just half an hour or so ago, Charles Espinal rotated the car, maybe a bit offline, and it seems too much damage. Just tell us what happened.
Well, we were doing quite well, actually, in 3rd place with a few laps lead. Just starting to feel comfortable, which is a terrible thing in racing. You don't ever do that. But we're not sure. We haven't looked at all the data, but the initial video looks like Charles's outside tires were on the painted line as he turned in, right where a driver normally wants to be, but there was a little bit of moisture there just before daylight. We think it was a little wet, and that tire slipped just enough to turn the car towards the inside wall. Looked like a very small impact, but it did quite a bit of damage to the drive shafts and to the gearbox.
You're a real stalwart of this series, and you've had a lot of success here. What's your plan for next season? Are you carrying on with the Mercedes?
Well, we'll definitely be running the Mercedes. We haven't. We're just now starting having meetings at this event, talking about what our calendar will be for next year.
Very bad luck because you were doing such a great job out there.
Yeah, well, we had a good first 12 hours. We enjoyed it. It was kind of nice to have a little home track advantage for a change, because we're so used to running in Europe. But that's racing. You're going to have more disappointments than you are victories. So it's just part of the game.
Much, Charles, and of course Johnny down here, a massive battle going on at the front with the Renault brothers up there battling all the time and battling 10 laps ahead of the rest of the field, and I'll bring you a lot more in just a few moments. Only just arrived, managed to get some sleep last night though, so a good battle going on with the front 2 cars, but then it's 10 laps back to the Lamborghini, which has currently got Seb Morris in it, so that's probably flying.
Yeah, well, look out for that. Thank you, Andy. You're right that it's actually 12 laps that separate the top 2 GT3 cars from the rest of the field. And first of all, they will look at in depth the TCE order, because remember, 2 separate races taking place on the same track effectively and at the same time, with individual trophies and podiums to take place just beyond 5 o'clock this afternoon for TCE. It is Belgian squad AC Motorsport that lead with their Audi RS3 LMS DSG. Stefan Perrin, Metje Jetri, Rick Breukers stepping into the AC Motorsport fold, and Matt Taskinen, the Canadian. So driving that car currently is Mathieu Detry for his Belgian squad. Then the two Autorama Motorsport by Wolf Power Racing VW Golfs. Car number 1 is ahead of 112, so second and third for Emil Heyerdahl and Kari-Pekka Laaksonen. Then it is the two TCX cars that are still running. Yes, Guillaume Rollin in the 226, the Nordschleifer racing car, and the CWS engineering machine, which is currently Joe Burris, who's just come out of the pit lane. So they are 16th and 23rd respectively. Sadly, the 101 Red Camel Jordans.nl car, which I know is a big fan's favourite, did not start the race. So although it's listed there in 6th position, has not completed any laps.
You were mentioning about attrition there. So in actual fact, all the cars that started are in the race still.
Yes, that's a good point, actually. Yeah, true enough. The 101.
Lost anybody, yeah.
The 101 not labelled as a runner because it never actually became a runner from the off at 5 o'clock yesterday evening. Rutronic Racing lead the GT part of this race, with Marcus Winkelhock having completed 335 laps, and the gap back to Ralph Bone, who will be joined at various points by one or other of the Renault twins and also Daniel Alleman. So that's the classic lineup really for the 91 crew that have won titles previously. 30 seconds the difference between Winkelhock and Ralph Bone in the 91 Porsche. Then the 12 laps back to Sebastian Balthasar in the number 10 Lippert Motorsport Lamborghini. That's not to be confused with the Super Trofeo version, which is the Cup car, but that's an out-and-out GT3 machine, and therefore should really be competing with the top two, but it's clearly had some woes along the way as well. Then the best of the 991 class cars is the Willy Motorsport by Ebby Motors. That's car 955 with Sabino Di Castro at the wheel. Then Gerhard Watzinger in the 710 car is in 5th place, ahead of RPM Racing's 907 machine, 6th position, which is Andy Lally. Continuing the current standings, CP Racing, number 85, tumbling down the order. We just heard from Charlie Putman. The 470 car from Nova Sport is in 8th, ahead of the Harder Team 423, which is 2nd in class. ST Racing's BMW, the GT4 leader, number 438, is in 10th position, ahead of the 421, the 92, the 489, and the MRS GT Racing car 14th. Lion Speed by Car Collection Motorsport 499, and the Vortex V8 is in 16th position. There is another slate, but I'm aware, I will just read out MRS GT Racing and BMW M Motorsport, which is the brand new M4. But Andrew Marriott, keen to speak to somebody before they get in the car. Andy?
I'm keen to speak to the leader of the TCE class, Sebastian Perrin down here, is about to get in the car, so this one will be short. You're having a very good run. No problem so far?
No problem. It's a big fight. It's very close racing like yours, with the big fight with number 1. Yeah, we try to keep our pace without problem. This is a big challenge here for the reliability for a TCR car. And we cross the finger, and we wait the end of the race, maybe more wet and rain at the end of the race. We have a little problem with Rick. You have the problem in the back, and I don't know if we count on him for the rest of the race.
And what about Sebring? You're a first-timer here, I think, at Sebring. A fabulous track.
Yeah, fabulous track. It's difficult to learn this track. It's only on 5 laps, but yes, it's a big like to drive here, and it's amazing. Your track.
Thanks very much. Go and put your crash helmet on. I know you're getting in the car just. give us a thumbs up to the camera. There he is. That's what he looks like. We only saw the side of his head. So, well, that's the TCE leader there, having a very good race, the AC team from Belgium. I'm going to go down the other end of the pits now because I'm going to see my old mate Ian James, who, of course, is in the Aston Martin, which is battling for the lead of the GT4 car. And just to say, obviously, at the moment, the battle for the lead is waxing and waning, and it has been changing all through the night. But at the moment, of course, the Herbert Motorsport car has got one of its amateur drivers in, while, of course, in the leading car is the guy who put it on the pole, Marcus Winkelhock. So he's obviously the star man in that car, and a man, of course, who once led a Grand Prix for just a few laps, the European Grand Prix at Nürburgring, when he chose the right tyres in the Spiker, I think it was called then, and everybody else was on the wrong tyres, and he actually led a Grand Prix, his only Grand Prix. He led it for a few laps, a memorable moment for the son of Manfred Winkelhock, the great Porsche driver in the past. Back to you, Johnny, up in the global centre.
Thank you, Andrew Marriott. So we'll get back to you as soon as you've found it. Ian James from the Aston Martin crew. But yeah, very much enjoying this scrap, which admittedly is opening up right now because Marcus Winkelhock and his, his out-and-out pace, which he's not lost through the years. He's a true Audi man, despite, as you say, his father was Porsche. But Marcus Winkelhock, a regular behind the wheel of a GT3 Audi R8 these days, and he is opening that gap back to Ralph Bohn. Ralph being a very rapid but nevertheless bronze-rated driver compared to Robert Renauer, who is the gold in that field, Alfred Renauer the silver, but Ralph Bohn and Daniel Alleman both of bronze rating, or as Creventic will have it, the AM rating. Remember, it is Pro, Pro-Am and AM. That's how they differentiate their drivers on the entry list of a 24H series race. So gap nearly up to 45 seconds now between Marcus Winkelhock and Ralph Bohn. Then Sebastian Balthazar in the number 10 car, running in third position, but significantly further back from the top two. Sabino Di Castro has a decent cushion of 8 laps over the second place 991 class, which is 991 class car, which is being driven by Andy Lally in 6th position. But the 3 GT4 leaders and therefore potential podium finishers are together on the screen. 3.3 seconds is a very small gap between Alex Riberas and Bryson Morris. So 4.23 and 4.38 if you're around the racetrack. They are on the same lap, and Riberas has just set that car's best lap of the race so far, a 2:14.140. So it must be relatively early on in his stint with newer tyres, or maybe just the car getting lighter and towards the end of his stint, with the lack of fuel load on that car making it go quickly. Tyre wear around this place is pretty rapid, though, it being an older surface in places, and the concrete as well. That's not necessarily going to wear the tyres, but doesn't provide a great deal of grip, particularly when there's some moisture around, like there was for the start of the race yesterday. Into the pits, Sebastien Lajoux for Vortex. So the 701 car, which may well have been amongst some people's favourites as an early retirement. It doesn't have great form in terms of reliability, but the Vortex is also going well, having completed 266 laps, running in the GTX category. And although it is down in 20th position, you look at the GTX leader, it's up in 5th place, but that is still third position for the Vortex. So provisional podium finish on for the Vortex if they can keep going in that third spot in class. Let's head back to the pits and to Andrew Marriott.
Oh, just a little bit of drama here with the lead car, Retonic Racing. It's about to come into the pits, and Elliot Earnhardt is about to take over. They couldn't find him, and he came running into the pits. Obviously, a bit of oversleeping. And Manuel Reuter is the sporting director down here, the double Le Mans winner. He was looking pretty agitated. Anyway, Elliot's got his crash helmet on now and just putting his gloves on. Here he is, just, I think he overslept a bit. And Manuel Reuter telling him to calm down a little bit, just briefing him. I'm going to dive in here in a minute. Well, did he oversleep?
Yeah, it's the usual run to the toilet, but it came in the wrong moment.
Been a pretty good, strong night for you. You're battling with the Herbert Motorsport car. You're used to that, but it's a terrific scrap out front, isn't it?
Yeah, like you said, it was a tough night, and with some drizzle, some rain, some accidents, and we are still fighting for P1, and it's a really tough one. But Winky up to now did a mega stint and brought us back in the lead.
Thanks for that, Manuel Reuter. As I said, twice won Le Mans. We had a very good interview with him yesterday. It's lovely to see him here, and he is the sporting director here at Rotronic. So they're right in the fight, and hopefully Elio has woken up properly by the time he gets in the car, and we'll watch that pit stop in just 2 or 3 minutes' time, I think.
Excellent, and they'll do the driver change, presumably new tyres for a new driver as well, and then remember the fueling is done in an entirely different location further down the pit lane, so it's not like the Mobil 1 12 hours it takes place here where the fueling is all done and the driver change in the same position in the hot pits. Typically with Creventic they have a satellite fueling area which is just a bit further down pit road. Nice long pit road here at Sebring, which allows that to be done still in the pits rather than in an isolated area elsewhere in the paddock, which is the case with some of the other races. Typical Andrew Marriott there, really. I was going to say exposing people for potential oversleeps, but Manuel Reuter was covering it nicely.
There was 2 bits I wasn't sure which surprised me the most there, Johnny. Actually, was years of experience of Marriott, or Mariotti, as we know him, just going straight in there with the question of did he oversleep, and it was kind of like a closed question, sales question, wasn't it? But Manuel Reuter referring to his lead driver as Winky. I'm not sure which bit surprised me the most there. Who it is live.
Yeah, well, Vinky doing very nicely indeed, and nearing the end of his current stint at 340 laps. He'll be coming in for a deserved break then, close to the end of his drive time, which incidentally is 2 hours, so you can't drive the same car or indeed any car for any longer than 120 minutes in one go, and then at the end of your stint, regardless of how long you've been at the wheel, you have to then take half of that period of time off as a break. And in previous races, particularly at Dubai, we've had one driver labelled against 2 cars. That also remains the case if you are entered into 2 separate vehicles. You still have to take the 50% of the drive time off before you get back behind the wheel. 907 is in, which is the Krone Racing Porsche Cup car of Andy Lally, bringing it in from 2nd position. And also, as we expected, day is truly starting to break now, with the Sky Lightning behind the 438 BMW of Bryson Morris, which has come in from 3rd position in GT4. 438 is the ST Racing BMW M4 GT4. And Bryson Morris, not a regular with that team. They've run with Samantha Tan and Chandler Hull and John Miller, and with occasional Nick Whitmer as well. But it is a Canadian team with a Canadian and American combination of driver lineup, and Bryson Morris is the addition for this weekend. So 5 drivers in total, as now the 907 car heads from the main part of the pit lane into the fuel area. And there's a different speed limit there as well, down to 20 kilometres per hour. So that's the reason, if you're enjoying this on the live stream, that there is a significant drop-off in the car's speed, really dropping down to walking pace for safety reasons, heading into fuel. And when you arrive there, not necessarily a problem with 24 cars in the order, but you're just hoping that there is a fuel bay available to you. When pitting under green flag conditions, that tends to be the case, to be honest, but during code 60s it could get very populated indeed when cars plunge into the pit lane, because pit road will stay open during a full course caution, or a code 60 as it's called in this championship. However, if you pit under code 60, you will only be able to take on 50% of your fuel allocation. The other bright green car in the order is the Green Hope-backed Autorama Motorsport VW Golf. Kari-Pekka Laaksonen is currently at the wheel of that then, and heading through the double left-handers at turns 11 and 12 rather, at Collier, and on towards Tower, which is the 90-degree right, which then takes the cars towards the fast left-hander at 14, known as Bishop. And then that awkward approach to the sequence of corners at Le Mans, which is the right-hander at turn 15. Then a little kink. The awkward bit is the kink through the left-hander, and then you've got to get the car right over to the left-hand side of the road again into 16, which is the more substantial corner, but very important sequence of bends there, because that leads you onto the Ullman Straight. And obviously getting high speeds on the Ullman Straight into Sunset is absolutely essential when you're going for a quick lap time. Now, has the 112 started to lose a little bit of speed as it heads across the start-finish line? It's being overtaken by a faster car, a GT3 machine. I think the Golf is still okay. That is just the speed differential between a GT car and a TCE machine.
I think it's that foreshortening, isn't it, on the long straight there? Just something, as you say, it looks particularly sticking over to the right-hand side. Did look like it was just slowing down, but you say just slight speed differentials cars on the pit straight there.
Let's go back to Andrew Marriott. You found Andy Lally fresh from the 907 car.
Yeah, Andy's just up on the prop perch at the moment, debriefing with his engineer. I'll try and get his attention. And Andy's going to come down the little ladder now. And one of the all-time great sports car drivers, 5 times winner of the Rolex. Andy Lally, 5 times winner of the Rolex 24 in different classes. You haven't got all the watches, have you?
I've got the first one. The first one is right there. That's from 2001. The others I gave away. Hopefully to some family that's actually watching right now. But boy, 24 hours at Sebring.
This was a late call for you, wasn't it?
It was. This was a last-minute call. Nick Janssen called me up, asked me to join Tracy Crone and the gang here. Interesting.
But you haven't driven many Porsches.
It's been a while, at least, though. Last Porsche I drove at Sebring, we won in 2014. So we won the 12-hour here. So, oh, no, I think I raced one other year after that in 15. But the good memory was winning this, the 12-hour in 14. But this is a long, long day when you're trying to do 24 hours around here. It is, this place beats you up.
Yeah, I mean, you're well up in the top 10 and having a good run.
Yeah, we had 2 little issues that put us back a few laps, and if it wasn't for that, I think we'd be around 4th. Our class leader is 4th right now, and we were on that lap. So, yeah, there's still a lot of time left. So we are still planning on trying to have a good one here and getting the top 3 overall. That'd be pretty neat.
Now, we think of you as a sports car driver, but this coming season, you're going to be a good old boy because you've got a full road course series in the Infinity Series in a pretty good car, I think. You're going to do 5 races in the NASCAR Infinity Series.
It's right now it's scheduled for all 6 road courses in the Xfinity Series, and that's Cesar Beccarella and Tommy Joe Martins teaming up to form a sort of a new entity, Alpha Prime Racing, and Alpha Prime sponsored me a little bit last year and the year prior, so this is cool to put that together. It looks like I might have more stock car races than sports car races next year, so I'm trying to fill up my sports car calendar, but we'll see.
But presumably you'll still be with Magnus, but maybe on a slightly smaller campaign.
Yeah, I'm probably not supposed to say that right now.
No, I said it.
But yeah, I'll be at a reduced schedule next year, so I know I can say that, and yes, I will be with Magnus next year.
Andy, last silly question from me. I always have the odd silly question. Still doing any of that mad street luging?
I'm doing more skateboarding, more half pipes.
But they're 16-year-old kids in the Olympics. You can't do this.
I don't do it very well, to be honest, but I have fun doing it. And actually, half of my fun is watching those kids. Just, I mean, it's you know, if I go to a racetrack and I see somebody do a really fast lap, I'm not excited for them. I'm angry that I didn't do that fast lap. But when I go to the skate park and I see these kids do these amazing tricks that I know I can't even close to wishing I could do that, I enjoy that as much as I enjoy skating there at those parks.
Thanks very much. What a great guy, Andy Lally. I've known him for 25 years. He's always a good interview as well. Andy, thanks very much for that.
Andy Lally from the RPM Racing Porsche, and as Andrew makes a point, brought into that fold fairly late on, close to the race itself. There's been quite a lot of last-minute stuff happening here, including just getting the race on and the containers on site. We'll talk about that a little later on today, but with day breaking, there are signs of spectators having been up for the whole of the night and just taking this moment to have 40 winks to try and catch up. Well done for making it this far, and just 10 hours still to go with a busy run into turn one. Concrete all around, of course, and then off the concrete beneath you. Concrete all around, of course, and then off the concrete beneath you. 3, 4 and 5. So the rejoining 907 RPM Racing Porsche is in amongst there. Also the GT4 BMW and the number 82 M4. The M4 car not yet eligible for GT3 competition because it's not been homologated, but nevertheless welcomed to this entry and running in its own P. But nevertheless welcomed to this entry and running in its own P. Presumably one or two teething issues, but Neil Verhagen, the very talented 20-year-old, is currently at the wheel of that. Still leading its class, of course, and that's the benefit of being in the invitation part of the...
It's the only thing it can do, isn't it? Lead its class or not. It's the only thing it can do, isn't it? Lead its class or not finish.
Yeah, exactly.
But to Sebring, I'm not sure who I'm bringing it to Sebring. I'm not sure who it's accredited to, but I'm sure you probably know yourself. It's been declared a 12-hour race at Sebring is harder than a 24-hour race at Le Mans. In terms of the surface, what's the hashtag for Sebring? I think John was saying this at the beginning of the show. Respect the bumps.
That is the hashtag.
And
yes.
it's there for a reason, and it does destroy the cars. So for manufacturers to bring a car here, if you can get your car through, then that's great, and that's exactly what's happened to that new BMW. It's gone to Sebring and found, if you like, a little bit wanting still, which it's a brand new car. That's why you bring it there. Once it's gone there, the idea being, once it's got past Sebring and that, it's anywhere else. It's just a walk in the park.
Should be
relatively, in relative terms of motorsport.
Although running a similar car for 24 hours around the Nürburgring Nordschleife could be a similar type test. But the idea is to try and get it to the finish, certainly, and also to pick up as much data as possible. It should have the legs on the 907 Porsche, pulls out of line, and in fact the indicator is put on by Patrick Houseman to allow the 82 car up the inside. That is not a concern for the 907.
The indicator on the Porsche, not the BMW, I assume. Just
that's what I meant,
just to complete the stereotype, yes.
Indeed, yes. So that was Patrick Houseman realising that was not a battle that he needed to fight with, because Neil Verhagen is quicker, it being a GT3 car compared to a Porsche Cup machine, although down the straight it'll be an interesting fight to observe. The BMW given turn one and the apex into it by Patrick Houseman, and Patrick's car is 11 laps away from Sabino Di Castro. So that was what Andy Lally was suggesting, that if they hadn't had that small drama, they were set to be on lap 333 currently, and therefore right with the 955 car. Of course, 955 hasn't, as far as I know, had any difficulties. It wouldn't be up to fourth position if it had. So there is the scope from a RPM perspective of a little bit of drama heading towards the Romanian/Italian garage at Villi Motorsport by Ebby Motors. And maybe that will bring the two 991 Porsches back together again, but it is wishful thinking for the time being for the 907 crew. Gerhard Watzinger in the Leipert Motorsport Cup car is out front in the GTX part of the race, and that's a massive lead over Alexander Marmarinu in the 987 car. Marmarinu driving 987, which is good question. A 987 is the car that is running in GTX and is the MRS GT Racing Porsche of Jeff Courtnev and Omar Balkisoon, and Marmarinu just the third driver in that. So again, a relatively brave crew with only the three drivers assigned to that car. Similar tactic to 9:55 in actual fact, but there were one or two other teams that had initially thought about doing this race with only 3 drivers and then brought a 4th or indeed a 5th in fairly late on. So some late deals being done, but I think a nod to, again, how punishing this track is, not only to the car, but also to the driver as well. When you think Andy Lally was kind of puffing out his cheeks and going, this is tough out there, to do 24 hours around here. A man of his experience really brought it home to me that you know, they're going to feel this for at least the next week by the end of it, Peter.
I think at the end of this, I think they might be recovered by Christmas. At this rate, it's they say when you go karting that you forget how physical it is.
Yeah.
There's no suspension. It is the tyres. These cars at least have some suspension. Nothing like your road car that we're used to. But people go karting and you forget how much you get battered around in the ribs and all that kind of stuff, and knock your elbows and all sorts of things. It's the same here. It's got to be 24 hours around here. Obviously not all doing stints in one go, but you're going to take, we talk about the cars taking a beating. You're quite right, by the drivers too.
Let's go back to Andrew Marriott. Who have you got this time?
Well, there's a little story here. As you walk into the pits, there's a sign, and one of the things it says is no shorts. Well, Seb, my cameraman, is wearing shorts, and then it says no under 18s. Well, I'm at ST Racing with Bryson Morris here, and he's only 17. You're not allowed in here, Bryson.
No, I'm not, but somehow I got in, so it's all good.
How are you getting on in the BMW? I mean, you're having a good run, aren't you?
Yeah, it's going pretty well so far. I mean, it's my first 24-hour race, so a lot of things to get used to, but I'm feeling good in the car. There are a few rain, like drizzles that are a bit interesting at night, but now the sun's out, so hopefully it's smooth sailing.
So I think you normally race Miatas. You're a star man in Miatas, aren't you?
Yes, I did. I won a scholarship last year to do a full year in Spec MX-5 this year. Now that that's over, we're focusing on some open wheel and endurance type stuff.
What's your plan for next season?
Next season, probably do some F4, US F4 and the new USF Juniors. That's looking real good to us.
Great experience, I think, racing here at Sebring all through the night. I mean, fantastic for a young 17-year-old.
Yeah, it's super awesome. I mean, I've gotten 4 hours drive time so far. I think I'm out for the rest of the race, but so far it's been a blast. I've had so much fun.
You're doing an excellent job. Well done, and hope you don't get thrown out of the pits. I don't think he's shaving yet.
Bryson Morris with Andrew Marriott, and I hope he turned around because Andrew was sort of walking off as he made that comment about lack of shaving, but I think he did turn around and eventually shake hands with Bryson Morris. So Mazda Miatas, I think, is what the suggestion was there. Now, I have to admit, I don't know what a Miata is.
MX-5.
Is it?
Well, the rest of the world calls a Mazda MX-5.
And I'm reliably informed that they're called MX-5s in the US now, in fact, as
they
well.
Are, but
that may have only been for a season or so.
I think somebody's going to correct me on this without going on to the Wikipedia to have a look at it, but that's what they were originally branded out there.
Right.
And I think the name's kind of carried over. It's kind of like a... but again, if you look at what a Ford Capri in Australia is 20, 30 years ago, it's nothing like a Ford Capri that we know.
No.
Nothing at all. In fact, it's more like an open Mazda MX-5, really.
But it was still called a Capri.
It's still called a Capri.
Right,
yeah.
so sometimes you have the shared names for models that are very radically different, and obviously, depending on where a car is marketed around the world, it can go by different titles.
I'm sure Andrew Marriott will be all over that, and we'll update us shortly as to what a Miata is.
We haven't got any Miatas in this race.
I thought it was a Miata, but does that go under the tomato-tomato debate?
Quite possibly.
Miata, Miata? I don't know, I'm not sure. Am I trying too hard too soon?
But I'm just thinking about, from a Bryson's perspective, how difficult is it therefore to adjust from a little Mazda to the BMW M4 GT4? I suppose both rear-wheel drive. So
it's possibly about where the similarity ends, I would suggest, and at 17. But what a great quote from there. It's not just awesome, it's super awesome.
It's the ultimate compliment, I would suggest. Number 18, which is the race leader, is into the pit lane. Nearly 350 laps completed. So driver change about to take place. Elliot Earhart arriving fairly late on the stand after a late-ish toilet break, from what we were hearing from Andrew Marriott, but there was some time in hand there because it was about 5 minutes or so, possibly 10 minutes since we'd heard from Manuel Reuter. And watching the stop is Andrew.
Just seeing Manfred Winkelhock walk away, climbs over the pit wall holding his seat, which has a sticker on the back which says it's Winkelhock's seat, and just a quick polish of the windscreen. And the boys from Germany here with this excellent team. I think they've got a lot of these cars. I think they run about 10 of these Audis in the championship, and a very clean pit stop. I'm going to go and see if I can get hold of Winkelhock. Bit of a debrief there. Oh, fist punching down here. They're happy with that. The car going well. Of course, Winkelhock is very much the star man here. And just going around the stand here to see where he's disappeared to. He's gone hidden. Oh, I see where he is, yeah. Okay, he's just taken his helmet off at the back here, and he's a bit tussle-haired at the moment. And let's see if I can grab him. Manuel Reuter goes in for a quick debrief, and a big smile on the face of a man who definitely... We had a chap who doesn't shave, now we've got a bloke who needs a shave, look. Well, that was a good old stint there. You extended the lead a little bit.
I don't know what's the gap now to the second, but car felt good. It was good fun to drive. I did like 1.5 stints on the set because we went out like, I don't know, 30-40 liters, which is like 30-40% of a stint. Then it was a full course yellow, so we boxed, but we stayed on that sticks. So at the end it was a little bit oversteer in the car, but it was good still, good fun.
But it was difficult because there's sort of a bit of rain hanging in the air, wasn't it, just before it got light?
Yeah, it was pretty difficult circumstances at this time, especially after the full course yellow, you know, when the pressure's so low, when the tire temperatures are really low, and then on damp conditions it's not easy, especially on a bumpy track like that, but all went well.
You've driven with quite a lot of different Audi teams. How do these boys, one of the slightly newer team I suppose, but with Manuel Reuter running operations, they seem to be working very well here, the team.
Absolutely, yeah. Actually it's the first proper race I do with Rotronic, and I have to say they're doing a really great job. Especially a huge thanks to the mechanics already now, because they did an amazing job, you know, unloading the containers. They didn't sleep 1 minute the night before the race already, and now doing a 24-hour race, no sleep again, which is pretty tough for them. So I have to say thank you to the Rotronic team, and of course also to Manuel, which is doing a great job with this. All his experience of motor racing, all the influence he's giving us, it's a good team effort we're doing here.
It's time to go get a bit of sleep or not?
No, I had 2.5 hours of sleep before this stint, so I think I'm going to stay awake now till the end.
Thanks very much, great to talk to you. So, normally, of course, dives for the Santilock Audi team, and a lot of success in Blancpain over the past, and obviously not all that anymore, Global GT and all that kind of stuff, but he's still a very quick runner.
Yeah, and showed it during that stint. So Markus Winkelhock out of the car, and will stay out of it for a little while now, having done, well, a stint and a half, in fact. So didn't quite make the 2 hours maximum drive time. But happy to stay awake now till 5 o'clock this afternoon. I'm sure he'll get back into that car a number of times. I was hearing, though, that Michael Doppelmayr, who is part of that lineup in car number 18, still needs to do some drive time, and he is one of the AM-rated drivers in that car, so about 45 minutes short of his required drive time and his role in the team. So that will, with no disrespect to Doppelmayr, bring the 18 car back towards the clutches of the 91 Porsche, which is currently burning AM time right now with a very rapid AM-rated driver, Ralph Bone, who will take the lead. And that is yet another lead change in this race. We have had 5 different cars lead the race in the opening 14 hours. And that, I reckon, is the 21st leader change. But I must say thank you to John Hindhaugh for that statistic.
Well, we have only got 9 hours 48 to go, so it's nearly done, Johnny.
Yeah, well, we're not very far away from the end. couple of laps?
Absolutely. Just the subtext there with Marcus Winkelhock. A great interview from Andrew, as you'd expect. But he said he was out of the car. Not only that, but his eyes were out on stalks, and he was describing the Audi round there. Round this surface was described as bumpy. Anyway, or it was slightly oversteery, and it was the way he said it that, and his eyes widened, his pupils dilated as he said that, and thought, yeah, I think that's what that means. It kind of got his attention. I think he was quite glad to hand it over. The fact that Andrew suggested you're going to go get some sleep now, judging by his eyes there, I'd say sleep's probably the last thing on Marcus Winkelhock's mind.
Yeah, the adrenaline will be pumping, and he will have needed to be on high alert for that whole stint. It's very difficult then to switch off the higher state of consciousness for you to have a snooze. But 2 and a bit hours sounds like ample to me for a 24-hour race. So he'll be happy to push on. Done many 24-hour races in his career, and most of them, certainly in recent years, were for Audi. It's interesting that first time he's worked with Rutronic, though. I thought he'd done at least one race previously. It's funny how the mind plays tricks, the memory plays tricks at times. But he will be bringing an awful lot of experience from other Audi preparers for the R8 to sort of suggest which way to go with setup during free practice and for qualifying, and a bit of tune up during the race as well. So Ralph Bone is the new race leader. In TCE, it is Stefan Perrat for AC Motorsport. That car's just made a stop, as has the Autorama Motorsport car, and we go back to Andrew Marriott.
Yeah, I'm just with Brendan Leach here from Invercargill in New Zealand. But you started the car, and that was pretty hectic at the beginning, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. It was very changing conditions and quite an interesting circuit. The way we're being concrete, it's very different to what we're used to. It's very old school, and probably more like we'd see at home. The track was evolving quite quickly, and then onto slicks in the second part of my stint.
Because you're a single-seater boy, really. I had a lot of success in Formula Ford and stuff like that in New Zealand.
Yeah, exactly. So I started out in Formula Ford and then onto the Toyota Racing Series. Raced Formula 4 over here as well in 2017. So a lot of single-seater stuff really, and this is my first year in GT racing.
You've dropped 10, 11 laps behind the leading pair. You must have had a problem in the night.
Yeah, we did. We had an issue with one of the fuel pumps. Something happened and it wasn't pumping enough fuel in, so we ended up looking for 100 litres and only getting 80 litres. So we got surge coming into the pits, and then that caused an issue. But everything's fine. It wasn't a big issue, but just a bit niggly, really.
That really is pedal to the metal rest of the way for you boys.
Absolutely, yeah, going for it, for sure.
Great to talk to you all the way from New Zealand. Great to see you here.
So Brendan Leach, who is part of the Liebert Motorsport crew, as the Ligier JS2R is on the move. That's the car run by Nordschleifer Racing. Guillaume Romain, Luca Ayari, Cedric Hoyort and Michael Sallenbach are the drivers there. So car number 226, which runs in TCX, in the TCX category. Guillaume Romain's just brought that car in, Peter.
Yeah, and just the images there, the Porsche, the 91 Porsche in the pits there, struggling to get the bonnet to shut, of all things. It's on gas struts and they're backed by the hinges, and really, every time they're shutting the bonnet on, it's ticking back up again, and it's delayed that pit stop enormously for them, as I managed to. It's the lead car, of all things. That you wouldn't have accepted on a Porsche, and in fact, looking at it going out of the pit lane now, you can see that it is still slightly high on the right-hand side, or left-hand side of the car, looking at it from the inside. Shame Andrew wasn't down there to see that, but they were having not something you expect to see on a Porsche that are known for doing what they say on the tin, as in just going round and round and round, let alone a Herbert Motorsport run Porsche. But a bonnet, it looked like a bonnet hinge gas strut failure.
Right.
Unable to close the bonnet, of all things.
And were they needing to open that during the stop? I have to admit, I was looking elsewhere at the time. But
I think potentially it failed already. It was loose, and I think possibly it was one of those things. There was a little question mark over it, and then became an investigation. Didn't quite catch all of it. But they've obviously then looked at it, and it's gone that sort of Pandora's box. It's got worse. So Andrew Marriott is with Herbert Motorsport.
Yeah, well, I'm with one of the twins, but of course I don't know whether it's Robert or Alfred. Robert.
Yeah, I'm Robert.
Yeah, 50% chance of getting it right. I've got twins. I've got identical twins, so I know the problem.
Sorry?
I have identical twins as well.
You know how it is, huh?
Yeah, I know the problem. You're having a very good run here. I mean, you're second at the moment, but of course, the car that's in front of you has got to put its slowest driver in the car yet, and they haven't had their slowest driver in the car.
I mean, the Audi is super fast this weekend. We saw that Winklock has only 2 or more hours to go in the last 10 hours, so maybe that's an advantage for us. But yeah, maybe as you saw at the last pit stop, our bonnet was a bit loose, so we tried to fix it and hope we can go to the end with this bonnet, because to change it costs too much time. So yeah, we will keep fighting for the end and hope that everything stays on the car.
Now, your other car had gearbox problems, I understand.
Yes, that's right.
Sorted out now.
I mean, it's still running now again, and all good so far.
And you've been racing, obviously, in the ADAC Masters. But I think have you been racing out in the Middle East as well? Have you been racing in the Middle East?
Yeah, we'll do the 24 hours Dubai and Asian Le Mans again. It's going to be an exciting winter program for us, so really looking forward to that.
Your team, and of course this year you went to Le Mans for the first time.
Yeah, that's also true. It was a good experience with the Porsche RSR. Was the first time for us, and yeah, we hope we can go next year again, because now we have the car and stays only in the garage, so we need to drive with it.
Well, excellent. That's Robert Renaud. Of course, they won the first US race for Creventic when it was at COTA, 4 or 5 years ago now. A very interesting story with this team, because Robert and Alfred's father, it was Alfred who founded this team. He actually died tragically in a road accident, and they were quite young boys, and they had to take the team over. What a fantastic job they've done down here. Very engineering-led team, as I said yesterday, but a great squad, and I suspect that they're going to be right there at the end, battling probably in the lead, I would think. So back to you in the booth, and we'll go and see who else we can find.
Excellent. That's Andrew Marriott chatting to Robert Renaud, and some more information unearthed from Herbert Motorsport. So the gearbox problems, they hope, are fixed on car 92, but that has left the Jürgen Hering driven car down in 14th position, and there is now potentially an issue which is not too bad right now, but you sense only going to go one way, really. That bonnet problem, it's not yet a failure, but they are having to keep an eye on that during every single stop, and because of the brutal nature of this racetrack, is that going to shake the bonnet out of its housing completely? It needs to be straight and flush with the front, not only for the aero, but also that's where the fuel goes in. So if the bonnet becomes misaligned, the hole within it becomes misaligned with the fuel intake, could pose a very big problem for future fueling stops.
Yeah, well, there's 2 or 3 things to that, Johnny. It's, you're right, it's going to do 1 or 2 things. It's either going to work or it's not. That's it. But it is the trailing edge of the bonnet, not the leading edge, so it's not going to get air under it and pick it up. So hopefully that's not too bad. It looked like it's a left rear hinge failure, or a gas strut almost. Something's failed there on the corner of it. Refueling doesn't matter because there's a cutout in the bonnet, so the refueling takes place with the bonnet closed further down the pit lane. But of course at the pit stop they do check other levels that are under that bonnet, so that's why it might need to do that. So if anything else needs checking, so it's like all these things, there's so many permutations, there's so many moving parts. If they don't have to lift the bonnet up, in theory, it should just stay there. So we'll keep an eye, but just ever the trials and tribulations. We've got 9 hours 40 to go. It's a 24-hour race, so yeah, we're a long way through it. And you're sitting there, of all the things you wouldn't expect to be a problem, to add to your checklist of things to keep an eye on, is a bonnet hinge.
Yeah, yeah, such a small
of all
part.
things, a Porsche as well.
Well, indeed, but these cars are built to be very, very strong indeed. But in this case, this weekend, what wins? It's almost like rock, paper, scissors. A very strongly built Porsche versus a brutal racetrack with a significant portion of the lap being on concrete. Concrete would win in my eyes, especially over 24 hours. The other thing to keep in our memory is the fact that we've had 6 races in the 24H series so far, and they have all been won by a Porsche. Porsche 911 GT3Rs victorious at Dubai, when it was the GPX Racing crew taking victory. The Renaud brothers, together with Daniel Alleman and Ralph Bone, took the Mugello 12 hours. They then went on to be victorious in the Paul Ricard 24 hours, which again was another straight-through 24-hour race. And they took victory at Barcelona. So they're looking actually this weekend, no, they don't have Dubai, so they wouldn't be able to take all of the 24-hour wins this year, but minus Dubai, it's still possible. Also, without Robert Renauer, the 91 car was on top at the Hungaroring during that split 12-hour race. And the other Porsche that has taken victory is Hegerli Racing with Pieter de Kurtens, Manuel Lauk and Mark Basseng, and that happened at the Hockenheim Ring for another 12-hour race. But they've all been Porsches, just 3 different teams taking victory in the 24H series. So Rutronic Racing, even more kind of impetus to take the win. The first one it would be for the 4 rings versus their huge German rivals Porsche, and at the moment they are doing all they need to do by leading this race by 1 minute and 45 seconds, but there are still 9 hours and 37 minutes to go, and you sense quite a bit more of a plot change between now and the end of the race.
But they're not even a lap ahead, are they? I mean, it's
no.
2:05 is the lap times currently, 1 minute and 45 just dead. So they're not quite a lap ahead yet. 254 laps completed, and 253 for the Herberth motorsport car. 3 German teams at the top there, but different manufacturers there: Audi, Porsche, Rutronic, obviously, and Herberth running their German cars, but Leipart Motorsport running the Lamborghini Huracan. We mentioned earlier about attrition and reliability and what Sebring does to cars, and BMW bringing this car out here to test it at Sebring. It's a benchmark for everywhere else then afterwards. We've mentioned the Vortex. It's just seen in the pits there again. You mentioned it had been a bit unreliable earlier in the season.
At times.
At times, no, you're quite right. It has improved throughout the year. And I think, to be fair, on a scale of it, it's exponential. To have got this far already at Sebring, I think the Vortex has done an extraordinary job. So there's nothing wrong with the build quality of that car.
No.
So it would suggest that there are other issues. I think it was quite often engine stuff, wasn't it, earlier on in the season, bits of cooling and things. So they seem to have got their head around that. So I think it's very impressive to see that Vortex out there, which I hope that is not the curse of the commentator now, having suggested that with a little bit of time to go, and suddenly we're going to focus on a Vortex. Let's hope not. So just whatever you're doing, boys, keep doing it. And I didn't say a thing.
No, okay, well, we'll gloss over that. But you're quite right in that this is, I would say, the best year of competition for the Vortex crew. Sometimes they've had just a lone car, as is the case this weekend. Sometimes they bring out the second car as well. And yeah, predominantly they have been finishing races and in good positions as well, in podium positions. There's still been the odd retirement, but I think that the graph has generally been going in the right direction. If you plot their success or plot their results on a graph, much better than in previous years. Elliot Earhart for Rutronic Racing by TECE, skating the concrete on the old runways, turning right through Le Mans corner there, turn 16, and now onto the long Ullman Straight, where, well, the whole left-hand side of the racetrack during the Mobil 112 hours is used as a huge car park there, but also a great place to spectate cars, to watch cars at speed. A number of spectators here this weekend as well, but generally it looks like picking out the places on the infield section, where it's more likely, I suppose, that the overtaking will take place down into turn 7, which is a classic overtaking part of the track at the hairpin, and then the kinks through Fangio, really just single file stuff through turns 8 and 9. But into 13 at Tower, if you get a good run on the car in front through 10, 11, 12, then on the brakes into 13 is another good overtaking opportunity, and then potentially down into Le Mans corner at 16 as well. 17 tends to be the real car breaker. That's where a tightly sprung car starts to bounce around on its tyres and suspension, and the TCE cars regularly own only 3 wheels through that tricky right-hander which ends the lap back across the start-finish line. The 18 car, though, is further around its current lap, number 357. There are local yellows out on the racetrack at the moment, but no need at this stage to go to a code 60, so hopefully that's just a car that's had a slight spin and can rejoin quickly, but the yellows are still out. I'll keep my eyes peeled on this potential incident. There's still pace to be had though out on the track, because the 226 of Luca Ayari has just done that car's best lap of the race. Car 226 is the 226 is the Nordschleifer Racing Ligier JS2R. So Ayari sharing that car with Guillaume Romain. In fact, he took over from the Frenchman during the last pit stop. Cedric Hoyot and Michael Sallenbach are the third and fourth drivers in that order. Guillaume Romain with previous experience of Peugeot 206s and 7s. And the two little Peugeots that used to run, in fact, in this series. Guillaume Romain was an integral part of that programme that moves to Nordschleifer Racing, and this Ligier, which can be found in the Ligier European Series as well. More of them in that category, run by Ligier itself. A championship for prototypes and for these GT-derived cars, although there is yet to be an actual street version of the Ligier JS2R. That would be wonderful to see in future years, perhaps. But an out-and-out race car it is, with its Ford engine, and it looks very spectacular indeed. Nearly an hour completed for Snowy and I after we came on from the restart for TV, but of course many of you I know were making sure that the onboard cameras overnight were keeping you company and keeping you up to speed with the race order.
Max Hesse.
We've had 5 different cars lead this race and an amazing 21 lead changes to this point. It is nearly 7:30 in the morning now at Sebring International Raceway, so daylight full around the racetrack, and we'll be continuing till 5 o'clock tonight as we get this from Andrew Marriott.
Yeah, I'm down at BMW with the new M4 here and with Max Hesse. Max, obviously there was a big problem early on. You had that big hit. What's the program now for the rest of the race?
Yeah, just basically we finished the work. The mechanics done a good job getting everything back together, and now we're just doing our thing, collecting laps, trying a few different things just to develop more, and yeah, getting ready for next year.
Are you enjoying Sebring? You've done a lot of laps because you were testing here, weren't you, for several days before all the other cars turned up?
Oh yeah, it's been mega. We obviously had the chance to drive because we had the car over already, so we've been practicing since Wednesday. Yeah, I'm loving it.
And of course, the founder of the BMW Junior program, Jochen Neerpasch, has been here. It must have been a thrill to meet him.
Yeah, exactly. So he joined our whole trip. We went to Road Atlanta last week and done this week here, so it's awesome to have him with us.
How did you get into the BMW Junior program? How were you selected, Max?
Yeah, so BMW done it a bit different with their juniors again because we wanted to have this team again. So we are 3 together. So there was no selection or no shootout, let's say. So yeah, we were the lucky 3 guys who got picked.
The other one, of course, is Dan Harper, isn't it? The British driver. He's not racing this weekend. And for the future, what's the plan for this coming season? Will you be racing this new M4 in GT3?
Yeah, that's the plan. So we will have some fun with that car next year.
Did you stay up all night?
Sorry?
Did you stay up all night?
Yes, I did.
I thought you might have done. Well, that's Max Hesse, who's been doing an excellent job, one of the 2 junior drivers in the team. And I have to tell you, he's another boy that doesn't shave yet.
Well, okay, I'll take your word for that, Andrew. Presumably you had that on good authority, but he's another 20-year-old that shares that car with Neil Verhagen, and Dan Harper, often part of that BMW Junior program as well, although not this weekend. They race the 82 M4. I'm afraid, though, in the TCE part of the race, not good news for the TCX runner 278, Joe Burris, in his, well, certainly the biggest motor race he's ever been part of. But the car has made connection with a concrete wall, not only on the front, but also on the rear. And it's done quite a bit of damage, Peter Snowden, to the 278 Ginetta G55.
Well, yeah, both ends of it there. Wings straight, wheels are all pointing straight, but it's lost the bumpers front and rear. Well, the rear one's just sort of hanging on to it there. So it's behind the wall already. So we've got caution flags, red and yellow, at that point of the circuit. Joe Burris, you say, what a shame to see that car out. It's been an absolute stalwart of this series, and it always goes through. We saw it at Barcelona with that piece of curbing that came through the wing and sat out there. We thought, almost put it through it. How that's managed to survive. I think we're going to get a code 60 because it's indeed, yes, straight into a code 60. Hardly surprising. So, unfortunately, we've said 24 entries for a 24-hour race. Only one came in, but Andrew Marriott has got something to add to us for this.
Yes, no, because that car crashed yesterday evening as well and went behind the wall for a long time. Not quite such a violent accident as this, but he was out for quite a while. Colin White finally got the car back running again. This is not one of Colin's regular cars. It's a car that's based here in the United States and has come down, I think, from almost up on the Canadian border, I believe. But just looking at the pictures, I can see them in the pits here. That looks as if it might be terminal, doesn't it? That looks as if it was a big hit. But yeah, great to have a British car here at Ginetta. Obviously, we've got the Aston Martin, but this series is currently dominated, of course, by German machinery, and it wasn't like that when I first came here 25, 30 years ago.
Is not actually the one that's been running in the 24H series for the rest of the campaign. I understand this has been hired in locally. Hence the reason why it's a slightly different paint scheme. But you would have thought a Ginetta G55 is like any other. Although, is he the sort of guy to give his Ginetta's names? So maybe he does know the little inches.
Normally they're black with white wheels, aren't they? Very distinctive. But I'm glad you said that. I didn't realise it had been hired in. So that's. I hope they paid their insurance waiver on that one, because there's going to be there's quite a bill going on to that one.
Unfortunately, yes. Although a Ginetta makeup is, in a sense, modular, so hopefully the panels can be replaced, and it's done no substantial damage to the tub itself and the body shell, but the front bumper and the rear, in fact, fiberglass segments that have ended up on the racetrack being retrieved now by our corner workers and marshals, so thank you for that rapid response there during this code 60. So I was talking not 5 minutes ago about a yellow flag that was out on the racetrack. I wonder whether this Ginetta incident was the cause of those initially, although I thought that was cleared, and then this secondary problem has manifested itself. Anyway, either way, we're under code 60, and this presents another opportunity for a pit stop if you're in the right sort of area. Now, remember, this place is 3.6 miles around, everybody restricted to 60 kilometres per hour, which is the 60 in code 60. So you have to be in the right place at the right time, i.e. coming through Sunset Bend, which is exactly what one of the Lightbit Motorsport Lamborghinis is doing. Couldn't quite tell whether that was the 10 or the 710, but there is a chance potentially for Sebastian Balthazar to make a stop, and maybe the 710 as well. Yeah, Balthazar is indeed in from third position. So car 10 will make a stop then under code 60. Remember, we'll only be able to take 50% of its fuel allocation. But if the code 60 is out for long enough, will that provide another chance to pit at the end of another lap? Joe Burris sort of weighing up everything in his mind. We don't know yet whether he went off on his own or whether there was another car involved. Is Joe looking out for another car perhaps that might have been involved, or is he just scouting the area to work out how quickly to get back to the pit lane? Hopefully the flatbed driver will give him a ride, but they're assessing now how much damage has been done. Obviously, if it's gone in nose first, which it looks like the predominant bit of damage is the front.
Exactly, nose first, and it's just gone around.
You've got to worry about radiators and other things connected, so you don't want to be driving that back. Now, the nice thing, I suppose, about a 24H series race is they do allow you to be retrieved to the pit lane using outside assistance, so taken back to the pits on a flatbed or indeed a flat tow, and if the team can get the car fixed, they will be able to return it to the race without any further penalty other than scratching the lap that you were on and obviously all the time that was lost. But if this was Le Mans, that would not be permitted because you have to do every single metre of the race under your own steam. Back to green we go because the revs are starting to rise. The debris flag can be safely stowed away, at least for the time being, after all of those bits of fiberglass were picked up. Thank goodness, though, it's likely not to be carbon fibre which has been strewn across the racetrack. So hopefully we won't need to worry about nasty things like punctures. There is a brake change taking place, though, on the number 10 car, I noticed, Snowy. And this is well beyond half distance. So new brake disc going on. Are they just doing the fronts? Quite possibly so. So tyre change has been done, but yeah, new pads and new discs going onto car number 10.
Were the new discs as well, or was it just pads gone in?
It's definitely, yeah, the old disc on the wall.
Changed the rotors, you're right.
Yeah, the new rotor was being fixed.
Your eyes are sharper than mine, I missed that, sorry Johnny.
That's all right. What I wasn't sure of, actually, having said it was a new rotor, was whether part of that rotor needed to come off in order to fit the pads, but I'm going to say that it's new components all around. Although I only caught sight of this stop partway through. Old disc, ventilated disc going into the tray together with the pads. Difficult to tell from my angle quite how worn they were. It's just interesting to me that they're doing it well beyond half distance, but I suppose if they knew they needed to do it at some stage in the race, it's better to do it in the daylight where possible, and we've ticked over that clearly by 45 minutes. Right on the scene is Andrew Marriott to offer us a little bit more.
Yeah, on the right I've got that car having the brake change, but on the left with me is Kenton Cock, who is in the other Liput car. Kenton, a former champion in IMSA Lights, has had a class win at Daytona in the past, Kenton, but not having too much fun here. You've had a problem.
Oh well, fortunately, we're in the 710, but this is not good for the Liput team, unfortunately, in the GT3 car. But looks like they're getting it back together, and yeah, it looked like they had an issue with one of the pistons when they were doing the brake change. One of the caliper pistons popped out on one of the sides there. So yeah, they just got it back together and gonna do a quick bleed on the brakes. But our race is going all right. We're just smooth and steady.
Problems?
We had an issue with the steering rack. The steering rack bolts kind of came a little bit loose, so I was driving the car and I felt like I was in a 50s movie because I was going down the straightaway with the steering wheel wobbling between my hands. So
it's never good.
No, not quite. Especially going through turn 17, turn 1 here. There's a lot of bumps through the track. So I was going about 4 seconds off the pace, just trying not to crash until the next time we needed to pit. So they got it tightened up, and it was a quick fix.
Well, the car is leaving now. So we thought it was a routine rotor change, but it wasn't. As you explained, it had a brake problem. Kenton, what's your next season? What are you going to do next season?
Next season, I'll be racing. I mean, it'd be cool to do some more of these races. If the guys that I'm coaching and working with here, they want to do some more races, it'd be an honor to race with them a bit more. But I'll be racing in SRO and in GT4, and then might have something in IMSA next year again, for another potentially in a program that would be pretty good. So we just have to wait and see in the next couple of weeks if it all pans out together.
Excellent, thanks very much. He's one of the guys I need a box to stand on to talk to, really. But Kenton Cotton, a lot of success in the past, particularly he dominated the IMSA Light Series one year, I remember. Back to you, Johnny and Snowy.
Thank you, Andrew Marriott. Kenton Cook, or Cock, whichever you prefer. I always thought that Kenton pronounced it Cook, in truth, but that's fine. Snowy's high-fiving me now as well. I don't quite understand that bit, but the Ginetta is being stretchered away with the frontal damage on that car and minus its rear bumper. But
the high five was very simple. It's for the Ginetta coming back in. As you mentioned, that the Creventic rules bring the cars back to pit. There it is on the way back. It may not mean that it's going to go back into the race, but at least it's coming back to the pits. They're going to look at it and go, they can do that old sort of sucking of the teeth, aren't they? And they'll go,
Yeah, until they see it.
Do you want a quote on that?
Close up, they won't know all of the damage done, not only to the exterior, to the superficial part of the bodywork, but I fear for the innards of that car and the cooling system. Knowing how close the radiator sits to the front of that car. It's sort of the classic old Porsche issue as well.
They've got over 9 hours to sort it out.
True, and I suppose the benefit is they're not going to lose any places over this because they were already 23rd of a 23-car field, so you know the target had been quite a few hours ago. Just get it to the end, fellas, and if we get it to the end, that's a massive achievement, because to be able to win their class, which is the TCX division, they're going to have to recover something like 150 odd laps.
Yeah, but the very valid point you made earlier, that this car isn't their regular car, it's been rented in, hired in, so you just don't know what the deal is, what spares package they've got with it. Have they got bits to put it right?
Yeah.
It may be repairable, what is that part of it? So we just don't know, because the normal thing, we wouldn't question it, whereas that's another layer of potential doubt now.
They might be in a slightly better position than everybody else who are reliant on the spares that arrived in the container. Yesterday, we should remind everybody as well, these containers were meant to be on site, at the start of the week, having been sent out from Rotterdam.
I heard tell that they started some of the cars out of the containers and drove them onto the track and went into free practice almost.
Yeah, you're not far wrong,
exactly,
to be honest, because they, as I say, they arrived. If it had been even just an hour later, then maybe this race wouldn't have even taken place. And Nick Damon was describing to us yesterday the fact that the port at Fort Lauderdale, I think, had to operate outside of its normal hours. So thank you to all the staff members there that were fully committed to, rather than heading home at the end of their shifts, making sure that those containers could be taken off the ship and then brought to the circuit as well, which is not a small undertaking at all. But without their efforts, no doubt this race would not have been able to take place, and the first ever Hankook 24 Hours of Sebring would have had to have waited till season 2022, which disappointment would not have even begun to describe that. Thankfully, we are able to race, and we are able to get it within the allocated window as well here at the racetrack. Here's a little more from Andrew Marriott in the pit lane.
I like to get these things right. I cocked up on Kenton. He is Kenton Cook. Just thought we should know.
And thank you, Kenton, as well, for his description of a routine brake change. Of course, he was describing a car that he's not driving, although it is part of his team, Lipert Motorsport. They had planned to do a brake change, but then discovered issues, presumably behind the brake disc. Now,
what they said was it was a piston in the caliper popped out.
Oh, yes, he did say that. Sorry,
so
yes.
Unfortunately, that's effective. You've now got an open brake system. Just it's pouring out fluid everywhere. So you've got to stop that and seal it and start again and rebleed it. So
yes.
Hence the delay, which is why there was lots of brake fluid going into that reservoir, as we saw for the mechanic there.
I hear the terminology dry brake system a lot, and I still don't quite think I've got a full grasp of exactly what that does. I mean, it allows the brakes to be changed without the need for bleeding the system, basically.
In theory, it starts with fuel lines originally. So you have a dry brake is obviously you open a fuel line, it's got liquid in it, and so fuel or brake.
So if you just slice it open with a knife, it would flow everywhere,
just like a blood vein, exactly the same. So a dry brake stops that happening. So you can take a fuel tank out.
Yes.
So for example, it's a simpler fuel, thinner. Dry brake, take it out, and it allows a dry connection, a break in the line. It allows it to be dry, not wet. But if a piston comes out, that bit's not meant to. So that bypasses the dry brake system, which is doing its bit because it's not being touched. But the piston's actually popped out, therefore, those are the pistons that actually push the brake pads onto the road that stop the car. Simple as that. If that's popped out, you've now got fluid coming out from another part which shouldn't have been there.
Yep.
That bit's not meant to happen. So it looks like it was effectively a caliper failure during the change.
And when you connect two pipes in a dry brake system, what allows that? What allows the liquid to start flowing again?
Magic.
Okay, good.
Engineer's magic.
As long as you understand.
It's a very clever little valve in there, but basically
right.
from a driver's point of view, you press the pedal and the brakes work. That's all that matters.
Yeah, of course.
You don't dig any deeper. As long as it works.
As long as it works,
yeah.
We're all good. The green Autorama Motorsport VW Golf is motoring on. That's car 112 in third position. The other bright green car in the race, though, Andrew Marriott, is the Crone Racing car. We're so used to this paint job for Tracy Crone and crew.
I'm down here with Tracy. Tracy, it's going pretty well at the moment.
Good, yeah. We're having a few little brake issues more than we thought. We've had to change brakes twice. Probably have to do it again, but car's still holding together, and I'm surprised at that.
Tracy, I think it's 14 Le Mans you've done, isn't it?
It is, yeah. Well, 13.1 actually.
You think you'll go back there, or is that a chapter in the book?
Yeah, no, I'm really considering it. We have the ability to go back. We have an offer, so I just don't know yet. Yeah.
But you're still loving your racing, I can tell that.
Oh yeah, no, we spent this past year at the VLN series in Germany. Had a couple of crashes, but that's kind of how Nürburgring is. But finished first, second, and a couple of fourths. So pretty good season overall. We expect to go back this next year rather.
And of course you've brought in Patrick Heisman here and Andy Lally, two great co-drivers to have.
Oh, they're a lot of fun, yeah. And you know, it's nice to have both of them. It's especially nice to have Patrick as well, because we're about the same size. It makes driver changes easier. He's in the car now, so it'll be a lot easier for me when I get in.
How many are you going to do one more stint?
Oh, I expect more than that. Probably maybe 2 or 3.
Well, paying for it after all.
Yeah, why not? Yeah, sure. No, it's a lot of fun out there. I've always enjoyed this track, and we've had good success here in the past.
Excellent. Well, we'll keep our fingers crossed for Tracy Crone, and you know what? It's always nice to talk to a billionaire, isn't it?
As I would imagine, Andrew. Yeah, Tracy Crone chatting to Andy Marriott then in the pits, car number 907, which is the RPM Racing entry, but adopting the typical Crone Racing green for the weekend. Tracy again partnering up with Nick Johnson, which he has done for so many years yet now, the thick end of 20 years. Patrick Heisman and Andy Lally, who we heard from a little earlier on in the broadcast as well. Down into turn 1 a moment or two ago, 5 cars all together. Windscreen wipers are on, by the way. I was going to make this point just before the interview we just had, because I noticed the VW Golf as well had the wiper blades over the windshield swishing backwards and forwards. So there is obviously a little bit of rainwater out there, maybe just psychological showers at this stage. By that I mean it's not necessarily affecting grip levels underneath the Hankook tyres, but is affecting visibility. And it might actually be in only certain parts of the circuit as well. This is a fairly large footprint, it being an old airfield. So the flick of the windshield wipers needed on the Ullman Straight. Very much intermittent setting though for Elliot Earhart. A moment or two ago, 91 Porsche up the inside of the Aston Martin. And was there a wag of the tail of the Porsche? There's a little bit of smoke coming from, I think, the rear of that car, and then a scoot into the gravel as well. It's not smoke, I think it's more about the amount of dirt that's all over the rear of that car, showing quite clearly signs of nearly 15 hours of running around here. But the pace is still good for car 91. The 18 Audi, though, is now in front of it, isn't it? So Elliot Earhart has managed now to put a full lap on Daniel Alleman. So that happened a couple of moments ago. Herbert Motorsport staying in second position, but with the race leader, Rutronic Racing by TECE's Audi, in front of it. And unfortunately for the 91 crew, not a matter of feet in front, it is a full lap plus those feet. So 2 minutes and 9, nearly 10 seconds represents the gap between car 18 and car 91. This might be quite useful for Daniel Alleman, though, to be able to judge his pace and realise quite how quickly they need to be going to match the efforts of car 18. And before I get your thoughts on that, Snowy, let's head to Andrew Marriott. What do you reckon about this rain then, Andrew? Is it going to get more substantial?
Yes, it is, Johnny. It is definitely raining now. Just for the last minute or so, it's got quite heavy. It's still quite light. It's light rain, but it could see the track dampened up. I think at the moment they're fine on the slicks. If it carries on like this for another 10 minutes or so, I think we might see a flurry of activity changing onto the rain tyres. So that's interesting. See the second Herbert Porsche 92 car has just come in. That's accelerating down the pit lane now. And well, still a long way to go. And I think, as you rightly said, Johnny, you know, there is this cat and mouse game going on between the two leading teams with their makeup of their drivers. And as we said, the lead car, the lead Audi, does have one driver who hasn't been in the car yet and we think is the slowest of the group. So that they'll obviously try and minimise how much time he is, but he's probably paying quite good money, so he'd expect to get his shillings worth, won't he? But a fascinating battle, I think, through the rest of the morning and then past lunchtime, and then of course, we're finishing at 5 o'clock, basically a day late.
It pretty much is, isn't it? Yeah, 24 hours beyond the time that we'd expected to be packing down the paddock area and getting cars back into freight containers. So thank you to all involved that were happy to extend the weekend into Sunday. We were going to be racing Friday, Saturday, so quite a lot of rejigging needed to be done from a staffing point of view, from a corner worker point of view as well. The corner workers possibly needed to be elsewhere today, so we're immensely grateful for all of you guys and girls around the racetrack allowing this event to take place. It is pretty close here between the top two. Sadly, as I say, not on the same lead lap, but Daniel Alleman is keeping Elliot Earhart, who is also an AM-rated driver, honest at this stage. And the Audi needing to slice through some bits of traffic here and there, and not always in the best position, Snowy.
No, indeed, and forgive the terrible pun, but Herbert Motorsport, it literally all hinges on that bonnet. That's what's costing that bit of time. Literally, that bonnet hinge. Yep. That's what's caused it. So it doesn't just, we've seen a few images of that bonnet. It's actually bent at the back, and I think that's probably because it failed. I think trying to shut it is actually bent it a little bit. Hopefully it'll go there. Weather though, Andrew Marriott has updated us. At the start of this race, we had unexpected Florida scenes of it in rain. I was surprised on the formation that we had 2 formation laps. I know we're going back many hours now. I was surprised that somebody wasn't brave enough to try a bit more intermediate. The second, third lap, first 10 minutes or so, it did seem to come down a bit more, but it was almost worth it. And had they tried it, I just wonder. I just thought at the time there wasn't quite enough spray when somebody was not brave enough to go on to intermediate. So it was that first stint. But wipers are now there. We can see the leading Audi there with its wiper busily working away as it comes onto the main straight. 2 minutes 8 seconds is its lead. 2 minutes 10 now. It's got a couple of seconds. So as you say, it's only just they're doing 2:08.9s anyway. 2:12. So there's the lap time changing already, Johnny. We're dropping down 8.4 seconds already.
So through turn number 1 goes Elliot Earhart from Daniel Alleman. And this is a key point in the race because ideally the teams would have put their more experienced, their more kind of car performance savvy drivers behind the wheel that could deal with a little bit of movement, deal with the tail maybe stepping out. But I have to say Earhart and Alleman are doing a stellar job here, picking a speed. They don't want to be doing kind of qualifying pace here, but they want to just be surviving out front, avoiding any unforced errors. And Earhart, with a full lap to his advantage, doesn't need to be pushing like crazy, just needs to be keeping the car on the island. But this is a tricky phase to the race because those on the Pratt Purchase will be keeping an eye on the radar to see whether the rain is likely to close in anymore and get worse. As Mariotti described, it's getting heavier, but it is still essentially light rain. Although the windscreen for car 18 is starting to pick up quite a bit more water now. The real difficulty for me is that this racetrack is on different surfaces. So although the asphalt will still offer quite a bit of grip, through Sunset Bend at the end of the lap, the concrete, even though there's that section under the bridge, of course, which will stay nice and dry, but either side of it, it could get very slidey indeed. And down towards turn 1 as well, you might be all of a sudden understeering off into the scenery, realising I really should have pitted on the previous lap for wet weather tyres. But this needs to be a firm and sharp decision, Andrew Marriott, because Hankook only provide, my understanding, dry and wet weather tyres. There's no halfway house.
The number 10 Lamborghini has come in with substantial bodywork damage to the right front of the car. We should just have that on camera in a moment. I think Seb is coming now. He's just putting a rain mac onto his camera. That gives you an indication that it is getting damper here, and I expect he'll hop over the wall. Obviously, it's taken a hit here, has the Lamborghini. And you see they're just working on the splitters damage. I think that was probably going to go behind the wall, you know.
Andrew, I'm sure you're absolutely right there, and thank you for the correction. I've just gone and read the rules. I should have read the rules before I spoke. You were quite right. Completely forgetting it. In this particular series, Hankook supply only a wet and a slick tyre, so it's exactly why there were no intermediates at the beginning. Answers my own question.
Indeed.
I should have read the regulations first. Thank you, Andrew.
I had forgotten that too, though, in truth. And yeah, you needed to be substantially wet to go for wet weather tyres, because even if the track surface was damp at the start, if you knew it was going to stop raining within the first half an hour and then dry up, because I mean ambient temperature is pretty good, 25 degrees Celsius currently in Sebring, so, and a high of 27 degrees expected later on, which in Fahrenheit incidentally is 80. So yeah, ambient temperature is not too bad. Therefore, when it stops raining, I would guess that the track surface will dry up reasonably quickly. The wind will help as well. It's been very blustery for the last 3 or 4 days. But yes, the Lamborghini looking rather sorry for itself. Car number 10 from Lippert Motorsport. This is the GT3 version. It's just had all of that work on the front right brake, and now having to be bandaged up, and I think that's the correct phrase, because they're not going for anything aesthetically pleasing here. Just get the tape on as quickly as you can.
Well, they're racing stripes, aren't they, technically? That's what we're going.
Yeah,
go faster racing stripes. We could always accentuate the positive, but the body language of the team manager there from the Lippert Lamborghini team there, looking utterly dejected, the shoulders down. The mechanics are a little bit more positive, and out comes the gaffer tape and tank tape. It's always what keeps a good racing car going to the end. It wouldn't be an endurance race without some bodywork, usually the front or rear, held on by strip after strip after tape. And it looks like a proper endurance racing car. I drove for a team once. The team manager or team principal always felt it was better if the car looked like, because it had worked. He didn't want a clean, pristine car. It was endurance racing. It wasn't a, as he called it, a sprint, a Grand Prix.
Let's get back to Andrew Marriott then, because you have found Sebastian Balthazar.
Yeah, it got a bit slippery due to rain, so I touched tiny bit the inside wall, and so we had to repair it. My teammate is going in out now. Hope the car's still well, but it was not the easiest conditions under wet on slicks. So yeah, let's see what we can handle and go for it.
How about the brakes? Because there was a brake problem when you first went out.
Yeah, actually I managed it. It was a bit, the balance was a bit off regarding the brakes. But yeah, it was in general not easy due to the bit of rain. So tried my best, and yeah, now it's Brendan's turn. Let's see what he can do.
How is it racing sports car? You've got a lot of single-seater experience. You were in GP3, if I remember.
Exactly. I had a break of 5 years after my single-seater career. I went back with Lippert in the Super GP3 last season, my debut, and yeah, this time it's time for GT3, and it's my first 24 hours race. Went quite good so far. Let's see what we can do now, and some hours left. So, yeah, thank you.
Yes, thanks very much indeed, and good that he talked to us after having that accident. The moment he got his helmet off, he was on the interview. So. Well done to Seb there, as the car, I think, is almost tank taped up and ready to go back into the race, obviously with a driver change, and it's Brendan Leach, to the New Zealander, who is now going to take the car out. And not sure, I haven't got a timing screen in front of me, Snowy. Is the car still third?
Yes, it is currently. Yeah, it is.
Hanging on just about
355 laps down, so it's 29 seconds down at the moment. It's Fabrizio Broggi in the Willy Motorsport by Ebby Motors Porsche that's right behind that, the 955 car in full position. That's a little bit further down at the moment, but might get away with that one, Andrew. We will see.
Actually, I was about to say that the biggest threat is coming from behind, and Fabrizio Broggi, and our TV graphic would suggest that the 955 has now got in front of car 10. We're waiting for that to update on our timing screen. There's obviously a little bit of variation in terms of where the cars are timed from and where the place changes occur, but 955 was only 4.5 minutes behind. And yeah, now, well, confirmed on one screen and not the other, but I think it's only a matter of time for those 4.5 hours. 4.5 hours, 4.5 minutes.
4.5 minutes. Yes.
Yeah, 4.5 hours would take a lot longer for Fabrizio Broggi to close in upon, but I think he's done it, and he moves up to third position. That doesn't alter his class place. Was leading the 991 part of the race anyway in the Willy Motorsport by Ebby Motors car, and that will put a cushion of a car between him and Patrick Houseman, who is back at the wheel of car 907. That's the Andy Lally, Tracy Crone, Nick Johnson and Patrick Houseman driven car. Expecting Tracy Crone in, as he said, for 2 or maybe even 3 more stints between now and the checker. 710 is the GTX race leader, which is the Leipzig Motorsport Lamborghini, which has had nothing like the bad luck that the sister car has had to this point. Leading GTX with Al Miller at the wheel of that. 346 laps for that machine. 470. Anthony Noble is the GT4 class leader, with Roman De Angelis second and Chandler Hull in third. So it's a good fight going on potentially for GT4. They are all within a couple of laps of each other. Gap of 1:47 between Noble and De Angelis. So the 470 car is the Nova Sport Porsche 718 Cayman, which Matt Travis, Jason Hart, Alex Meyer and Zach Anderson are also driving. But Anthony Noble currently at the wheel of 470 from the 423, which is, as I say, another GTX car. It's a Heart of Racing team Aston Martin, the car that Ian James is driving. But Roman De Angelis currently at the wheel of that, with Alex Riberas not long out of it. He did an hour or so after our broadcast recommenced at 6:30 this morning. So 9 hours still to go. Elliot Earhart building the gap, having lapped Daniel Alleman. He's now starting to stretch his legs for a second time over the 91 car, and not quite very comfortable for Rutronic Racing, but they do seem to have the measure on the Herbert Motorsport guys at this stage, considering Elliot Earhart is rated as an AM driver, exactly as Daniel Alleman is, and the AM for Rutronic is just that little bit quicker, that little bit more consistent than Daniel Alleman, who himself is certainly no slouch. So this is where races like this can be won and lost. You don't necessarily notice it at the time, but tracking back once this event is done, on the lap times, the average lap times, this is crucial time being bought by Rutronic Racing by TECE. And Elliot Earhart not necessarily having it all his own way in terms of a comfortable drive, because he's having to put in quite a lot of corrective steering out of the Le Mans sequence of corners through 15 and 16 and onto the Ullman Straight. I would say, though, Snowy, that at this stage, any immediate threat of more rain, more substantial and kind of worrying rain, where you need to think about a tyre change, has gone for the time being. But it is going to be one of those days today, showers, where you have to make key decisions. Can we live with the rain? Can we kind of wait it out, or do we have to make that crucial decision, dive in and change rubber?
It's that element of doubt, isn't it? Because you start to come down. It's a classic thing for a race team, whether it be driver, strategist, mechanics, engineers, whatever it may be. You want one thing or the other.
Yes.
Not that bit in between, that uncharted territory of what do we do. They've got the data on all bits of signals. That's why we say so often in these cars, why do teams get cars back out again to go around, to trundle around 20 laps down or more for 2 hours? It's data collection, and particularly if the weather's changed, it's there, it's valuable time. Nothing beats track time. You can go testing as much as you like, but nothing beats race simulation. You can't beat it. But you want one thing or the other. You want it wet, you want it dry, not that bit in between. And just that bit there, that's caught out the Lamborghini and nobody else. That's all. That's just cost them third place. It's cost them a place on the podium just for those dampening conditions. And it's as simple as that. And you just got to hope it... I hope it personally just stays dry now.
Yeah. No, I think you wouldn't be alone there. But my forecast definitely says showers, and it's navigating your way through, because we know about the major storm in the Atlantic, which delayed the container ship to get these cars here. and there is still quite a bit of water on one or two of the camera lenses around the racetrack, so whether that's a legacy of what's happened in the last 20 or so minutes, or whether the rain is back again, it's going to be one of those days, I think, Andy, where it's going to be so difficult to predict the next wave of weather.
Yes, indeed, Patrick Huysman's just out of the car. The man who won the Porsche Super Cup 4 years running, but that was quite a long time ago, Patrick.
Yeah, and been quite a while since I was here last time. When I won the 12 hours in '99, I was here for the last time. Also these Porsche, so it's good to be back with Porsche and with racing, drone racing. So far so good. Conditions sometimes are difficult though, with the drizzle.
Well, that's a very good English word that I was trying to think of. It's drizzle, isn't it? And it comes and it goes.
Yeah, it is drizzle and it goes. So it started on the back stretch and around 17:01, and then it started to move from 5 till turn 10. So, and now on my in lap, the rain was gone, but still slippery.
And, what about the future for you? You've been racing for 25 years, I think, or even longer.
Well, it's almost 35 years now.
35.
It's been a while. No, for next year, probably going to do VLN at the Nürburgring, the Endurance Series, which is great fun, best track in the world, to be honest. So that's the plan, and then do some 24-hour races. Probably do the Nürburgring 24-hour and maybe Dubai, and from there on we'll see it.
It's great to have you back at SEBRING and enjoying it despite these tricky conditions.
Thank you.
Johnny, whilst Andrew was just doing the interview there, we had a little bit of drama for the new BMW, which is a baptism of fire here at Sebring. It's running down in 18th place. Is the 82 position, no, 82 number car, Neil Verhagen at the wheel in the M Sport M4 GT3. It's a good half of a lap. Looked like it was in. A good half of a lap. Looked like it was in serious trouble with its keeping off the line. Movement indicators do work on BMWs and on items at the same time, 4 corners at the same time, and so that explodes that myth. Then all of a sudden that went off. They went off, so again. So something for a bit later on, or Nick, whenever it is down in the pit lane, when that car does eventually pit, as to while I'll speak again in a minute. Neil Verhagen needed to suddenly. It almost like it went into limp mode.
Yeah,
it was very slow.
Yeah, it came off the pace, definitely, and now all of a sudden he's back on it again. So an intermittent problem perhaps for the BMW M4, number 82, which is running in 18th position. Now, Andrew Marriott, the much anticipated interview with Ian James at Heart of Racing Team.
Indeed, yes, I found Ian's just... wait, have you been sleeping?
I had a little nap, yeah.
No, Ian's just back on the pit lane here. Now, first thing is, Ian is a new BRDC member. You've got to get the hat, mate.
Yeah.
It took me about 5 years to get him in.
Yeah, no, you convinced me.
Aside from that, Ian, car having a great run at the moment.
Yeah, we're having a good, consistent run. You know, the fuel pumps seem to be our nemesis right now. We're just getting that a little bit off kilter, but pace car's good. All 4 drivers are doing well, and we're having fun.
I mean, you've come off a mega weekend last weekend when you had a victory in Petit Le Mans, and that must be one of your best ever results with the Heart of Racing Team.
Yeah, that's one of the biggest ones so far for the team. So we were super excited about that. It was a really hard battle, and we came out on top, so we were happy.
And you're going to extend this operation, I think, for next year, probably more cars even.
That's the plan. Not there yet, but we're working on it. Yeah.
And now what's the run plan from here on in this race now?
Well, yeah, we're just trying to backfill the fuel mileage now, so we're just trying to fill up at every opportunity we get with code 60s and just keep extending our stints. So, like I say, the pace is good, and we just got to get a bit of lady luck.
Ian, we first met a long time ago when you were in Formula Palmer Audi. How long ago was that? 25 years ago. Just explain to people how you made the transition from trying to become a professional racing driver in the UK and then coming to America, and suddenly it's here that you made it.
Yeah, I kind of hit a bit of a roadblock in England and Europe. I couldn't find the funding to continue, and decided to make the move and come and live in America. And back then, it was definitely the right move for me. America's been great to me, and now I'm an American citizen. Still very British, but American citizen, and I'm very thankful for the opportunities I've had. But I've had a great 20-plus years as a professional driver.
What was was the first break you got when you came to America? How did you manage to get a ride?
I think, I managed to talk my way into a drive at Daytona, did pretty well at that. And that was the first break, and it was just somebody giving me an opportunity.
Ian James there, and he's made absolutely the most of that opportunity and now running this outstanding Aston Martin team. Thanks, Ian. I'll keep the hat for now. You'll have to buy one.
Does he not get one with his membership? That's
no, he doesn't.
A little cruel, but okay.
so said Andrew Marriott. No, clearly not.
That's how clearly he had to pay for his as well,
yes.
Andrew Marriott. I'm just tracking back actually through Ian James's career in motorsport. Started, the most significant first campaign was 1993, Formula Vauxhall Junior, where he finished 7th in the championship. The following year, 94, finished 2nd, and then his first taste of US racing in the Skip Barber series, did 6 races in 95. Back to the UK for Formula Renault in 96, F3 97, and then the Formula Palmer Audi season, which was 1998. But took part in his first Daytona 24 hours in 1999 with Red Star Motorsports, and that's the big step basically across the pond, because the following year in 2000 he was part of the American Le Mans series with Michael Colucci Racing, where he did a couple of races, Daytona, here at Sebring as well with the same team, and kind of never looked back after that point. So much racing at US tracks, and now a US citizen, as he was describing. Huge win then last weekend for Heart of Racing team at Petit Le Mans in GT Daytona, and raced here as part of the 12 hours event with the same team earlier on in the season as well. So knows the track, knows the car, and his team. So they're doing well at this stage, running in second position with Roman De Angelis. Andrew Marriott, do you remember those days, mid to late 90s then, Formula what did I say, Formula Vauxhall Junior?
Yeah, I didn't know Ian then, but I knew him when he was in Formula Palmer Audi, because we filmed that series. But the one thing you didn't add in his CV, had a very good class victory at Le Mans. You'd have to look in the books, I can't remember, about 15, 18 years ago, had a class win at Le Mans when he was based in America. And of course his dad, Reg James, was a famous racer in Formula Ford, raced a Lotus, one of those wedge-shaped Lotus 61s, and also raced in Formula 3. And Reg is still around, and one of the reasons that Ian's joined the BRDC actually is because then you get tickets to the British Grand Prix in the clubhouse, and it means his dad could go to the British Grand Prix for free. So it's pretty good reasoning really on his behalf. So I'm just seeing that we're going to have a change from Herbert Motorsport now. Just I think it's Alfred Brunauer suiting up. Always difficult to tell these two, but just to make it difficult for us, they don't have their names on their race suits, because so we can't tell which is which of the twins.
Yeah, just to keep you guessing even more, I suppose. But yeah, free entry to British Grand Prix is possibly better than a free cap, actually. So I wouldn't mind paying for the additional merchandise. I found a third place finish for Ian James at Le Mans in LMP2 with Andy Lally and John Macuzalo in the Miracle Motorsports Courage. So that was in the period of time when he was doing pretty well at Le Mans as well in the mid-2000s. The 18 car of Elia Earhart, now on lap 378, but still a lap clear of the field. And of course, we've still got this big gap between the second place car of Daniel Alleman and Fabrizio Broggi now, who's up to third position in a 991 class car. And that is because of various issues for the GT3 entry. 92, which we would have expected to be up there, the sister Herbert Motorsport Porsche, currently being driven by Wolfgang Triller. Sadly, that is down in 14th place, but still fourth in GT3. And then Charles Espenlaub, the 85 car, they hit dramas that Charlie Putman explained to us in great detail. And that again would have been a car that potentially could have finished on the podium, particularly with their track knowledge of this place, having qualified in second position with Charles Espenlaub doing the time yesterday during that half-hour session from 11:30 in the morning through to midday. So unfortunately, sort of two key members of that GT3 cast have been affected by bad luck, not necessarily of their own making. The third-placed GT3 car is still being repaired in the pit. Sebastian Balthazar getting out of that car, and who did we think we were going to get back into it? Brendan Leach, suggested by Andrew Marriott, but so far we haven't seen that car return to the racetrack, car number 10, and it is still losing all-important time to Elliot Earhart and Daniel Alabin. You could argue it was never really going to catch up those 12 laps or so that it had lost, and that's a fairly agreeable theory, I suppose. But then again, the 18 car hasn't hit any bumps in the road just yet, or the 91 either. Can they keep this pristine record all the way to the finish? That does seem to be a big ask around this really tricky race circuit, particularly with over a third of the race still to go, Peter Snowden.
Indeed, and no sight of the return of the CWS Ginetta either, which I think that kind of tells us that it's not going to be repaired. I think you could well be completely and utterly spot on that immediately, Johnny, that when it was returning to the pits on the back of a low loader, that it did look terminal, and the fact there's been no footage, no sight, no sound, no anything of that car, I suggest it's been quietly parked away, had a top put over it, sadly, which is a shame for great supporters of the series, Colin White and his crew, to the point of coming out to America and actually renting a car as well. They could have picked anything else, but obviously pick what you know, I guess, makes one logical way of doing it. But they could have easily said, hang on, different circuit, different continent, let's go into something a bit different. No, they've gone into the higher Ginetta, and that won't have been a work of 5 minutes to get that sorted. So great shame to see what looks like the demise of the CWS Engineering Ginetta G55.
Yeah, and joining a mounting pile of cars that are shown as being in the pit lane right now. A couple of GT4 cars are there as the Retronic Audi turns left through turns 3, 4 and 5 and heads towards the hairpin, and we can go to the pit lane once again with Andrew Marriott.
Including that Lamborghini. After I did the interview, there was suddenly a big discussion amongst the Lippert team, the father and son team, and the car did accelerate down the pit lane. I think it must have done another lap and got in, because if you tell me it's not going round, then it will be behind the pit wall. And as they say in America, my bad with Ian James and that 2006 Le Mans. They were on the podium in that LMP2 car, but they finished third. So you're absolutely right, Johnny. I remember them doing really well, and I thought they won the class, but they hadn't. They were actually third. But it was a very good run, and wonderful to see Ian running this team, which of course has also done some great work for charity as well, and raised a lot of money up in the Seattle area for a children's hospital.
Well, that's excellent. So yeah, long may that continue, that initiative. Long may that continue, that initiative. You were going purely on memory advantage in that case. It was a race won in 2006 in LMP2 by the RML crew with their MG Lola. Mike Newton, Tommy Erdo, Andy Wallace, that classic lineup in car 25 that took victory in the 2006 Le Mans event. And it was won overall by, must have been an Audi, and was Frank Bieler, Marco Werner and Emanuele Pirro. I'm sure a trio that had great success around this place as well, because mid-2000s, Andrew Marriott, Sebring, no stranger to Audi R12s, R15s, and so much success around here.
And 2006 Le Mans being a year that Tom Christensen didn't win it.
Indeed.
He was second, to be fair, but
he was third, actually.
My apology, he was third.
76, 77, 78, 79, 80. These are great big signs. 80, 81, 82, 83 are all Porsche, but then of course you go further down the pits and then all the signs for the Audis there. And I did just want to add that we talked about Mike Newton and his Tommy Erdos and the crew winning that Le Mans back then. Of course, Mike's still racing that car very successfully at the moment in the Master Series, having regular podiums this season, still with the same crew, Phil Barker and the boys who ran it back in the day. Those cars still running very well. They're obviously a lot of the time badged as MGs, of course. So great to see old Le Mans cars racing. I would recommend anybody, if they go to a Masters race, the Legends Le Mans cars always put up a great show, and some of them are really quite modern, even the Peugeot diesels, which did a lot of testing here, of course, some years ago, before their campaign was snubbed out. They found out at Sebring that the program was discontinued, actually, and they had a brand new car. They changed the engine, if I remember, from a V10 to a V8, and they're all on the pit road working for the next season of the WEC, and suddenly somebody at Peugeot pulled the plug. And that car, the experimental, I call it the 90X, that car is also racing in the Legends series, run by Bob Berridge and the boys. Bob's got a whole fleet of those Peugeot diesels that raced against the Audi diesels. So that's just a bit of background for you. That rain has now lifted. So I think hopefully these clouds will roll back now. After all, we are in Florida, you know. One other thing that's very strange for me here is normally when I come to the 12-hour race, I've covered it, I suppose, 25 years, always in the air you can smell the orange blossom. It's the right, just down the road from here, is miles and miles. We drive up the 27, there's miles and miles of orange groves, and if the wind's blowing in the right direction, you can actually smell the orange blossom here in the pit lane at Sebring, and sort of mixed with the fuel. It's a heady mix. But of course, this time of year, as I drove up the 27 yesterday, there's no oranges on the trees. They're still just, I suppose, just the buds are just growing at the moment. So that's a strange thing about being here at Sebring in November rather than March.
Yeah, that instantly recognised scent, not present at this time of year, but you still get the fuel and you still get that smell of burning rubber as well, which is synonymous with Sebring International Raceway, or indeed most racetracks around the world. But I have sort of smelt the scent of Florida oranges, so I know exactly what you mean, hoping that the super weekend for World Endurance Championship and the 12 hours will take place as planned next March. Of course, it was due to take place in 2020 and then had to be scrapped very, very late on, with a number of team personnel already on site for only the second time that would have been run, a WEC race on the Friday night, and then the 12 hours, the Mobile 1 12 hour of Sebring on the following Saturday. But that is the plan for the new year, next March, to kick off a new season of the World Endurance Championship, and it'll be round 2 of the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship following Daytona. Into the pits, Elliot Earhart arriving. So this is certainly the end of his fuel stint. He took over last time, didn't he? So should be fine for at least another hour, or at most another hour. Or are they going to do? No, they are going to do a driver change. This might be Michael Doppelmayr taking over, therefore. Doppelmayr yet to do his minimum drive time. So sharing the car with Earhart, who will be outgoing, Sven Herberger and Marcus Winkelhock. But the seat insert taken away with Elliot Earhart as well. And that was a tough old stint for Elliot, because he will have had the niggling doubt as to whether the rain was going to get worse. Did he need to come into the pits? I'm sure in constant communication with Manuel Reuter and the rest at Rutronic Racing by TECE. But Andrew's right in his point about the weather improving, because sunshine a lot more evident around the racetrack now as the cloud cover is maybe lightening slightly. The strong wind helping, of course, to take that recent weather system away, but it may just be bringing the next lot of showers in. Hopefully they stay as showers, though, rather than anything more significant. Tyre pressures, or new tyres, I'm sure, to be fitted to the car, but pressures can be checked as well. And then the car will be waved away into the fueling area for Michael Doppelmayr to take his allocated amount of fuel for the next hour or so of running.
I think you're absolutely right, Johnny. That's exactly who's in the car now. He said they've got to do a minimum amount of time, each of the drivers in the car, and I'm sure he's in there. Not massively experienced, is Michael in this Austrian. He's done just literally this last couple of years, isn't it? Really, 2018 he did a little bit of GT3 Cup, and then came into this series with Car Collection originally, and then Rutronic twice this year. So 3 outings in an Audi. So still getting used to it. The Vortex, it's also, we mentioned that earlier, I hate to say it, but it's now travelling around slowly, but on a very smooth part of the circuit. So just let's keep our fingers crossed on that one for the moment. What did surprise me was that the number 5 Liepard Lamborghini is back into the pits again. This is the GT3 entry, not the GTX one. That's the number 4 car, but that's in the pits and been there for a little while now, and didn't see that coming into what that was. And that was the car that had the an issue with the front end, wasn't it, a little bit earlier on? So that appears to be in the pits as well. I'm guessing it's gone behind the wall somewhere, Johnny, so we can't see that. It's not actually on site in the pit lane.
So Elliot Earhart has clambered out of car 18. That is now in the fueling area, and Andrew Marriott hopefully will be able to confirm the new driver. I reckon it's Michael Doppelmayr, but at the very least we can also hear from Elliot himself.
Elliot, you've been impressing the commentators in the Global Centre with your speed. Very good laps for a guy that mainly raced Seat. You've raced Seats and VWs and things like that. Well, this is a different beast. You're doing a fantastic job, mate.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Yeah, it was difficult because it started to rain, yeah, and it was very slippery and we had slick tires on it, yeah, and yeah, it was a little bit, yeah, I managed it because we were on a P1 at the moment, yeah, and I want not to go too high risk, but I think it was okay, yeah, till the end. It was not a mistake, and at the end of this stint it was dry, and yeah, I think it was a good one, yeah.
How many races have you done in an R8?
Sorry?
How many races have you done in an Audi R8?
How
many races? How many times you raced the Audi?
I think a lot. Maybe 40 races, yeah, with the Audi R8. I know the car very good, and I like the car very. First time for me in Sebring, it was a little bit difficult because of the containers. I had just 8 laps before to start to the race, yeah. It was hard for me, but I like America. I like this track. It's amazing, yeah. And yeah, hopefully, I think it's 6 hours 30 to go, yeah. And we will see what happens, yeah.
Yeah, which is the most difficult turn? Turn 17, the last one, or this, the very fast, this first turn 1?
Yeah, 1 and 17, yeah. Because of the tarmac, yeah. It's very, very difficult in the rain and also in the dry conditions. And now in the last stint, it was difficult in turn 17 because it was very, very slippery. And yeah, but we managed it and everything is fine, yeah. Pierre, if you see it, yeah, we think about you.
And last, who got in the car? Did Michael get in the car now?
Yeah, now it's Michael in the car, yeah, because he needs the driving time, yeah, he needs 40 minutes, and then, yeah, we will see to push until the end, yeah.
What about driving with Winkelhock? That must be a nice experience.
Yeah, I know Marco's very good. We drive last this year in the ADAC GT Masters 1 race, yeah, he was my teammate, not on the same car, but I know him very good, and he's a very, very good driver, but we also miss Pierre, yeah, for sure.
Yeah, thanks very much for that, and you've been doing an amazing job, mate.
Yeah, thanks, yeah. And maybe we'll see us later.
Let's hope so. Victory Circle.
Brilliant.
Elliot Earhart is the man to step out of the Rutronic Racing by TECE car, and the new driver in is indeed Michael Doppelmayr. But just looking at the history of Earhart then through the last few years, has raced at Dubai in the 24 with MRS GT Racing, so that will have been with a Porsche, but had already made the connection with TECE because he was in the Porsche Carrera Cup Deutschland with the TECE backer. So that I'm thinking now that is Elliot Earhart, the TECE part of it, when they were known as TECE MRS GT Racing. And then stepped into full-fat GT3 cars in 2016 with HB Racing, did some Audi Sport Racing Academy competition in 2017, and then in 2018 and 19 the ADAC GT Masters with a combination of EFP and car collection. So made the initial steps towards the four rings of Audi probably 5 years or so ago, stepping away from the Porsche Carrera Cup competition he'd done. But Andrew's quite right in the sense that his early racing career began with the ADAC VW Polo Cup and was a champion actually in Seats in 2011 with a couple of wins along the way. So a variety of different motorsport disciplines, starting off in tin tops and moving on into sports cars. 8.5 hours still to go. Fabian Dance at the wheel of the Autorama Motorsport by Wolf Power Racing, the VW Golf. Stefan Perrat, though, leading that TCR class. in his Audi. So Audi's to the fore in both of the individual races taking place here at the Sebring International Circuit. Remember, GT Series and the TCE Series treated as two completely separate competitions for which we have separate title winners at the end of the season. But it is Audi to the fore in both, but Stéphane Perrin has just a minute and a half's advantage over the number 1 VW Golf of Fabian Dance, and Roberto Ferri, well, he's not as much of a threat, 20 odd minutes further behind. So what was that, 9 laps separating Stéphane Perrin, the TCE leader, from the third placed car. 91 Porsche heading back into the race, having just been fueled, and that's Robert Renauer taking charge of the 91 car. And as Herbert Motorsport have a change of driver, we have a change of pit lane reporter. Andrew Marriott stepping down for a well-deserved break, and we can say good day, good morning, and we can say good morning once again.
Hello. Hello. Well, yes, it's a lovely morning, isn't it? Well, I have to say you were very lucky here, because when I drove in from the hotel about 45 minutes ago, the track missed a massive downpour by about a mile. Because I drove through it, swish, full on windscreen wipers, thinking, oh, that's going to be definitely changing tyres. As literally I turned the left to go down towards the entrance of the track, it all just drizzled out to nothing. So there were some showers were bubbling around this morning, but as you can see, it's picked up, it's looking lovely. Though there is forecast the chance of showers all the way through to 1 o'clock this afternoon. So being British and turning up somewhere, the first thing I need to do, Johnny, of course, is the weather forecast.
That's brilliant thinking on your feet, Nick, because in fairness, I think it was just a message to say that you were taking Andrew Marriott. So the ability to talk about not very much at all, and Nick does it well. So thank you for that, and good morning once again. And as soon as we get brilliantly well. So thank you for that, and good morning once again. And as soon as we get any more news, still very much a 2-horse race at the sharp end in GT3. And still very much a 2-horse race at the sharp end in GT3. And that 188 ahead of car 1. But we've got class battles galore, including in GT4. Only 12 seconds now separating Anthony Noble in the 470 BMW from the Aston Martin number 423, which is finding pace. 2:14.1 last time around. That's a good over 2 seconds faster than Noble's speed. So we've very shortly, I reckon, Snowy, we're going to have a nose-to-tail scrap within GT4.
Just what we need to spice it up. Always good to see him doing well.
I'll just correct myself, actually. Yep. 470 is not a BMW, and those down at Nova Sport will be going, what is this Palmer bloke going on about? They very much race a Porsche 718 Cayman. I cannot get Porsches and BMWs mixed up.
Easy mistake, good recovery, though.
Thanks. I was in the gravel, I was nearly in the wall, but managed to retrieve it.
And he had a wheel in.
Okay, that's very kind of you to say. Has the 421 got a little bit of damage on the front of that car? Is that just the way that the light's picking it up?
I think it's the graphics.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, maybe. And that's not being rude about the graphics, because it's certainly a very svelte-looking paint scheme, indeed, but it just looked like the bonnet wrinkle, and I thought of a crinkle, and I thought the Tangerine Associates Team ACP BMW had a small drama. Hey, Nick may be able to shed a bit more light on that in due course. It is in the fueling area, so they're still running car 421, and that car was brought in by Jim Norman. So we'll wait to see whether there's been a driver change there. Maybe Catesby Jones, Josh Norman or Ken Goldberg taking over. So they are running in GT4 as well, but down in 4th position and quite a bit off the pace. But we've potentially got, again, 2 cars that could do well within GT4. I don't quite know where the 438 has lost all of that time. If that is correct, no, I think that's a misreading. It's not 40 minutes, the gap. It's only a couple of laps back to Chandler Hull in the ST Racing. Now, that is a BMW, isn't it? Let me just double check, because I'm doubting myself. No, ST Racing is definitely the M4 GT4 for Chandler Hull.
Something that Nick could chase up for us, perhaps, is the Lieport. You got me saying it then. I nearly said the wrong make of car then, but I won't. But before I do it, Lamborghini. That's still in the pits. As to, is that being worked on. Is it just in there or is it terminal? We saw that brake issue with it. It was that one, wasn't it? The
10.
The number 10 car, yes, the number 10 car that's dropping down in the order. It is now 8th overall. So it looks like that front end problem, I'm guessing, was probably more like the brake issue was resolved, wasn't it?
Yeah.
But I think it's the front end issue when it collected the wall and that little bit of shower we had for a minute. And as you were saying earlier about the CW, that much of a damage on the outside. What's underneath? What else does it do? And it looks like the Lamborghini's suffered something, if not terminal yet. We have got 8.5 hours to go, but it has been in there for a little while now. I think it came in third or fourth. It's now down to 8th already.
Third, I remember, and the 955 subsequently overtook it. It wasn't really in with a shadow taking outright victory because they had about 12 laps to catch up on the Rutronic racing car. This will be interesting, though, regarding Robert Renau, because we now have Michael Doppelmayr, who only started racing 3 or 4 years ago and does not have the same sort of speed as Marcus Winkelhock. So 218.6 is about 10, sometimes 15 seconds slower.
To be fair, that is a slow lap. He's doing 2:14s, 2:13s normally. Right. So your point's right.
So 10 seconds away.
10 seconds is about, yeah.
And I say that as a matter of fact, rather than a judgment in his speed necessarily, because everybody, has to identify their own delta, which they are comfortable with, and that's the beauty of sports car racing, is that it contains outright pros, but also drivers that, along with providing some funding, are also very good bronze-rated, very good AM-rated drivers. And it's always fascinating to me when you compare the non-pros with each other, who can provide the consistency, that all-important consistency of a 20-lap run, to identify a lap time and stick to it. But no doubt about the fact that time's going to come down now, particularly because Robert Renau has just set the 91 car's best lap of the race. So clearly conditions are very good on the racetrack. Plenty of Hankook rubber's been going down over the last nearly 16 hours. The wind has maybe dropped a little bit, and we've got, a dry racetrack. I mean, it has to be dry to be able to do a 202.841. So Robert Renau is starting to turn up the wick. He's still got to unlap himself first of all, and then start to close in upon car 18 meaningfully. So we get to see 2 overtakes here, neither of which you sent Doppelmayr will force, although the second one, if it ever comes, will be defended more stoutly than the first.
Well, I think the beginning of that unlapping might take place because I think they're together on the track, aren't they? As I can see, they're not going to move very, very far away. So that's exactly what Renau's got to do. It's a stonking time there, as you say, a 202.8 for 3 all of a sudden.
Now, that's not the fastest lap of the race, is it? Because we had that 202.1 that was a Winkelhock time. And who else has come close to that? 202. We haven't had anybody else in the 202s, actually.
No.
So that's to within 7/10 of the fastest lap of the race.
Also, Bill Oberlin down in the BMW M4 GT3, a 203.9 he's just set as well. So that BMW might be, it's testing, as we said it was, is some proving of that car there, but it's certainly got the pace. Really is some proving of that car there, but it's certainly got the pace. It's just
over the line will go the number 1 VW Golf, driven by Fabian Dance, 1C behind Stefan Perrin, and how are the lap time? 3 behind Stefan Perrin, and how are the lap times going? Well, heard from during Andrew Marriott's stint, and he was about to get on board, I think, his car at the time.
I think meant Andrew Marriott then. I thought Andrew was going to sort of alive from the car for us lap round.
I wouldn't put it past him.
No, I wouldn't. Actually, we shouldn't give him it, should we?
Well, the way he can crowbar himself into a garage to speak to a driver fresh from a stint, I'm sure he could muscle his way into a car as well. Be interesting. Mariotti could produce, having witnessed so many fantastic drivers through his reporting career. He will have picked up a trickle on the way.
There will be a story of him sitting alongside some driver somewhere around the circuit,
undoubtedly.
And it'll be in the book.
Yes, absolutely right. So yes, never short of a story or two. Andrew Marriott, who will get back again in the pits before the end, by the way. So this Sunday continues to improve weather-wise, and the early cloud cover shortly after sunrise I thought would become more of a concern through the course of this morning. Our forecast for the rest of the day is showers, and you tend to build this sort of a venue, an airfield in wartime under cloud deliberately, so it will be an affected area for cloud cover historically. And we've had wet SEBRING 12 hours, many of them in the past. And that's the beauty of running a race over such a long distance, 12 hours, and indeed this weekend 24 hours. You're going to get changeable weather. The number one car has had a little bit of frontal damage, I know, going to get changeable weather. The number one car has had a little bit of frontal damage loose. That won't be rattle loose concern necessarily during the next pit stop. If it needs to come off, of course they could just tear that off, rather incur a penalty for it, a black flag with the orange spots, than incur a penalty for it, a black flag with the orange spot. Down the start section, down the start-finish straight, so it is dislodged. It has found its way into even though it is dislodged, it has found its way into a relatively stable position as yet. So car number of hours yet. So car number one heading through this sequence of corners at 3, 4 and 5. But Renauer, who will make short work of it on the exit of turn 5 and the run towards hairpin. So if he's not already in front of Michael Doppelmayr, there's really not very far at all to go. It's close to being a lap time now that separates them. 2:08.0 through the last split. Doppelmayr back to Robert Renauer on a clear road in front of the German at this stage. Heading through Fangio and that hard stop at turn 10, which is the run into Collier and then Tower corner, the right-hander at 13. Roman De Angelis in the Aston Martin, so that may well mean a driver change. As heard from Ian James not too long ago, so it might be Ian, might be Gray Newell. Alex Riberas has been in that car fairly recently, so if they are doing a driver change, it's unlikely to be the Spaniard. Roman De Angelis, though, only 16.1 seconds away from Anthony Noble as that car came into pit lane. And the 470, therefore, can't be too far away from a fuel stop. The 421 in big problems, though. Jim Norman has found the tyre barrier. Now, is that just a gap in the tyre wall? He can't have pushed the tyres back that far, surely. This is the car that I was suggesting might have been a bit damaged, and it's massively damaged on the rear because that's broken at least a toe link. So there are going to be 3 wheels on this wagon that are currently trying to guide that car even more into the scenery.
Well, returning it at some pace there, but left rear corner, most of that missing, bodywork hanging off, tail lamp missing, etc., etc. I think you're absolutely right. I think he's just gone round, gone into there already. I think he was trying to get it out of the way, to be honest, and then reverted out and recovered. But setting off at a pace there that I'm surprised at, with that left rear towing out quite the way it was. Perhaps he wasn't aware of that as much. If you're going to conveyor belting, not quite sure.
Yeah, until you drive away, you won't know that there is damage to the rear suspension, and fairly substantial as well. So in a moment, Nick Damon's going to get a rather crabbing 421 BMW into pit road. But before that, you've got 2 other cars there.
The Nola Sport, the 470, they're doing a full service on their Porsche Cayman. Came in 6th overall. A bit more work going on. If we spin around, they're going to have it's a fluid check. And in comes the 421 with the deranged toe link, the broken rear bumper, and that's going straight behind the wall. So that has had a interface with a barrier. That's not the case where the toe link is broken of its own. It's had an interface with a barrier, taking off the rear bumper, and he's now going to go and fix that. As the 710 Lippert SPX Lamborghini also leaves after a full service, and he's obviously going to go trundling down into fuel. So we've got quite a bit of topping up going for the Nola Sport car as they whiz away with their 5-nut studs. So plenty of NASCAR, well, I say NASCAR sounding action. So last year we'll have that NASCAR sound of whiz, 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 whiz. But of course they're going single wheel nut from next year. So will just be GT4 where you can get the excitement of that. Now, what they actually are doing, it looks like they're going to do whether they're doing a brake change or a pad change. Now, these are GT4 cars. I'm not sure whether they have. No, they don't have. They have dry brake systems. Yeah, so they have the dry brake. The caliper's already off on the front left. I'm not sure if we can get. Hope you get a shot in there. Probably the better shot, young man, is you come around that way. So you come around and shoot from this. I'm doing TV direction now, just to try and get the pictures a little bit easier. This big concrete wall, obviously, which is a safety concept and a concept that's different for America, keeps us away from the action, but keeps us from being run over as well. So personally, I'd rather be in the action. And obviously, I had to tell Andrew on several occasions not to go over the wall because he was kind of almost sprung over there because that's what he's used to after many, many years of working American pit lanes. So as you can see, even with the asbestos gloves, those things are pretty hot, and the mechanics have to take his hands off every couple of seconds. So you kind of wedge it through. So Nola Sport doing a front brake change. Again, quite a late one where it's well past halfway. Perhaps they were waiting for a code 60, knowing how to do it at some point. Obviously doing it in the light's a better idea. With so much of the start of the race being in the dark, it was a chance that you had to wait for first light. Slightly more involved process, even with the dry brake system than the GT3 cars. The disc itself is not a floating disc. You can see it's a mounted disc onto the studs. And as you see, they're working their way through. Anyways, this is going to be on for a while. I don't know if you noticed the non-homologated flamingo in the back of the car, Johnny?
No.
Let's see if I can get our cameraman to have a quick shot of the non-homologated flamingo. He's going to come around. He's on there. I'm trying to move him, but he's on air. He can't. That's it. You sweep round. That's it, on air. And you look at the lovely flamingo. Can you see the flamingo at the door? So there's a non-homologated flamingo. I'm not sure where you get homologated flamingos from, to be honest. I'm not sure what they'd have to comply with. Is there a particular wingspan? Can they not have too big a slot gap between the tail and the feet? Who knows? I'm sure whatever they were supposed to comply from. Oh, hang on. I'm hearing Christian Horner is protesting the flamingo. He doesn't like the flamingo. He is protesting the flamingo. Horner protests flamingo exclusive. Thanks, Johnny.
Well, we talked a lot about swallow neck wings, haven't we, in the past on the new shaped wing for the new Audi R8, and that flamingo neck is very conveniently placed for it to be suspended over the rear of the seat, effectively. It's basically just a mascot for that crew, and delivering them pretty good luck at this stage. Respect the bumps is the sign on the rear of the track sweeper, which has arrived on the scene, and those tyres, which I was suggesting couldn't have been pushed back that far, in fact have by Jim Norman and the BMW number 421. Is that at Sunset Bend? I think it's right at the end of the lap, because the bridge over the track is that one which allows access in and out of the paddock, I'm pretty sure.
I think you're absolutely right, Johnny, because like you, I concurred, because I couldn't believe the tyres could have been moved that far back.
Yeah.
Particularly when we saw the car was reversing out with damage on it already, and there was no frontal damage, but I think you're absolutely right there. If Nick gets the opportunity to go and see that car, which is the BMW GT4 which you're talking about, that just had that damage, I'm not quite sure what's happened, but it's taken a series of markers out down the side of the track.
The 100-yard board 4. Yeah. Now, I'm just trying to work out whether that is the end of the Ullman Straight, and then the right-hander into Sunset. No, I don't think it is. Of course, it's not necessarily the same point of the circuit that we are keeping our attention on here. It's track work taking place elsewhere. I'm still 95% sure that Jim Norman has had his moment right at the end of the lap at turn 17 and arriving at Sunset Bend at high speed, and likely sideways as well, so smacked into the barrier with the rear left of that BMW, which has done all the damage to the toe link, and it's gone behind the wall for work, as Nick Damon is observing a pit stop for Herbert Motorsport, but this is the 92 car.
There's a vast amount of cars starting coming either for full service or fuel. I've got the 92 car right in front of me. They've just done the tyres. Going past me is the 112 TCX. I can also see the bright green Cron Racing 907 Porsche in the pits as well. They're getting a full service. Full service also the 112 car. That's the and right to my left there's a car in pit entry, which with my old eyes I've no idea which number it is. It's kind of bluey black, but it's a car that parks way down there. I've seen a couple other cars have gone past just for fuel, so a bit unlucky really for the guys at Nola Sport, because if they waited another couple of laps to have their pit stop, they would have got that brake change done for at half price, with the Code 6 just coming a lap too late. For some reason, the 92's holding there. I'm not quite sure why. The computer, is that computer connected from the guy just by the side of him? Which is, yeah, they're downloading something, are they? Yeah, they're plugged in. There's a download going on. So actually, that computer is the guy who's standing near where the air jack man is. That's the air jacks for the getting the car. He's downloading something from the computer. The 188. That was the car at the far end. That was the car that was, I think, was leading. I'm not certain. So in TCR, he's going for fuel as well. There's still plenty of fuel pumps free. But yeah, so a long download going on the 92 at the moment. A bit strange. I think that's just Windows. I think they might be doing a Windows update actually. Yeah, it says it's 33% complete. 67, do a reset, it'll be fine. So, for some reason they wanted to get the information off the car.
You're right, by the way. It is 188 leading E, so in for fuel, as is Fabian Dance, and they can't have been separated by TCE. So in for fuel, as is Fabian Dance, and they can't have been separated by very much at all. Same lap and close to being within 90 seconds of each other. And 92 are on the same lap and close to being within 90 seconds of each other. And I reckon so. And heading down towards the fueling area. As the 92 arrives, the 907 RPM Racing Tracy Crone racing car is heading back out again. And keeping to the 20 speed limit, per hour speed limit. If you pit, you'll be able to take on half of your fuel allocation, but it's worth doing because it appears that all of the track staff are taking this opportunity to clear up other areas of the circuit, do some sweeping. The track blower is out on the circuit as well to attend to that. It's had plenty of running, of course. This is all to do with the overnight portion of the race as well, so maybe some much needed maintenance work, including replacing some marker boards. But the bigger issue is getting this tyre stack back into position at Sunset Bend, and the tyres are substantially deep and also high because of the approach speed at Sunset Bend. They're also set well clear of the bridge abutment to enable, if a car goes in at high speed, for those tyres to be pushed back. And the idea is that you're not going to hit the metalwork or the concrete of the bridge until, well, unless you go in at a huge amount. But even the BMW, which has done quite a bit of damage to itself, pushed the tyres, probably 10 feet or so, and got nowhere close to the bridge. So it's been deliberately designed in that with that in mind. So the forklift now lifting the nearest tyre stack back into position, and the safety crews will be well versed in this procedure. It's just a question of making sure that the integrity of the tyre stacks is retained as much as possible. Might need to drill a few more holes in the rubber belt which goes across the front of the tyres, and this therefore could be 10 or 15 minutes or so of code 60. So it does provide a great opportunity, maybe for 2 stops actually. Let's just have a look at lap times under code 60. Close to 10 minutes maybe, but the Kenton Cook car, that was possibly an outlap as well as a lap then under code 60. 9 minutes 53.9. That's the 710 Lippert Motorsport car, which is running in 4th position. Another 9-minute lap for Roman De Angelis as well. So there are cars that have done laps within 5 minutes. I think if you can get around here in 5 minutes or so, then that will provide an opportunity to do 2 stops, certainly, and get your maximum amount of fuel on board. Antti Burri has taken over the 112 Autorama Motorsport VW Golf. Konstantin Kletzer in car number 1 has done likewise. Matthew Taskinen is the new driver into the AC Motorsport Audi of Belgium. So Taskinen from Kletzer, from Burri, but Antti's speed is very good. The problem is, I will go again by saying that the 112 has had some problems of late, because now all of a sudden that car is 9 laps down from Matt Taskinen, and it was within a couple of laps of the top 2 in TCE. So they've hit dramas in the green Autorama Motorsport Golf. You have to keep your eyes peeled on this, because it's very easy to miss little minor changes, or they appear minor at the time, and all of a sudden 10 laps might be lost by a car.
Exactly. It's also the subtext, isn't it? That somebody's misfortune and somebody else's fortune. It's actually played into the hands of the leading car, the Retronic Audi, with Michael Doppelmayr at the wheel. No disrespect to be said, he's very inexperienced. There's only third or fourth race, I think it is, possibly his fourth race in an R8, compared to Earhart, who's done a lot, he thinks, over 40 races. Of course, he's now got a load of time behind the safety car, and he needs to do this minimum amount of time. He's done 2 stints already, a 14 and 18, I think. So I think he's done 32 laps in the car already. But this really plays into the hands of our leading car.
So AC Motorsport in from the lead, as Nick suggested. I confirmed a moment or two ago, and the outgoing driver, Stéphane Perrin, now with Nick.
Stéphane Perrin looking very hot, so it was a busy session out there.
Yes, it's a good fight with number 1, like usual. It's difficult to find the good pace between managed car, avoid curbs. We have enough bumper is for to avoid for the reliability, and yes, and the weather condition change. And for some here, it's a good challenge, yeah.
The car, we're now well over halfway in the race. Does the car still feel new, or is it beginning to feel a bit loose and worn out?
Oh no, for one time it's still good, good brake. It's first time of the session we have this good feeling with the pump and the brake. It's very most confidence. We have most confidence with that. After we drive without ABS, and Golf with ABS is maybe an advantage on the rain and the slippery condition. But we do the race and push to the end, and we will see at the end. It's a long race.
Stéphane, thank you very much. The reason Stéphane keeps looking up the whole time is because it's doing a top-tastic mizzle. It's like walking through a kind of a very damp cloud at the moment. So there is rain, just not in the air now, kind of slightly falling to the ground as well. But it's not actually raining. It's just there and being damp. It's kind of, you know, makes you feel a bit oozy.
And not in a good way.
No.
Yeah, so that's evident actually of a little bit of moisture on your camera as well, or Seb's camera, Nick. So that sort of high humidity, which is sometimes a thing in Florida, but this to do with the rain cover from the cloud, and perhaps very low cloud as well. So something for the teams to monitor, because we were only 30 minutes or so ago saying that the sun was out and could well be for the next few hours, but it's changed again because of the near storm, perhaps from the Atlantic, which on my radar, I was trying to work out whether that was likely to get closer to the circuit before the end of the race or further away, and I'll check that radar again to get an update on the kind of eye of the storm. Definitely this is just the extremities of it, and therefore creating the odd shower here and there. Something for the teams to stay well on top of, though. Elliot Earhart describing to Andrew Marriott how tricky that stint was during the latest system to surround the circuit, and something that they just had to live with. I don't think they were anywhere close to needing to pit, mainly because they don't want to lose time and break the strategy, but also there are no intermediates provided by Hankook, so it would need meaningful wet weather on the racetrack to need to an extra pit stop into the strategy, which could be very costly indeed, particularly if you do it under green flag conditions. Not so bad if it falls within a code 60, I suppose, but even now, nowhere near enough rain on the circulating at 1/3 of the usual speed. Out of turn 16 will go Michael Doppelmayr. The point of turn 16 will go Michael Doppelmayr. The point you make is made indeed, because any hope that Robert Renauer had of closing up what is timed as nearly very well made indeed, but we're under code 60, remember, so once that tightens up, it's going to be nearer to 2 minutes, and I don't think actually before it's going to be nearer to 2 minutes, and I don't think so. He's still not quite on the same lap as Michael Doppelmayr, but he won't be far away at the restart of this race. We're on the code 60. There have been 16 hours of the first ever Hankook 24 hours of Sebring, and these are the latest standings in the TCE part of the race. AC Motorsports, the car of Stefan Perrin, who we were just hearing from, his car now driven by Matthew Taskinen, and Rick Breukers and Mathieu Detry part of that lineup as well. They are the leaders in the TCE part of the race. Currently on an outlap, in fact, Taskinen. So have they been back in to take more fuel? I think so. Last lap around 7 minutes and 45 seconds. Konstantin Kletzer will have done the same thing as well, because car number 1 is also on an outlap. That's the Autorama Motorsport by Wolf Power Racing VW Golf. And another interesting point that Stefan Perrin made is that the Golf runs with ABS, anti-lock braking system, which could be very crucial indeed if the rain gets worse. That the Audi AC Motorsport does not have that system on board. 112 Autorama Motorsport Golf, the green one, is in third position with Antti Burri having taken that car over. Fourth position is the best of the TCX cars as we go back to green flag running now. Nordschleifer Racing's 226 Ligier JS2R then leads TCX and is fourth in TCE from the CWS Engineering Ginetta, but unfortunately that's in the pit lane, getting quite a lot of repair work done to it, and there is a question mark as to whether that may even be a retirement. 101 didn't even start the race. In the GT series, Retronic Racing by TECE lead. Michael Doppelmayr back up to full speed now. 393 laps he's currently working. Herbert Motorsport in second with Robert Renauer. Well, I'll get you a true gap between the top two in a moment or two once they go through the next split at speed. Third position is the 991 class leader, Willi Motorsport by Ebby Motors. That's car 955. For currently Sabino Di Castro, sharing with Fabrizio Broggi and Sergei Nicolai. Then it's the Lippert Motorsport Lamborghini car 710, which is the GTX leader for Kenton Cook. Tracy Crone back into the 907 as he promised he would be for RPM Racing. Second in the 991 division. Racing team lead GT4, car number 423, and that is Roman De Angelis out front over Nova Sport. So Roman De Angelis has closed the gap and now in fact swings it in the other direction to nearly 22 seconds over Jason Hart in the Nova Sport GT4 car. And then the ST Racing BMW is third in GT4, eighth overall. Ninth position in the GT series will be the second Lippert Motorsport car. This is the GT3 machine, but that's still in the pits and receiving work, so it's behind the wall to be accurate, and getting the repair work done on the nose of that car. Herbert Motorsport's Porsche, the 92, is back in the race and 10th. 11th position for the 421 BMW M4 of Team ACP Tangerine Associates. Then the MRS GT Racing 987 is a GTX runner, second in that class. 82 BMW from M Sport, and the P4 entered car, so invitation class effectively for car 82, is running 13th, ahead of CP Racing, still behind the wall. Let's just check. 85, yes, it hadn't been seen since that drama they had a little while ago. Vaught ground to a halt not too long ago, but Philippe Bonnel is running again now, car 701. In position, it's the 489 Mercedes for Rentec Motorsports, but that's also the wrong side of the pit wall. And the cars after that, Lion Speed by Car Collection and MRS GT Racing, we haven't seen those for a good deal of time as well. So are we going to start blaming you and I, Snowy? Because when we came back on at the Crack of Dawn this morning, we were saying 23, they're pretty much all still running.
Well, they were all running, yeah.
They were all running, and now, unfortunately, that's not the case with seven cars in the pits.
I hadn't thought of it that way, but
I'm putting myself to blame.
I hadn't thought of it that way, but
I'm putting myself to blame as well as you.
I know.
You know, it's a shared role.
But the team feels some responsibility for this now, as you said. That 24 entries, 23 of which started, and we had them all running, and now we've got a succession of cars in the pits. So yeah, I feel great now. Thanks, Johnny.
Pleasure. So 16 hours of running, so many highlights to look back on, not least created by the weather and the changeable conditions here at Sebring International Raceway.
But he's gone off there. He won't find that one in the paddock because it's in the garage being repaired. So hopefully that car will be back out again.
Well, fingers crossed, because we want as many finishers as we had starters ideally, but that might be a bit of a stretch at this stage because there are a number of battered and bruised cars showing signs of a rather brutal endurance race to this point. And it can't all be blamed on the track surface and its undulating nature either, because one or two have clashed with each other. And the latest big on Jim Norman, we reckon then that was as a result of contact, Snowy. Is that what you were saying, the 421? Or was that another car? Sorry.
No, the works car.
No, okay.
The 82.
Rather than the 41, yeah.
Correct.
So 41, I'm still not sure how Jim Norman found the fence at Sunset Bend, whether he slithered off under his own volition or whether there was some contact maybe for an attempted overtake in 17. But the 82 car having damage as a result of some contact from behind. Now, Michael Doppelmayr then, windscreen wiper back and forth to clear the excessive water on the windshield, and he has allowed Robert Renauer back onto the lead lap. Couldn't really hold fellow German back, and the gap is within 90 seconds now. So he is really starting to haul Robert Renauer, and you would expect nothing less. He hasn't quite got the fastest lap of the race, but a 2:02.8 is pretty close to it. And in the next time across the line, I mean, he's closing at almost the rate of 10 seconds a lap here. So you give him another 7 laps or so, and we will have a true battle for the lead of the race.
I like what he did there when very local, colloquial observer, windshield.
Well, you know, you've got to bear in mind our audience, because they can hear us on the PA as well as around the world on the World Wide Web.
We have straightaways next.
Maybe. There aren't that many here.
Is that a bridge too far?
Maybe. There aren't that many here.
Is that a bridge too far?
No, well, around the bend, actually.
Don't confuse the two. You're being ridiculous now. You know that's not what I meant.
The straight, well, around the bend, actually.
Don't confuse the two. You're being ridiculous now. You know that's not what I meant.
Paul's about to be lapped by Michael Doppelmayr. So coming out of 3, 4 and 5. 3 big bend and towards the hairpin at turn 7. With the Mobil 1 bridge in distance. And actually the Doppelmayr car has cleared that Porsche, but he will be needing to be very cautious indeed in terms of as much as possible speed up as much possible, because Robert Renauer has proved time and time again through various other rounds of the GT Masters that he can be one of the quickest guys out there. Interestingly, not always are the results echoed in the GT Masters from the 24H series. I suppose you could argue that on regular occasions you have the cream of the crop of GT runners as part of the German series, whereas the 24H series slightly more distilled through the course of the year, because Creventic fighting with so many other different championships. But great to have names as big as Herbert Motorsport as regular entries into this series. Rutronic Racing as well making a name for themselves. And the entry for Dubai in the new year looking stellar even at this stage. I think there are something like 90-odd entries already for that race. We have had nearly 100 in the past. We had 100, I remember, on the paperwork leading into that. But 98 started from memory. But if we can get to sort of within that ballpark for season 2022, that would be a stark contrast to the last couple of Dubais. One heavily affected by the pandemic, 2020 affected by the amount of rainfall that we had at the racetrack. And sadly only 7 and a bit hours run at the start of 2020 in the Dubai 24 hours. Always been a Porsche winning 24H Series races this year. But there is a very good case to say that stranglehold on this championship could be broken in the final race of the year, because Audi are leading, but now only by 1 minute and 13 seconds because of a lap time from Robert Renauer in the 2:04s once again. Doppelmayr only able to do a 2:19.4, so that's 15 seconds clawed back, gobbled back, you would say, by Robert Renauer. He is ripping up this advantage of nearly a lap, or over a lap as it stood, as these cars emerged from their most recent pit stops. Renault almost doesn't want to go too fast here because the time's going to come to him anyway. So it's about, you know, does he drive the wheels off the thing, or does he just think, I can just go at sort of 90% pace and know that I'm going to catch Michael Doppelmayr? Or are you thinking, actually, we need to be not only catching Doppelmayr, we need to be overtaking him and stretching out a good gap the other way, bearing in mind Doppelmayr is probably only going to be at the wheel for 2 hours of the 24, and there's plenty more driving yet to come from Winkelhock, from Elliot Earhart and from Sven Herberger.
You must have read my mind, the exact times, and think, sorry, looking at the times and thinking the exact same thing of a 2:19, just looking at the exact times and thinking, sorry, looking at the times and thinking the exact same thing of a 2:19 to Robert Renault that does Michael Doppelmayr, to be fair. And I was thinking, to Robert Renault that does Michael Doppelmayr, to be fair. And I was thinking, do you need to put yourself and put the position? It's still got just under 8 hours to go, so there's no need to get that far ahead of the game. It's very impressive, but is, you know, look at the other times. The only other that's doing done a 2:04 on the last lap. Ironically, is its sister car with Felix Neuhofer at the wheel, 92 car in 13th place at the moment. So it's obviously something about those Herbert Motorsport Porsches that are able to just lap around at 2:04s currently. But they say, well, our colleague Joe Bradley often says that you can't teach a racing driver to drive slowly, except behind a code 60 or a yellow flag, or when you've absolutely got to. But that sort of, you know, that bring back the pace, don't need to do it. It's all part of the skill set and all to do that. But I just wonder if he needs to be quite that quick. But anyway, it's done now. Let's see what the next lap is. A matter of interest, but it is only a matter of time now. Can the stranglehold of Porsche be broken? You say all our races this season have been won by Porsche.
Yep.
Nothing against them. It would nice to see something a little bit different. But and that is that one of our Autorama cars going very slowly? I just saw a little bit there. Or was it just again those sort of difference in classes? It's the number one car, isn't it? Those sort of difference in classes. It's the number one car, isn't it? Which is, I think it's just say 10th and 11th for those two cars. I know we mentioned that before, but it's hugely impressive. I know there's only 24 entries here, 23 that took part, but in the top 10, still pretty impressive for our championship-winning car there. Won two Autoramas, 1 and 112.
That was the classic illusion here at Sebring, thinking a car's going slowly, which I fell for earlier on as well on the main straight. And it's only when they come barrelling into the corner at the end of that straight you realise quite how quickly they are going. There are some long straights here at Sebring, and when you catch sight of a car way in the distance and compare it to a GT car, then it's not quite tied to a post, but it's doing probably 2/3 of the speed of an all-out GT3 car. Gap down to 43 seconds now between Doppelmayr and Robert Renault. It was an even quicker lap last time around. Nice to see that Robert is paying close attention to our advice. Go a bit slower, Robbie. No, not a bit of it. He goes by a second. So within a second of that car's best lap of the race, in fact. And Robert Renault wanting not only the lead, but he by the end of this stint, by end of Michael Doppelmayr's time behind the wheel of car 18, he would like to be a lap clear, really, because you've got to be thinking the other car 18 is going to get. Between now and the end of the race, you can't just think about this one stint in isolation, which was almost what I was being sucked into there. Make sure we are leading by the end of the have a lapse advantage, ideally, over any of your competition by the time Robert Renault comes in for his next fuel stop. He should be absolutely fine for fuel, as will Michael Doppelmayr, because there was a great chance to make a stop, if not two stops for fuel, during that last code 60 for the tyre repair work at Sunset Bend. Great work done by our corner workers to push all of those constituent bits back into position, repair where necessary, and once it was all checked out, decent repair where necessary, and once it was all checked out and judged as safe again than I'd expected, considering the amount of work that needed to be done there.
Robert Renault just set 3-3 yet again, taking another chunk out. 27 seconds is the difference, so not this coming lap, but the lap after this. So not this coming lap, but the lap after this. It's a possibility to...
Yep, within half a minute now. 2:03.3 is a great time, only half a second away from his best, and Robert Renauer will be very comfortable if he's lapping in the same sort of area. I mean, I do take Joe Bradley's point that when you start to just ease back to 70% pace perhaps, then your braking distances will alter very slightly, where you're picking up the throttle potentially as well, and it's just easier to get actually out of your rhythm if you start to drive slowly, whereas you know how the car is going to behave when it is on the ragged edge, or close to it at least. There's no need to do qualifying speed, and we're not quite there at all for GT3, but close to ultimate pace in this race so far. What it does, the Audi has an advantage, perhaps just driver to driver, but of 0.7 of a second right now, which is a bigger gap than I would have expected between the two best times of our two leaders. So the best lap from the Audi and the best lap of the race, 2.1. The best lap from Robert Renauer to this point, at 2:02.8. So a gap of 0.7 of a second. Michael Doppelmayr only expected to be driving this car though for a couple of stints. At the most, I would say 4 stints, and he's in fact in now.
This is his 3rd stint now.
Okay.
Yep.
So back into pit road he will arrive, and wait to see whether they'll do a driver change there or not. Renauer takes the race lead, so doesn't have to close in that final 27 seconds, and he will go on to lap 400 here at the Sebring International Raceway. We haven't got a record distance, of course, of this time around, this being the first ever 24 hours of Sebring, so this will be this time around, this being the first ever 24 hours of Sebring, so this will be sort of 400 laps. If we continue at this sort of speed, it'll be close to 600, in fact, by the end. We don't have safety cars in this championship, so code 60 is, well, barring a full stoppage, that will be the slowest that the race pace will dip to. So still ticking off the laps, albeit at a much reduced speed. We've had to this point. But let's hope for a sustained run of green flag running, if at all possible. The next few hours, just to glean a little for the teams. This is useful not only for this year's event, but also if teams have plans to come back next year. It is on the calendar for season 2020. And there'll be a separate European Championship, by the way, for next year as well, which is an interesting tweak. Kind of going back to the days where you could 5 of them from the fly races, 5 of them from the flyaway events that Dubai in January and back here at Sebring of the year will be the 2 additional races to different continents.
By my understanding, Michael Doppelmayr in the 18 Audi will have now done just over 2 hours of driving, 2 hours 3 minutes.
Okay.
In total.
Well, by my reading of the rules, that is all that he needs to do.
That's my point, yeah.
So they will have got him in, maybe even without the car being completely in need of fuel, but it'll be the drive time quite completely in need of fuel, but it'll be the drive time quite possibly dictating is necessary. And when you're throwing away 15 seconds a lap with the greatest through the rest of the drivers, through the rest of the drivers as quickly as possible. So Doppelmayr is Elliot Earhart, and Sven Herberger will do the remaining portion of the race, 7 hours and 40 minutes. Sabina Di Castro, who is the 991 class leader, car 991 class leader, car number 955, is running in a provisional podium slot here. Won't be recognised because there is no overall podium with Creventic Racing. They'll do the top 3 in each of the classes. Sven Herberger, by the way, is the new driver into the Rutronic Racing by TECE Audi. So Sven taking over, and if he does 2 hours, there'll then be 2 hours presumably for Marcus Winkelhock, and then will they hand it back to Elliot Earhart? It depends, but they won't be able to do it with basically 4 hours. 4 lots of 2 hours still to go before the end of the race. They'll have to take their drivers back and forth between now and the end. But Marcus Winkelhock, I'm sure, will get a couple of stints in, maybe separated by Elliot Earhart, with Winkelhock to bring it the flag. So Herberger back in, and let's see now whether he, it's highly unlikely he'll be able to close that time back to Robert Renauer, but might be able to stabilise the situation. And Robert Renauer himself cannot stay at the wheel of car 91 all the way to the finish, so he'll have to step out at the end of his 2 hour finish, so he'll have to step out at the end of his 2 hour drive limit as well. Renauer, or indeed back to Ralph Bone, but we haven't seen Alfred at the wheel of that car for a little while now, so I think it will be Alfred next, and then it'll go back to Ralph Bone with, well, they'll be holding Robert Renauer back to put him into the car again for the 2 hours to the finish.
Well, Sven Herberger's done 3 hours 25 in the Audi already, so he's had a fair old stint in that. And I'll just look up Ralph Bone and see how long he's been in the car for. Well, I can find my screen to update. He's done the second motor of the whole race so far. He's done 6 hours 43 in that car already. He's done the second motor of the whole race so far. He's done 6 hours 43 in that car already. So the top three to Matteo Ditri has also done it longer. So the top three to Matteo Ditri has also done just over 6 hours. The BMW had that little incident he'd done it. Mockers Winkelhock, my apologies, 5 hours 31. Renauer it is back at the wheel and the lead in the 91 Herbert Motorsport Porsche. Sven Herberger place in the Rutronic Racing, second place in the Rutronic Racing Audi R8, and the guy I've just mentioned there, Sabino De Castro in the Porsche. So it's Porsche sandwiching Audi at the top. The Leipart Lamborghini Countach is in 4th place still. The other one still struggling right down the order there with that issue it had. Autorama cars still 10th and 11th, just both of them in the top 10, just one outside at the moment, but lapping around nice and consistent there. Of course, our championship winners in the TCR consistent there. Of course, our championship winners in the TCR class. But it is won all these races this year, and it's looking very, very strong for that. Of course, Sven Herberger will probably have different ideas on this. We'll see some lap times come down now. 2:04 is the fastest lap, the best for the currently with Robert Renauer in that Porsche. The fastest lap that car's done in the race is a 2:02.8, whereas the Audi in second place has done a 2:02.
So the gap, as I say, is unlikely to... keep tabs with Robert Renauer, maybe giving away the odd half second here and there, but important that kind of keep tabs with Robert Renauer, maybe giving away the odd half second here and there, switch it back the other way and start to close on it, because Robert Renauer is on an absolute tear at this stage. Same can't be said though for a number of cars that started the race yesterday at 5 o'clock and did a significant chunk of it. By 6:30 most of them were still running. Maybe something about, as I suggested, me and Peter Snowden coming on air, Nick, because you're in the clear, you were probably in bed, but when you came back we've got so many cars behind the wall. What have you managed to find out?
Well, I found out so much we might need an ad break halfway through this. It's a pretty long list, so I'll do it the order in which I find them. So the 489, which is the Rentec Motorsports Mercedes AMG GT4, that's out. That's retired. Put a pencil of doom through it. They've retired with a mystery engine issue, and they're just down on power. The 422, that's the BMW of 421 of Team ACP Tanger Associates. Chatted the driver, that was just driver when he lost the car over there somewhere, actually on 17, he was coming into 17, he was coming in, he went slightly offline, and that's both a bit damp and a bit dirty. The rear came round, smacked it hard in the rear into the tyre barrier at Sunset. Rear toe link needs to be repaired. The really great thing about it is they were repairing it with tie wraps and a lump hammer. 2 out of 3 ain't bad. I'm sure there's some tape later, and they didn't need the torch. It's quite bright. The number 10 Lamborghini, of course, which is the one which is the Leipart Motorsport car, that was obviously absolutely in contention. I'm afraid they've retired the number 10 as well. There was some damage caused. I think that brake failure or brake problem had actually resulted in some damage. The underside of the nose section was all cracked up in the front in the splitter. And the engineer said to me they didn't really have the right kit to mend it at the track, so they're going to scratch it. So the number 10 has retired. The 278, which of course is the plucky little CWS engineering car that was wrecked last night, brought back the track and is currently wrecked. They are repairing that. They'll get that back on the track again. And I spoke to Colin White, and the reason for that is they reckon they need to complete another 70 or 75 laps to get to 60% of the winner of their class. If they do that, and the Volkswagen, which is in second, stays in second, they will win the overall TCE Teams Championship. That's what they're going for. Car is square now. It's missing quite a bit of bodywork, front and rear, but they're working really hard to get enough time to do 70 or 75 laps, which I suppose, just over, so there's probably about, they need to run for about 3.5 hours. They'll need to get that car back out again to do those number of laps. It's all based on forward planning and calculation about what might happen. Chatted to Charles Espenlaub on the 85. I'm afraid the 85, the Mercedes of SEBRING Racing, that's also out in the night. Charles came round to turn 1. He said he took the corner exactly the same way as he'd taken it 3 previous times, but he hit the yellow line. The car jumped out and he actually touched the nose on the inner wall of turn 1, and then that sprung it back onto the outer. So it did both the left and the right. The front and the back of the left-hand side, and what that then did was to do terminal damage to the rear of the car. I think you can do some issues with the differential. So the 85, that's scratched as well. And finally, the 989 MRS Porsche, that's gone as well. That's had really, really serious damage on its right-hand side. The mechanic didn't speak much English, but basically they had an accident sometime in the night. The car's gone as well. So just to sum up, we have lost the 989, we have lost the 85, we have lost the 10, and we've lost the 489, but the 422 and the 278 will be rejoining us at some point. And that's all from Nick Damon, Paddock Reporter.
That was superb, Nick, and perhaps you've excelled yourself after years of pit lane and paddock reporting. Yeah, brilliant. So the entry list has been fully updated. The black marker pen of doom sadly going through a number of entries, and plenty that we had question marks over, but good to hear that at least the 421 is being fixed, which is the Team ACP BMW M4, and also the Ginetta from CWS Engineering. They have not given up all hope at those teams. TCX is the category that the Ginetta runs in, and 226 is the Ligier that they are ultimately chasing. So they want to try and do 60% of the laps that car has completed so far. 356 laps currently done then for the Ligier JS2R. And presumably Colin and the team at CWS Engineering have worked out how many hours on the clock, and they want to try and get to 60% of that. So maybe another 3.5 hours, as Nick suggests, of running to be able to achieve that and to take the TCE title, which will be a big deal when you're running in the TCX division as well, considering the size of team that they've been competing against within TCR, like AC Motorsport, like Red Camel, Jordans.nl, sadly not part of this. Also, the Autorama Motorsport 2 cars that have always been consistently scoring well in the points. Down towards the right-hand tower goes, no, that's later on in the lap, beg your pardon, heading towards Le Mans, in fact. So the right-hander, the left-hander, and turn 16, the right-hand onto Ullman Straight. We have had a further half an hour, so 16.5 hours now in the books, 7.5 hours still to go in the first ever 24 hours of Sebring, part of the 24/8 series for 2020. In the first ever 24 hours of Sebring, part of the 24/8 series for the network of channels, and Robert Renauer leading the race after show limited network of channels, and Robert Renauer leading the race a lap and a half, maybe as an advantage over Sven Herberger, second place in that GT3 Audi, and Sabino Di Castro in GT3 Audi, and Sabino Di Castro in the 955 continues to lead the 994 overall, and that should not be overlooked. A brilliant run to this point for Willi Motorsport by Ebby Motors, and 5 on course, I would say, for their best ever 9:55 on course, I would say, for their best ever overall finish. But we see early, but we see, I suppose, towards the end of the opening stint at things like NLS race, well indeed, very well indeed, because of their bet consumption. But this far into a 24-hour race, fuel consumption. But this far into a 24-hour race, over 16 hours, being the 991. These cars are built to do sprints, well, 40-minute races, but they can be converted into much longer distance runners and have convincing results potentially.
Absolutely, and never underestimate what it takes to get a car to complete. I'm going to say 24 hours, we've got 7.5 hours of those to go still, but to complete a 24-hour race, it's I've said this when you talk to people outside of the motorsport industry, that we take it for granted 24-hour races, yeah, we know all about it. And people just say, what do you mean 24 hours? And it's the look on the face of what normal. And people just say, what do you mean 24 hours? And it's the look on the face of, usually people then say, what, the same drivers? Well, no, because they're used to following Formula One or something where one person drives the car. But it's only 3 drivers, but the car does the whole race. The team does the race. In fact, the drivers get the lucky bit. They get does the whole race. The team does the race. In fact, the drivers get the lucky bit. It is quite extraordinary to get a car to do this, and certainly on a circuit like this. And here we are with 7.5 hours to go, 406 laps, you've just said. I mean, again, the most popular sport, motorsport, most people know, is Formula One, and we talk 50, 60, maybe 70 lap race. We're at 406 laps, over 400 laps into this one now. And the last lap, Robert Renauer in the Herberth Porsche is lapped in a 208.9, and Sven Herberger in the Retronic Racing Audi R8 in a 208.4. So less than just half a second between them after all these hours of racing. Quite extraordinary attrition for them. Great to hear, though, we said about the curse of the commentators. We were concerned that it was Johnny and I took on air because it was John Hindhaugh and Peter Mackay who started the race for us yesterday. We had our break from overnight in terms of radio broadcast. The race was carried on, of course. We had pictures still, but we had a break in the live commentary. The live commentary. I said this morning, 24 entries, 23 of which started the race, and all 23 were still running now. The cars have dropped out since. Great to hear that the CWS team, that some of the cars have dropped out since. Great to hear that the CWS team keeping an eye on that TCX channel. Worth doing. That was me saying, oh, have they got to give it back? It's worth doing. That was me saying, oh, have they got to give it back in one piece? Have they got spares? Have they not? Never mind all of that. They can still win the championship. There's hours to go, and here they are giving it another go. So, and I think when Nick 2 car, I think it meant the 422 car. I think it meant the 421 actually. BP BMW M4 GT.
Yes, which thumped the tyres at Sunset Bend.
Yeah, we never actually got to see the beginning of that, did we? We just saw the end of it. Quite often we get a replay or updates or whatever, but we never actually got to see that.
I was able to describe to Nick that he just ran. Jim was able to describe to Nick that he just ran a little bit wide, which is easy to do into. So you're offline, out in the marbles and the debris. Plus it was a little damp at the time as well, and very often there's no coming back from that because you're just going to gain speed out of your control, especially if the car started to rotate. And it smacked the barrier with the rear left first of all and did significant damage to the suspension of that rear left corner. The other one that I've just noticed with help from elsewhere that wasn't on Nick's list either way in terms of whether it would continue or was out completely. 499, which is Lion Speed by Car Collection Motorsport Audi R8 LMS GT4, shown on the screen as 21st position. So three from the back, effectively. Remember, Joe Burris's Ginetta is being fixed, is being repaired. 989 has got a cross through it, so MRS GT Racing sadly was on Nick's list of retirements, which was another, well, is a cup car, a Porsche cup car, but not eligible for whatever reason for the 991 class, so they put it into GTX instead, and Raulino Kreis Jr. Was last to drive that. But Patrick Niederhauser in the 499 car was last to drive the Lion Speed car. It came in, it's gone beyond. Nick thinks that crew have actually packed up, so there's probably another one to add and Nick thinks that crew have actually packed up, so there's probably another one to add. Change in the weather, and that's noticeable certainly around the back section of the circuit, turns 10, 11 and 12. What's it like in the pit lane?
I'm hiding. It's raining really hard, and I was too cocky and left my new coat upstairs, so me and the camera guy just seen something. So the puddles are being activated. It's raining really hard. Where the weather's coming from, if we come out and see, is looking grey and miserable. So this could be set for a reason. I think this is going to be enough to make you don't need to go to wet. Probably in about 5 minutes, a couple of laps, drivers are going to start coming in, especially if they're protecting something, because it's the safe option pretty soon is to get those cars on wet. So don't forget the track's greasy and mucky, so you've got the emulsion coming up. So it's much worse, but it's just wet at the beginning.
Yeah, when you've had so much running and potentially flowing down, it's just going to bring it to the surface, as Nick makes a point, Snowy.
Yeah, lap times dropped by 10, 12 seconds in the duration of that nugget of information from Nick down the pit lane there, and it's we're dropping into 12.16s now. We're doing 4s and 3s just literally 2 or 3 laps ago, so that's the effect the weather has. And Nick's spot on there. It's safety, it's attrition. What's the old adage about endurance racing? Stay out of the pits and stay out of trouble. This time you need to get into the pits, get onto those wets, get off those slicks, particularly as we identified earlier that Hankook only do a wet and a slick for this series. There is no intermediate. Most of the series we have an intermediate tyre halfway between. You don't want that. And Autorama TCR 112 car struggling on its slicks there at the moment, and this is one of our just outside the top 10, isn't it? This is it is anti-Bury in the Autorama 112. All over the show trying to keep that Golf Autorama 112. All over the show trying to keep that Golf roughly where he wants to go into the pits, get them in, get them onto wets, get that car into the pits, get them in, get them onto wets, and see if this weather passes.
Looks like it's not going to pass in a great hurry, to be honest. It's still very much changeable for the next few hours, but there is a significant green patch on the radar. So we're not talking yellows, reds, oranges here, but green shows weather, quite a big clump coming from Palm Beach, the south, and which is to the south and to the east, but Sebring across. So the weather is travelling east to west, and well, there are segments of yellowing from east to west, and well, there are segments of yellow within. I would say this time. Let's just have a look. Yeah, certainly till about 4 o'clock local, and maybe 5 o'clock as well. So on and off, these conditions are not necessarily set in for the rest of the 5 o'clock as well. Changeable more, I would say, towards the rain rather than the sunshine. So are we now, Nick, seeing the first meaningful changes for the Hankook rubber? Meaningful changes for the Hankook rubber?
Yeah, we've got the 423 Heart of Racing Aston Martin in. Also, we've got massive action as the teams have brought the tyres all the way from back of the garages, or over the pit lane, where they're looking at pressures. This is the Lippert team just by. They're already doing the pressures on the wet tyres, wait for the cars to come in. What's happened is the rain did a little bit of an ease off, and now it's absolutely going for it. Like, watch the cars go down the main straight. There's massive rooster tails from all of them. So this is quite brave stuff. I think they should be in already. So I wouldn't be surprised to see some cars slithering off and regretting not coming in, because now it's absolutely wet weather. Down the far end, I think that's the Ligier has come in. That's the Nordschleife Racing JS2. That car which is leading TCX. That's in getting a change of tyres. I think we're going to have a complete full house next time round, the next 3 minutes.
All right, well, those that rely slightly more on mechanical grip, like the TCE runners, might be able to brave it out for slightly longer. Having said that, 226 now shown in the pits, which is the Ligier JS2R, leading the TCX category. Of course, things will change radically in the camp for CWS Engineering and their Ginetta G55 if the TCX car starts to hit problems. Something it's not really done to this point. Was leading the TCE division as a whole, the subcategory TCE, and in all of the TCRs not too long ago. But Cedric Huyot comes in now. So TCX leader is in, and others joining you, Nick Damon, in the pits.
Yeah,
the TCX leader is in, and others joining you, Nick Damon, in the pits.
It's the Audi of Rutronic Racing, the car that's been there or thereabouts the entire time. They've gone straight onto slick. I don't think they've changed drivers. The Vortex car is in, that is changing drivers. In comes the Cron Porsche, the bright green car, that's trundling past me now. We've got one of the M4 GT4s also coming along. The rain's really, really hard now. It's definitely coach weather. I've just literally chosen entirely the wrong outfit. I just need to go and have a word with my team manager about not wearing this coat. Just coming past me now is another one of the Porsches, the 9.8. As my eyesight comes, it's a 987. That's already stopped. Every single car. I've not seen a car go past the pit entrance, for some time. In comes the 470, the Nola Racing Cayman. That's obviously wasn't in that long ago. He's going to come in, pick up tyres. This is what the only thing is interesting, with all the cars in, there is going to be for the first time a chance that there aren't going to be spare fuel pumps, so you may have to not actually take fuel at the same time. Bit of an unsafe release there as the 92 and the 91 Herberts come in. The 438, the Sam Tan Racing, absolutely an unsafe release as far as F1 would be concerned, but in fairness, they weren't doing any speed. They were both at about 10 or 15 miles now. Both Herberts are in. The 955, basically the whole field's in. The Porsche's in, the BMW's in. Here comes the Lippert car, which is just next to us. That's the GTX car, running fourth overall. Stops. Now, the question really is, we haven't got eyes on this, is whether there's a case where some of the cars won't be able to fill up at this stop, so they may just take tyres. Most drivers are staying on board. I can see that there is a change in the 91, I think. That's parked. So, yeah, there's a driver change in the 91. The 92 is just sitting on the pit apron. I'm not quite sure what. Right. Some tactical stuff there. Despite the fact the 92 Herbert car arrived in the pit box before the 91, they did the 91 servicing first. They haven't got two service crews, so they actually serviced the 91 out of sequence. The 92 patiently waited behind until the complete service had been done for the 91, and the 92 is now getting serviced. So a bit of team orders there in the pre-curve Herbert car. All these cars now have been serviced. The pit lane is virtually empty apart from cars trolling down to the fuel stop, and I can see one of the Autorama cars just finishing its stop. So, and in comes the green Volkswagen TCR. So that every single car is stopped. Whether every single car has been able to take fuel without waiting, that's another question. Don't forget, we're not under code 60 here. This is just everyone coming in because it's raining. So you can take a full slurp of fuel if there is a spare pump. If there's not, it doesn't really matter. So 112 is the last car in, and we should have a period of calm now, I hope, Johnny.
Everybody, like you said, everybody's in the pits. There's nobody out on the racetrack, although one or two are now obviously leaving the park to double park themselves as well, to enable them to get fueling area to the fueling area. I think that turning down the opportunity to fuel is going to cost them more time than just sitting and waiting for that next area to become vacant. So it's a little bit like, I mean, we always bring the comparisons to the fuel like stopping at the supermarket because of the pistol grip nature of cars, but this is like the cars, but this is like supermarket forecourt now, with cars having to draw alongside others and just wait for the car in front to pay for the sandwiches as well as the fuel. Why are they doing that? Getting a coffee. Come on, we've got places to go.
Johnny, I'm not going to worry anymore. You mentioned the first commentary stint this morning. All the cars are running. Have we brought something to the team? The cars starting to retire. So Andrew Marriott, great interviews, door stepping, getting his in the car starting is in there, etc., etc. Andrew got for a well-deserved break, and Nick Damon turns up, without a coat, and then it starts to. They all come into the pits at one go. I'm not going to worry about being up here in the commentary booth again and the curse of the commentator. It's all about Nick Damon.
Pass me another hot dog, will you?
So we can relax now. We can actually turn off for a bit and just. Nick's got an hour's worth of work down there.
Live commentary of all of the field being in the pit lane as they were. I did wonder whether Antti Burri, being the true Finn that he is, would be absolutely thriving in these
there only
conditions.
two cars, the two Autorama cars, the only ones that hadn't pitted were they were going around together. So, and I thought, are they going to say, we've got a clear track, this is our time to get the fastest lap, or do something like that? None of these pesky GT3 cars in the way, but just as we did it, it came in and it said pit, unfortunately. But yeah.
Well, Konstantin Kletzer came in. That left Antibury, who was a mighty Formula Ford driver in his day, and has moved across to front-wheel drive TCR cars in more recent years. But even Antibury feels that this is too much, gets the tyres changed, and his VW Golf is currently being filled. As we go back to Nick Damon, let's get some first-hand knowledge of how bad the track is then, Nick.
Well, that was a sudden change, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was very challenging outside. First we could close the gap to the leading Audi and overtook him. So in the end we are leading now. It was very tricky in the end of the session with the rain. Then it was a point to change to wet tires. Maybe it was 1 or 2 laps too late, but in the end everybody changed. So I think we are still in a game and in a good position for the end of the last 7 hours.
How difficult is it to judge when to change? Because we had this kind of, light rain so many times, haven't we? And then for some reason this time we decided to go for it. I mean, when the light rain comes down, does that affect the cars very much, or is the track able to kind of burn that off?
I mean, in the beginning it was, as you said, light rain, and you could handle it really easy. But then it was more and more coming, and we said, okay, we want to make the same strategy like the Audi, and they came to pit, so we took the same decision to come to pit. As I said, maybe 1 or 2 laps too late, but in the end we want to cover their strategy, and all good.
We'll talk about strategy. We had a bit of team orders, didn't we? Because you came in after the 92, but you took your pit stop first.
Yeah, as you know, they had problems with the gearbox, so they're not anymore in the game. That's why they gave us the option to make a quick pit stop, and thanks to them for great teamwork.
So thanks, Robert. So back in the lead, that's the key point.
That's good, yeah.
No, it's not. Herbert back in the lead. It's not really headline news, is it?
Not considering they've already had, I think, 4 victories this year. That was Alfred Renauer, right, that you were talking to? Only because Robert's not, I think. I know you didn't say either way, to be fair, Nick, but it's very tricky to tell them apart, not only up close, but particularly when they talk.
No, it was Robert, and I can prove it was Robert because there's 2 Renauers there.
You were talking to Robert?
Yes, 2 Renauers. Look, 1, 2. It's Daniel Alleman in the car. It hasn't flicked through yet.
Unless there's actually 3.
The plot
we may have now got to the bottom of this whole elaborate trick.
There's 3 of them. There's 3 of them. They're triplets.
So basically what we're doing here is we're turning Nick Damon from roving reporter into investigative journalist. Nick, over to you.
There's a mystery Renauer called Barry Renauer who kind of hangs around and just puts us all off.
A spare Renauer. I'm intrigued how between Robert and Albert and you chose Barry. I'm very intrigued where your mind's gone.
He's the third one.
Sorry, he's the third one.
How does Barry and the third one get together?
Well, because he's got the long hair and the beard, and he sings in falsetto.
Exactly. Oh, if only that were true. Yes, no, it's Daniel.
Meanwhile, back at the motor race.
Sensibly, it's Daniel Alleman in the car. Cheers, guys.
Thank you, Nick. Well, we got to the bottom of driver ID, if nothing else. No, it was really useful information that from Robert Renauer about the change of conditions as well, particularly at the end and the initial start of the lap, which is all concrete and offers no grip whatsoever. I mean, I know you've never raced here at Snowy at Sebring, but have you ever raced on a concrete surface to know the difference? Or indeed, there was that incident in DTM a couple of seasons ago when I think Lucas Auer came in for a pit stop and he turned into the pit stall fine, but then couldn't turn left and cleaned out a couple of his team personnel, hit the garage because there is that little grip when you put rain on top of concrete.
Absolutely. Unfortunately, no, I haven't had that experience. Sebring's still a box I want to take in terms of just visiting like this. But no, the concrete thing, the closest I've done there really is airfield type stuff when you've done a few things testing. And bizarrely, I don't just mean early days, I mean even GT3, GT4 cars quite often go and test them on airfields. Near Silverton there's Tow Western, and you go and run bits in. I can remember testing a GT1 car up and down there, running bits in for the Spa 24 Hour, and bits of that are less than ideal surface, shall we say, and all your references just go out the window. And a car with that particular car didn't really have a turning circuit, it had more of an orbit, and it was always slightly difficult to get it to turn around and not take it over the edge and onto the grass, which never went down well with the engineers because they always spotted it, of course. Even if it was just a half a tyre width, it was spotted and there was potential splitter damage or this, that and the other. So yeah, concrete, not the best surface.
No.
In the wet, no grip, and in the dry, it's dusty, so equals no grip. Great racetrack though.
A lot of the street tracks in the US can be done, are done on concrete surface. I think a fair bit of Long Beach, is that not, that you don't get that grippy asphalt that other road tracks around the world would. So this is going to be complete would offer. So this is going to be completely new territory for a lot of the golf. The tail is wagging Anti-Bury, and he's having to steer into the slide as he heads out onto Ullman Straight. Line stuff that you're talking about in GT1 cars, relatively easy in comparison, I would suggest. The straight line stuff that you're talking about in GT1 cars, relatively easy in comparison. Is it as wet as you last attacked this part of the year, or has it dried up at all? The thing for me about this corner as well is that with no real curbing on the side, you don't really know where to turn in, particularly in this gloomy weather. It's sort of aim for vaguely underneath the bridge and hope that you're tight enough come the exit, because there is a concrete wall that, if you're not close enough to the right-hand side, will swallow you up.
Very fast left at the end of it, turn one, so it's quite a sequence there. There's a lot of time can be had there, but it's the eight-door advantage, isn't it? Driving a racing car in a straight line fast is ever so easy. It's when you've got to take them around the corners. That's when they get interesting. But I can't believe in the last, I don't know how many minutes started now since Nick Damon returned to the pits with the rain. Rain started now since Nick Damon returned to the pits with the rain for us. It was going to rain, did he? I don't know why.
I don't think he was.
He brought it all with him.
He could almost have guaranteed it was going to stay dry for the rest of his stint. So this brand new Creventic coat, no less. These are the perks that you have for being a pit lane reporter with the 24/8 series. And he's gone and left it on the back of a chair. Speak of the devil, here he is in the pits again.
Hiding as you can see underneath the structure, but I can look over that way through the rain. The 92 Herberth car, which Robert Renauer referred to as now having a gearbox problem, that's back in. I think that means it's getting worse and worse and worse, and I suppose they need to make the decision whether to take the car behind the wall, and the hand signals from the mechanic make me think, well, they've shoved it, they've carried him on. Now we need to do a bit of a peer out and see if it is going to do that sharp right into the paddock, or whether they're going to try and just keep persevering on. Car brakes hard. Now, is that actually going to fuel, or is that turning right? I think it's very exciting at the end there, because you get a three-way choice, don't you? Go out, go in, or get fuel, and they've gone for fuel. Okay, so they've decided to carry on with it. I think there's a kind of a the look is, this is just a bit pointless, but it has stayed out for another lap, and there's 3 or 4 now walking. They're now walking back to the paddock. I don't know, the quad bike with the tyres is making a trip. So so 92K stays out, but I think it's on a. I get the impression it's on a kind of a slow descent to what could best be described as an ignominious ending, because the gearbox, if it's gone, it's going to be too long to take too long to replace with the amount of time available.
Yeah, it's a real dilemma that for the team, because it's a real dilemma that for the team because they can do the work, but hours left on the clock. They're only going to get a small amount of running. They're already 12th, and well, that actually represents bizarrely a podium finish in GT3.
Exactly, it's class as well still.
Do you want to turn that down? Well, they would do, because. Well, they wouldn't do. As long as they kept running, they'd still reach a podium, because the other 2 cars, Nick confirmed to us, are out of the race. The 10 Lippert Motorsport Lamborghini and the 85 Mercedes from CP Racing will take no further part. So as long as they get that car to the finish, number 92, it will feature on the podium, but not in the way that they would have wanted. Very, very wide indeed for the ST Racing BMW. That was going through turn 1. And I don't think that's in an effort to hunt out the wetter parts of the track, because it is wet from left to right now. The whole circuit affected by this latest deluge. So the 438 of Nick Whitmer, just a touch later on the brakes than he would have wanted perhaps, or just a low rate of adhesion for the Hankook tyre heading into the first corner. Now with the hairpin in sight though, Sven Herberger, who is trying to pursue and ideally outpace Daniel Alleman, still running in second position. And interestingly, last time through the split, Herberger to Alleman was pretty much a lap time, 2 minutes and 2 seconds. So where in relation to Herberger is Daniel Alleman now? Has he got back in front of him to make sure he's back on the lead lap again? There is a car away in the distance, but I think that's the ST Racing BMW that Sven has just lapped. Let's just have a look. Yes, it is, the 438 BMW. So that gap to his leader is interesting to me, because I would have thought around the very next corner, Sven Herberger potentially is going to see Daniel Alleman, and when you can gain visuals on the car that you're chasing, that might be even more of a shot in the arm. He'll have to overtake it twice, remember, because he's a lap down.
It's something psychological, as you say. You can have gaps given to you over the radio, as they probably will do, and how far it is, etc., etc. But when you suddenly see it, it's almost like a missile lock-on. You get to see it. There's something happens in a driver's brain, not necessarily always for the good, because they suddenly start trying to face. You then get the opposite, as that you obviously then of course get the issue of, you know, can you make a mistake and whatever. But you don't want to be doing that. So I think we have got. Sorry, Johnny, go on.
It's all right. I was talking to Nick off air, but I can talk to Nick on air now, because you found Fabrizio Broggi from Villi Motorsports.
Yes, I positioned myself the wrong side of a chair somehow. We're all hiding from the rain. Fabrizio, this race is going brilliantly for your team. You're in third overall.
Actually, at the moment, the best result we ever had in the championship. We are very happy because we have been training and improving, and Villi Motorsport and DB Motors really did a great job, prepared a great car, and at the moment everything went well. So even luck, because of course for a cup to be third overall, you need to have some luck. You need to have somebody that has been unlucky in front.
The rain is really coming down now. I mean, is that a worry, or do you think that the Porsche and your driver will be happy in the wet?
Well, 2 out of 3 drivers are going to be very happy, and the third one, that is me, absolutely not, because I have 0 experience in the rain. So just the drizzle that we tried before. So I don't know. We will see how it goes.
The car seems very well suited. Did you? Obviously, no one from Europe had much practice. Did you just put it down on the track and it worked straight away?
Well, AB Motors has already been here, so they had experience about the track. So despite the fact that it was an all-nighter the night before the 24-hour race, they managed to prepare the car already the way it was supposed to be. So we only had to correct some aerodynamics, and then you run perfect.
Fabrizio, I suppose what you're hoping now is miraculously the sun comes out and it dries up before you get out there.
Absolutely. This is my wish right now. Then we will see how it is. You know, you have to learn sometimes in life.
If you learn the whole way, thanks, Fabrizio. Cheers, mate. Thank you. Oh, I like it. It's good fun.
I love that idea of, come and do the 24-hour. The first ever 24-hour at Sebring. It's in Florida. It won't rain. Oh, wait a minute.
Yeah, it's in November, and it's for 24 hours,
yes.
And there's a significant storm in the Atlantic.
Apart from that, what could possibly go wrong?
Exactly. No issues whatsoever. Yeah, Fabrizio Broggi, a real character, raced previously with Endurance Team Romania. I think there was a time when they exclusively did Mugello and the 12 hours there, their home race, and exclusively did Mugello and the 12 hours there, their home race. In 2017 race that year as well, had a little Toyota GT86, and the and then in 2018 the Endurance Team Romania crew also did Barcelona 24 to supplement the entry into the Navarra 12 hours that they did, but on that occasion it was a Ginetta G55. So back again. So back-to-back years in 2017 and 18, then 3 years away, but returning with Villi Motorsport by EBI Motors. And clearly this connection with Sergei Nicolai, who's the Romanian part of their driver lineup, brings the Villi Motorsport support as well. But the car prepared by EBI Motors, as Fabrizio suggested, and EBI Motors with their previous success in the Michelin Le Mans Cup, which then gave them an invitation to the 24 Hours of Le Mans as well. So vastly experienced, and as Broggi suggested, have run here at Sebring as well, so have useful data to call on, albeit in a GT3 car most likely. So the 18 car heading through the twisty bits, with Ben Herberger still chasing down Daniel Alleman. And the gap is 2 minutes and 7 seconds at the moment, Herberger to Alleman. So that's more or less staying the same. Alleman giving a second up, gaining a second, I should say, to Sven Herberger last time around. So maybe Daniel Alleman is getting more and more used to these conditions, the unpredictable nature of the concrete surface. There is awkward bits of standing water here and there, of course, which shouldn't be changing a great deal from lap to lap. But as more and more rain arrives on the circuit, further reminder to stay off the painted white lines. Okay, and these curves, Snowy, providing just little troughs really for the rainwater to collect yet further.
You know, I was just thinking exactly the same that you mentioned a few minutes ago, that last big high-speed turn onto the pit straight, and there's no real distinction there, there's no real definition of the curve, but there are bits there where it's going to hold the water for us just nicely, which is just what you don't want. As you're exiting onto the pit straight, which is a very fast bit of the circuit, it's close to the wall on the left-hand side, you sort of almost like what I call a reverse S, go through that and drive up the S and over to the other side by the pit wall to take the turn one at the start of the lap, and standing water, concrete, just what you need.
Yeah,
it's there to challenge us. It's one of the things we say about endurance racing. It's multi-layer, and it's not just multi-class. It's multi-layer. There's always something to happen. And I, honestly, an hour ago, if you'd have told me we were going to be describing scenes like this, I'd have bet your house on it.
Well, don't forget, we've had a huge portion of this race held overnight in around the back of the circuit, away from the floodlighting, in complete darkness. And now this is another phase that everyone has to get used to, and there's no pre-planning for this. I mean, you can work out where the worst of the weather is likely to arrive, but driver changes will have been done, if you forgive the pun, rather fluidly, depending on where the Code 60s fell and when it was convenient to change drivers. The rotation tends to stay the same, although now we're very much in the vicinity of back timing to the end of the race. So you want to be getting your strongest driver in for the closing 2 hours. That then forces you into a decision to do 3 and 4 hours from the finish. Which driver will do that? And is it likely to be the quickest driver in for 5 and 6 hours from the flag as well? Time in place, and don't breach rest time in place, and don't breach the 2 hour drive limit that everybody has. So inked in to the notepad, and it's a real lottery as to who might be at the wheel during the worst phases of this race weather-wise. Sven Herberger picking his way through. He's back onto the concrete now, nearing the final portion of the lap. Yeah, heading into Le Mans now, so 15, 16, and now the run out of turn 16, which is Le Mans, and onto the Ullmann straight. Once you get it safely onto the straight and the steering wheels are, the steering itself is unwound, that's almost where you can start to relax and then focus entirely on that rain cloud in front of you, because there's plenty of water being chucked up by fellow race cars away in the distance, affecting your visuals as you turn into Sunset Bend. The car bumping around like crazy again, as it has been doing all race, but that's even worse when there is so much moisture on the track surface. And I don't blame Sven Herberger for not going anywhere close to the concrete wall on the exit. Gave it at least 2 or 3 car widths there to make sure that if he'd had a moment of squirrely time coming out of the corner, he had plenty of opportunity to mop that up without smacking the side of the car off the barrier. Just inching his way through turn 1 though, and then as you head back onto the asphalt, there is a little bit more grip available, but it's only a tiny bit. Heading into turns 3, 4 and 5 with the Vortex, which does still run in this race. Boris Gimon, part of the GTX element of the race. That element car is third GTX, therefore, behind Omar Balkasoon in 987, which leader, which remains the Light Motorsport Lamborghini. So we talk about the 991 class leader having third place overall. GTX would run in third place overall. GTX race leader up to fourth place, 4 laps. So that is only 24 laps away from our outright leader. Mightily impressive from the guys at Lippert. Yes, all the bad luck seems to have gone on the side of the garage for car number 10, with that machine now out of the race, sadly. But 710 is still motoring on very swiftly indeed. Lippert cars, rather than the GT3 machines, they run in a lot of Super Trofeo championships, and I think Lippert have been part of the ADAC GT Masters, though, in the past with GT3. So they do know their Huracans and their 5.2-litre V10s. That is the same power plant that powers either car. But Kenton Cook back at the wheel of 710, and together with his co-drivers, Peter Snowden, in the 710 car. I mean, 4th place overall for Greg Gorski, Gerhard Watzinger, Lance Bergstein, Indy Al Miller, and then Kenton Cook, as I mentioned, 4th overall, and streets ahead of anybody else in GTX.
It's hugely impressive. And I know it's a relatively thin field. I mean, we're not talking 60, 70 plus cars, but it's the point. Very impressive. As indeed, I have to say, is that up there, that's the point. Herbert Motorsport, the thing about them in this series, they seem to have got a bit of a handle on this series, haven't we? We mentioned earlier that Porsches have won every single race this season. 3 earlier, Johnny, that Porsches have won every single race this season. 3 different teams, but it's a gearbox issue, and it's almost, I'm going to say, I'm tentatively here, it's probably not the drivers or the team's fault the gears failed, as in, there's probably nothing they've done wrong. It's just one of those things. It's life. It's come to the end. It's done something. It's whatever. The point I'm trying to make is, they don't seem to get anything wrong. That's what's probably outside of their hands, out of their control. And Herbert, yet again, I said last night, you know, when they weren't in qualifying, they didn't start at the front. You know, at the beginning there, I thought, well, they'll be there by the morning. It'll be done easily. They took less than an hour to get to the front 1-2. Bish bosh done. And apart from that gearbox done easily, they took less than an hour to get to the front 1-2. Bish bosh done. And apart from that gearbox, you name it. That's not the curse of a commentator there, but thing to do here. The trick here is to make sure that Nick Damon doesn't talk too much about the Herbert Motorsport car.
Because that would put the real kibosh on it. You're suggesting,
yes, the man with the coat. Yeah. Which I've just had a quick check on eBay, and I can't. And other platforms are available, but I can't see it on eBay yet. I wonder if he actually left it in his bag to sell it.
Well, it will be being eyed up even at this stage, I'm sure. And well, hearing that the rain might have stopped now, so Nick's suggesting that the joke's actually on us instead.
So that's code. That's code for Nick needs to go and get his coat.
It might be code. It might be code that we haven't heard from Nick for a little while. So what do you know about the weather conditions? Windscreen wipers maybe slight less being used, certainly on the 18 car.
Standing in the middle of the pit lane. What actually happened was myself and the camera guy, we sneaked all the way down to the pit lane trying to find somebody who wasn't there, kind of dodging in and out of the back of the pits. But now I can walk at the middle because it's stopped raining. There's nothing. It's clear. It's also clear from where for a bit. It's clear for about half an hour. So I don't think the track will dry up. But yeah, at this point I do not need the coat. I'm off in 20 minutes, so I can make a new coat decision before I come back on again 2 hours after that. So coat tactics. Do I go with the soft compound coat, the hard compound T-shirt? Who knows? I'm going to find someone to talk to because I'm talking about rubbish here.
Saying it is going to rain again, because looking at the radar, I don't think we've had the worst of it yet, but it is lightening up again. The sky is brighter than it was just 5 minutes or so ago. The concrete's no drier though, and it's going to take quite a number of laps in the dry conditions for that to be cleared from the racetrack. What it needs is plenty of racing cars going through at speed to drive the water into the air and out to the grass either side as well. A racing line should start to emerge in the next few minutes, and that will be great news if you're Daniel Allemann and Sven Herberger, who've been doing very nicely actually. 227s, both of them, very consistent speed from both Allemann and Herberger, who are AM-rated drivers by the 24H series. But that ground that Rutronic really wanted to be making up, that was lost when Michael Doppelmayr was at the wheel and Robert Renaud was driving the 91 Herbert Porsche. No sign of that closing yet. and they will, well, when they get Markus Winkelhock back at the wheel, he's shown that he is capable of posting a better fastest lap by 7/10 of a second. So Winkelhock could be, at his best, 7/8 of a second faster than Robert Renauer. And they've got kind of two equivalent drivers, really, Rutronic and Herbert Motorsport. I would say that Robert Renauer and Markus Winkelhock are on a par. We've got two very similar drivers at the wheel of each car right now in Allemann and Herberger. In the 18 car, Elliot Earhart's also a bronze, interestingly, Doppelmayr. So they've actually gone with three bronze-rated, Michael Doppelmayr. So they've actually gone with three bronze-rated drivers, three AMs, whereas Herbert have a pro, a semi-pro, as in Alfred Renauer, and then the two bronzes, Allemann and Bone. So it's an interesting, different way to two bronzes, Allemann and Bone. So it's an interesting, different way to great success in that. Of course, with when Robert Renauer was absent last time out at Hungaroring, they still won the race. So it just goes to show that they don't always need the gold influence in their driver lineup, because with Alfred Renauer, Allemann and Bone, they were race winners in Hungary a couple of months ago. 6 hours and 48 minutes still to go then. What about that battle in GT4? Intensifying again, only 11 seconds between Jason Hart in his 470 Nola Sport Porsche. The 718 Cayman, having just done a 232.6, is quicker than Ian James's Aston Martin from Heart of Racing Team. But there may be some traffic involved with that, though, as well. A couple of seconds between their last lap times. The cars are capable of very similar times as well, with the right drivers at the relevant wheels, because the best lap time for the 470 car, a 2:14.3. The Aston Martin has gone quicker earlier on the race by 7/10 of a second, but also Nick Whitmer's BMW couldn't have been discounted, well, shouldn't be discounted, because it's completed 389 laps now. I remember a time when the 438 was reading many laps down to the GT4 leader, but they are within a couple of laps now, the three GT4 top three. So I think it's fairly certain that those three cars should all finish on the podium, but in what order in GT4, I have absolutely no idea. Peter Snowden and Johnny Palmer in the Global Broadcast Centre, and this is Nick Damon from the pits at Sebring.
I know, you talk about Nola Sport. Let's have another word with Alex Meyer, who we spoke to last night, which seemed a long time ago, before you've been out. Before we talk about anything else, how did it actually go when you finally got on the track?
It went really well. We were on pace with everybody else, and we just kept putting really hard laps down to stay in the lead. Which we did until this morning, and then Ian James and the Heart of Racing ended up getting in front of us. But once the rain started to fall, we ended up getting back out front. I think we got a 12 or 13 second lead so far, and hopefully keep it that way.
Do you think the Cayman has an actual car advantage over the Aston in the wet?
I think it does. I love the rain, like we said last night. Jason Hart's out there right now, and he's the same way. He loves the rain. He's putting some great laps down, so hopefully we can do the same once we get out there. I'm out there next, so we'll see what happens.
The weather dried out. So all the reports came back, the cars, it's been running for several hours. Is it still feeling fresh?
Yeah, the car feels as good as it did when we started. Porsche Cayman's a really good car, and it seems to be working really well for us.
Alex, thanks so much. Enjoy your next run. So there we are. So they're confident. I'll go and see how Heart of Racing are feeling in a minute. Obviously not. I'm not going to walk on camera because that's really dull.
Right now, with 6 hours and 45 minutes to go, to have three GT4 cars, not quite all on the same lap, but it's close. 2 minutes and 14 seconds separate Ian James and the Aston Martin from the BMW of ST Racing and Nick Whitmer. 2:37.4 last time around for Nick. That will have been affected by traffic, I'm sure. But very equal lap times, Jason Hart and Ian James. 2:31.4 for Hart, 2:31.6 for Ian James. Only 11 seconds separate those two GT4 leaders, and that, you sense, is going to run and run. Easy to overlook that in the middle order, and likewise for TCE honours. So the TCR lead being duked out between Mathieu Detry of AC Motorsport and Jasmine Preissig in the number 1 Autorama Motorsport by Wolf Power Golf. The other car, the bright green 112, heading into turn 1 now, being driven by Miklas Born. That car, unfortunately, is about 8 laps away from Mathieu Detry. So TCR and the TCE race is developing more so into a 2-horse race, kind of similar to what we've got at the sharp end of GT, with Daniel Alleman and Sven Herberger could be for one another now, and these gaps are intriguing to me because I still don't think Sven Herberger has unlapped himself on Daniel Alleman, but the gap's only 2 minutes and 1 second, which is less than a best lap time. It's not less though than the current times being posted by Daniel Alleman and Sven Herberger, which I think is the key thing. Peter Snowden and Johnny Palmer in the Global Broadcast Centre, and very pleased to say that we can welcome back into the Broadcast Centre another Peter, and I need to be able to tell that you two apart, so I might start using surnames. Peter Mackay, hello again to you for day 2 of the Sebring 24 Hours.
Well, hello, Johnny. I've been thoroughly enjoying listening to you guys over the last couple of hours while getting ready for the next stint, and I tell you what, there's going to be some new brochures printed, or whatever the modern equivalent of it is, for all of these race car manufacturers, because they say with our car, a Sebring, if that's not a selling point, I don't know what is.
Yeah, so your new bumper sticker will be, this car lasted 24 hours respecting the bumps, and in some cases respecting the bumps, and in some cases some cars have not been respecting the bumps and yet still have made it that when we hand this race back to you properly, you won't have quite as much to say that when we hand this blaming the current broadcast team for that, because I think when we took over, Peter Snowden and I took over at 6:30 local time this morning after the overnight break, all 23 runners were still posting laps. But did a stellar job a little while ago, Nick Damon, on reporting on all those cars that are behind the wall, some of which are retirements now, and you know that would fit with the venue. I suppose you're going to do very well to get all 24 or all 23 cars to the finish around such a punishing race circuit.
I think even that a very impressive tally. Also, the thing about Sebring is that for any length of race, preparation is of extra importance, and that's something that the teams have not been blessed with for this race because of the problems with getting freight here, etc. I mean, I tell you what, I wouldn't have wanted to be on that ship in the middle of the Atlantic in a tropical storm. No, thank you. That would be absolutely horrible. But yeah, that sort of suck it and see attitude to the race has been fantastic, and for the level of professionalism that the teams have brought to it in difficult circumstances is fantastic. The one thing for me though, chaps, is the story of that number 10 Leipert Lamborghini. That is the story of what could have been, because what a fast lineup they had, and really did have race-winning pace, but they've just got in unnecessary tangles. It'll be a tough flight home for those guys, I think.
Yeah, Brendan Leach was mightily impressive in qualifying yesterday, topped the session in the early stages, and you're quite right, Tyler Cook, Dennis Fetzer, Seb Morris, who I'm a big fan of, and Sebastian Balthazar, who had the Morris, who I'm a big fan of, and Sebastian Balthazar, who had the moment, Balthazar, and the bandaging up that was required, quite a lot of tape initially. They also had a brief brake problem when they were changing brakes. The dry brake system failed, and they had to deal with that on the spot and actually cope with it very well, but it was the following contact, unfortunately, in the greasy conditions that did for the number 10 car. And it's so easy around here. It's an old school racetrack with the changing in track surface. You've got grass, you've got bits of gravel track, and you've got the biggest problem, tyre walls and concrete walls very close to the edge of the track. So if you have a moment in these slippery conditions, there's often no coming back from that. Let's get a little bit more from Nick Damon as Kenton Cook rejoins the race from a recent pit stop for Leipert Motorsport.
Down in Soundtown Racing car number here. I went up to Heart of Racing, but there was no one to talk to. They'll come to the 3rd place in GT4. This battle's really hotting up between you three guys, isn't it?
Yeah, it's been pretty close all race long. We came into this race with our eyes set on the championship. Our our season-long goal has been to close out the GT Championship, and so that's what we're still looking to do. But at the end of the day, we want to do it by winning the race.
You seemed actually to hang back initially, almost wait to see your car the first hour or so, and you've begun to move through. Are you prepared to push for the win, or is it only going to happen if it comes to you?
No, absolutely. We're pushing from here on out. We took a bit of a wait-and-see approach at the start, managed the risk because it was wet at the start as well. So we just wanted to make sure we got to the point in the race where we knew we were going to score some points to cover our bases there. But now we're pushing. Some of these cars have a little bit better traction control in the wet than we do, so we're trying to manage our pace and figure out how to make this thing go as fast in the wet as it was in the dry. We'd be happy if it dried up, but we'll take what we can get right now.
How tricky is it to run these conditions which have gone from full dry, quite warm, to this torrential rain on what, the car set up, I assume, for the dry?
Yeah, I mean, our car's usually pretty good in both conditions with the way we set it up, but this track specifically has a lot of nuance to it, both in the dry, everybody talks about the bumps, but the amount of pavement changes here, the amount of grip changes. There's a true rain line in a lot of places around here. And so, that's really what we're trying to figure out here, is adapting lap by lap, because, it's wet, but it's not currently raining, so every lap the grip is changing. So it's just up to us to try and figure out where that grip is and make the car go.
John, you've got a couple of cars on order. Are they for the 24-hour series?
Yeah, that's the plan. We're back in Dubai with two of the new GT3 cars, and then beyond Dubai, we'll be running at least one, and we'll go on from there. But yeah, very excited to make the step up to GT3 with Smith & Tan Racing.
So basically, you're just literally wandering down to BMW, go, what you got, what you doing? I love that.
Yeah, we've been peeking over their shoulders all weekend, trying to get a look at what's to come.
Have they got you to sign the extras list now? All the optionals? Do I get the radio? Do I get?
I asked for the team to order everything, but that's the ultimate decision's not up to me. But yeah, I want the radar, I want the cameras, I want the drink bottles, I want all the fancy stuff. So hopefully they ordered that.
I bet Peter in charge of pretty penny. Thanks, John. Good stuff. That's John from the John Miller from the Sam Tang Racing 438 car. 2 GT3s on order for next year.
Two GT3 or GT4? I think they're GT4s actually. Threes. Okay.
Threes, yeah. That's why I didn't say 4.
Yeah, but okay. The message from elsewhere, i.e. Hindhoff, was GT4s. So I was only reading out what had been written to me. But there we are, GT3s. Okay. So that'll bolster the GT3 field certainly for Dubai, and they're planning to run them for the rest of the year as well, I think is the plan. Daniel Alleman having completed 425 laps now from Sven Herberger, and the gap is only 1 minute and 57 seconds now. So that is definitely going in the right direction. Not sure Daniel Alleman is doing anything wrong necessarily, but Sven Herberger may be able to hunt out, well, the wetter portions of the racetrack currently snowing, because these cars are all still on wet weather tyres. The track's going to be drying, but they'll be wanting to conserve or preserve the rubber.
You say the wetter part of the racetrack. I'm not sure there's any. I'm not sure it's all relevant, really, isn't it? It's all relative. There's not many dry parts, to say the least. But
I thought the run down to the hairpin was pretty much dry. If we get another chance to witness that from a driver's perspective, I'll try and argue that case a bit further.
I'm sure you will. I'm sure you will. I think the big thing here is the change of surface. Because you've got the concrete bumpy parts, we say respect the bumps, we know all about that, and then it suddenly changes to a much smoother infield part, if you like, and that's a very simplistic way of looking at it, but that is the difference, and even some of that is still quite quirky, and lots of patches and repair bits there, and changes of surface, and that's where the tyres are going to have the issues, and that's what's caught a few people out so far. So drivers have really, really got their work cut out in this this part of the race. That just been proven by the number 18 Audi, just understeering there and having a little moment going through the kink there and just understeering in on the way in and just running wide and just gathering it up in time. So even that can happen to even our race leader at the moment with Daniel Alleman. Sven Herberger. It's not a race leader, our second race car. Daniel Alleman it is. It's in the Herbert Porsche that's the race leader, and it's number 18 Sven Herberger in the Audi, and it's number 18 Sven Herberger in the Audi that we just witnessed a little bit of understeer there, and just before he got it onto the grass, and it's again, this is where the multi-layer, multi-class comes in. Only 20 odd cars on track, I grant you. So not quite like an NLS round, we've got 130, 140 cars. But the speed differentials, and in that spray, what it is, you don't know there's a car there necessarily, let alone which car it is and where it's going to go. And that's where you've got to ask these drivers, you've got to rely on them all just staying exactly where they are. They've got to do their own thing, and they'll have to get around you. That's the age-old rule, far too much responsibility to get around the slower car. But there's no after you claw, but there's no sort of, oh, here comes the race leader, or here comes a leading car or GT3 car. You've got to do your own thing, get on with it. And the quicker car is relying on you doing that as well.
3 abreast down the Ullmann Straight as 2 BMW GT4s were alongside one another, and Sven Herberger, with the greater straight line speed in his GT3 Audi, was able to make relatively short work of them, but needed to be well aware that they were going to stay over to the left, and that was far from the ideal line then for Sven to enter Sunset Bend, because he was well over to the right hand side. He was clear of the 2 Beamers before he then swung to the left and to the ideal racing line. Now, unlike the Sebring 12 hours, none of these cars, to my knowledge, are running with spotter advice. You get spotters at Daytona, you often get spotters at many other IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship races as well. Just drivers know who's in front and who's alongside at any one point. But that's good advice, I would say, on the quieter portions of the lap, for just the team manager maybe to get on the radio to say, okay, you're likely to catch perhaps a couple of BMWs on this lap, so look out for them. But the ball of spray up ahead of you at least isn't a TCR car, for example. So although you'll catch it, you will catch it, you won't catch it at a massive rate of knots. Thankfully for Sven Herberger, the gap ahead of him opens up now. So often, once you've dealt with quite a big clump of traffic, that will the reward the other side will be a quiet racetrack into the pit lane, and the 907 car from RPM Racing getting some fuel on board as well. And Daniel Alleman to Sven Herberger remaining at 1 minute 57 there or thereabouts. Are keeping up to speed with the race leader Daniel Alleman, and the next driver change for Rutronic, pendulum back in the direction of the 4 rings, because I would imagine that's likely to be Marcus Winkelhock for the next 2 hours, just as soon as Sven Herberger is done. So presumably Marcus will do from 6 hours to go till 4 hours to go, then he'll step out of the car for a little period of time and then do the closing 2 hours or so. And from Vinck's point of view, I believe the amount of time that he cannot do over is hours of the race. That's normally the case for the out-and-out pro. It's 12 hours of the race. That's normally the case for the out-and-out pro. So offline, that's what caught Jim Norman out an hour or so ago in the 431 BMW, 421 BMW rather, of Team ACP Tangerine Associates. And did substantial damage to the rear left suspension. That carbo is being repaired. And Nick Damon's delight with tie wraps and a lump hammer as well to straighten out the rear toe link. But 3 wheels steering on the wagon, never ideal, and Jim did a very good job actually to get the car back to the pit lane and in for some repair work. That wasn't the only bit of damage on that BMW, with a rather crimpled bonnet lid before that incident. Now Sven Herberger has met quite a bit more traffic with the Heart of Racing team Aston Martin, which will have good speed. Ian James at the wheel of it. He's only 20 seconds down from Jason Hart in the 470, but around the outside a big bend will go the number 18 Audi then, and heading into turn 7 at the hairpin. Lots of runoff there, but not necessary on this lap for Sven Herberger, needing to stay off the curves where possible. He caught the curve there on the left side, and the car had a big wiggle with lots of standing water in those grooves of the blue and white curbing on the exit of turn 7.
I bet the onboard of that would have been exciting, wouldn't it? Catching it. So the first part, the right was easy. The left, as you say, it caught the curb, and it was more than perceptible from the outside. I bet the in-car involved, there wasn't many more armfuls of lock left he could have applied there to catch that one.
No, there's always lots of opposite lock required around this particular, this phase of the race. I've spotted Sven Herberger steering into the slide in multiple places around the lap. Still a little rainwater evident on 1 or 2 of the cameras on the approach to Le Mans, and Rooster Tails as well. 421 is back in the race, so not sure we'd reported that, but Jim Norman in the repaired BMW after he crashed at Sunset Bend. The team have done a brilliant job there to get that car back into the race and so quickly. I mean, it's been about 2 3/4 hours, in fact, and that's shown on the lap time. But Jim Norman returned track, and as John Hindhaugh rejoins the coverage, this rather dog-eared BMW from Team ACP, I mean, that is a great sign of a car being in an endurance race, isn't it? Minus the rear bumper, loads of creases in the bonnet, rear left corner straightened out, but it is still running. That's the crucial thing.
Did I hear you call that Team Tangerine earlier on, rather than Team Tanga?
I wouldn't be surprised with my association.
I do like that.
My associates with tangerine colours, after all.
Yes, well, indeed. Exactly so. This has endurance. We had the 6.5-hour repair for the CWS Ginetta. Alas, that car hasn't continued. It is the absolute essence of endurance in the Hankook 24H series. A bit of brake problem at Tower, at Cunningham, for that 421, and we saw that yesterday evening for that car. I think in 3 laps or 4 laps it was off twice at the braking area for turn number 7 at the hairpin in front of the hotel. Sterling work by Snowy and JP. They have approached their drive time, so they'll go and take their mandatory break, and looks like they're going to be in to take it to the checkered flag. We'll let them bring it home, and for the moment we continue with half an hour to go before we enter the last quarter of this race with PMAC, Peter Mackay and me, John Hindhaugh, in the Global Broadcast Centre. It's Andrew Marriott now in the pit lane. And news of another car that's out from behind the wall. The Ligier is back. The Nordschleifer team car. That car had its problems. Cedric Hout, who is back out. 13th position is and leading TCX because of the problems for that Ginetta and the non-start of the Red Camels Jordan, albeit that was a TCR car, of course. My apologies. So I reckon the Ligier is still leading GTX. What I can't see is who's in second place in GTX. I've got a first and a third. Oh, there we are. Of course, it's the MRS GT, the 992 Porsche, of course. They've been shuffled into GTX because that's a new car. The One-Eyed Monster in the spray, which is still significant after that rainfall, is the bright green number 112 Miklas Born. Now that has a penalty, 18-second time, has a penalty, 18-second time penalty the next station, 18 seconds for speeding during cold 60. The repaired and rejoined Herbeth number 92, that car went off hours ago now at turn 16, just before Johnny and Snowy rejoined at 6:30 this morning local time, and we were back on. I was transfixed to the onboards and the timing screen. The 92 went off, team car came into the pit lane and took half fuel, which made me feel that their team car came into the pit lane and took half fuel, which made me feel that exceeding the speed limit, as my dear departed father would have said, and they did serve it within the 2 hours that they have to do that. So that's been doubled. So that 92 now will have to spend 28 seconds stationary and 18 seconds for the 112, but they can do that on a normal visit to the pit lane. They don't have to do a special visit, so keep an eye on that if we see them down at the pit lane. Peter Mackay back with me, suitably rested. We'll have a quick word with him in a moment or two, but it's time to welcome broadcast here at Sebring and further afield on RS1 and our video syndications as well. Andrew Marriott back in the pit lane, and he is with the GT3 cars and with Jürgen Hering. I am, Jürgen. Obviously, you had a setback earlier on, but you're making up some time now.
Yes, we have trouble with gearbox, and we lose nearly 1 hour. Okay, but we have fun and try to finish the race.
Now, you've been in your company and yourself huge supporters, of course, of this racing team, haven't you, with the twin Renault brothers?
Yeah, we support this series in Europe and also here in US, and yeah, we are very satisfied.
But back in Germany, you have a huge company making automotive parts. Just tell us some of the things that you make for various manufacturers.
Yeah, I think we in every car in the world, one of our parts is in. We especially produce parts for the fuel injection, for the brake system, for the ESP system, for the steerings, high precision metal parts for these systems. All over the world we have 3 companies. We have 1 company in China, 2 companies in Europe, 1 in Poland and 1 in Germany, our home company. And since 2 years we are now also here in the US, north of Atlanta, near to the border to South Carolina. Hardwell country, it's on the N85, and we are building up this company, I think very successful, and we have a good future for this kind of parts.
Is this a family business started by your father? Or?
My father started this business in '61. Now we this year we celebrate our 60-year birthday. Yes, and he built it up here alone with my mother. They begin and start, and now we are in totally we have now over 4,000 employees all over the world. A big success, and yes.
That's fantastic, but you get away from the boardroom, forget all that stuff when you come racing, don't you?
Yeah, that's what I do 8 times a year. That's fun for me, and I can forget everything. I sit in the car and I thinking only to drive. I have always here a nice experience, especially in this series. It's a real great series. Normally you get a lot of driving time, and that's the important things for me.
Thank you very much, and I have to say that the Haring Company are great supporters also of the series itself, and of course with the team down here. And you're not bad for an amateur, are you? You're pretty quick.
Yeah, it's normally. For me, it's okay, and I started 10 years ago, 12 years ago. Not in the age with 14 or 15 or 10, not in kart thing I drive, and for that it's okay for amateur. Okay, I can drive with all the things, not at the best, but it's okay.
That's excellent, and you know, he's a very safe pair of hands. They've done a great job in that second car here from the Herbert team. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks, Andrew. Thanks, Jürgen. Yeah, that car, as I said, causing a full course earlier on. Coming down to the fueling, the VP Racing fuel area for the number 955. That's one of the Porsches. This is the GT3 Cup leader, the number 991. In third position, all tooled now in the overall. Proof once again of what we've seen down through the years, that these cars, given fair wind and a bit of luck, that these cars, given that they can get up amongst the leading cars, they do run very, very long on fuel, and they're quite, well, Porsche Cup cars, they run and run and run and run, simple as that.
and there's going to be quite a lot of them up for grabs in the next few years as we're swapping over gradually to the new 992 Carrera Cup shaped car. And whilst we're talking about Abbey Motors, let's head down to them now. I think Sabino's just got out of that number 955, Andrew, with the multicoloured Porsche in the fuel stop at the moment.
Out of the car. English is not so good, but very tough conditions, very hard out there.
Yes, the rain move all situation, but enjoy a lot because I like driving in the rain. Easy. I make a race 2 years ago here, and I want to come back. I am very happy because this track is fantastic, very good history, and very technical.
What race did you do? Did you do the 12 hours two years ago?
2 years ago with the historic, 24-hour historic with the Porsche 997, the same team Abbey Motors. Now I want to come back, and I'm very happy.
Yeah, I mean, Abbey Motors is a big modern team, but we forget they have a huge division doing classic cars and particularly classic Porsches, don't they?
Yes, Abbey Motors is a historic team. Every time work with the modern Porsche, normal Carrera Cup and GT3R. I hope to come back next year with another car, like the same Porsche, but a step plus.
Yeah, I mean, you should go to the Daytona 24 Classics, a great event.
Yeah. Yes, fantastic race last year, 2 years ago. In America, it's very technical race, very simple, and very hard.
What's the strategy now? You're getting a fantastic result at the moment. Are you taking it a little bit easier now, or what? Are you still pushing?
But you can speak when finish the race now, think cross, and wait the final minutes.
Your English was very good.
No,
Turn out it. Well done.
No, my English is not good.
Good enough. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Handed that car over 55. The 955 is out on the circuit. Second place for Sven Herberger, Rutronic, just gone through turn 1 and heading through the kink at turn 2 to the Christensen corner, with a bit of clear track ahead for one. To the Christensen corner with a bit of clear track ahead for once. Now, meantime, the leader comes out of turn 17, Sunset, and heads across the famous start-finish line here. So some big stories, Peter, when you and I were watching and listening to Johnny and Snowy, and most notably the problems for Lamborghini. We'll get to that. The Lamborghini, we'll get to that in a moment. But Andrew working hard down in the pit lane, trying to leading runners, and he's got down to the number 470, the leading GT4. So this is another class leader, 991 class leader. This is the Nola Sport Cayman that Nick was talking to not so long ago. This is the 718 Cayman. Jason Hart is in the car, and Andrew is down there with the crew.
Yeah, I'm with Alex Mayer here. Alex, you're having a pretty good run at the moment.
Yeah, we're having a really good run. Jason Hart's killing it right now. We got like a 24-second lead. I'm really excited to go out here in the rain. I just hope it rains a little harder.
We've got here North American Formula 1000 Championship. I think you've won that 4 or 5 times, haven't you? Motorcycle engine cars, yeah?
Correct. Yeah, they have a 1000cc GSXR Suzuki motor in them.
Single seater?
Yep, it's a single liter. They make about 200 horsepower. The car is built in St. Louis by a guy named Jerry Hodges. It's a JDR. It's one of the best Formula cars I've ever driven. And things are awesome. This is my 6th championship this year.
You won it 6 years running? 6 years That's awesome. Oh, I think you should stop.
Yeah, never going to stop.
And what about racing with this team? I mean, it's a different experience. It's a different kind of racing altogether.
Yeah, this is entirely different from what I'm used to. All the Formula car stuff is like sprint racing. That's my first time with Nola Sport, and this team
And so far, it's been a great weekend. We've been on top the whole weekend, so just got to keep it there for the next couple hours.
It's never easy. Alex, thanks very much. See if you can win that 7th championship, be like Michael Schumacher and Lewis Hamilton.
That's the plan.
He has to beat Sky in the championship, in the pit lane. He is unbelievably smiley. And never mind Andrew saying he thinks he should give up that Formula 1000 championship, Peter. I bet all of his competitors do as well. But they need to invoke the rule that they did in ice racing for Ivan Muller and have the Ivan Muller rule and just basically say, please go away, don't come back.
In the interests of the sport,
yes.
Well, spoiler alert coming in. If you're a motorcycle racing fan, cover your ears. There's your warning. Well, we saw that, of course, in the World Superbike Championship with Jonathan Rea. This has been, a crown has been taken by Toprak Razgatlioglu, and absolutely incredible season that we've had in World Superbike. And it is interesting how I always feel sorry for the driver or rider that dominates their particular championship, because they get all the flack. They're like, oh, this is so boring. It's like, why don't you just marvel at what the performer is capable of? And that's certainly the case with Johnny Rea, and I'm sure it's exactly the same with Alex Mayer and his F1000.
It's always the equipment, not the driver, isn't it? Which you could say that would be quite true if Johnny Rea, the driver, isn't it? Marquez's teammates down through had been second in the championship every year and given them a run for the money, but that seldom happens. And Lewis Hamilton and Valtteri Bottas. Now you could say that the car or the bike was built around the team leader, there's also an element of truth in that, but you've still got to ride or drive it, as far as I'm concerned. But interesting. I didn't get to see the second race concerns. But interesting. I didn't get to see the second race, but the race in Indonesia. Who knew? You know, have a race at 3 o'clock in the afternoon in the rainy season. Who guessed that would be a problem? Daniel Ollerman leads by about 1 minute and 3/4 at the moment. Sven Herberger will be into the pitch shortly in the Audi R8 LM3. Sergio Nicolai next up, but many laps down now, but holding on to that third overall in GT and the best of the 991s by some margin. I think got about 8 laps, hasn't he, on the second of the cars, the RPM racing machine. Then the other class leaders, we just heard from the Nola Sport GT4 leader, they're up in 6th position. Heart of Racing and the ST Racing BMW, they're all separated by just on a lap between each other, so nice and tight there. And as far as their pit stops are concerned, yeah, they're pretty much all on the same at the moment. Nola Sport on 26 laps now, Ian James for Heart of Racing 27, and Nick Whitmer on 25 for ST Racing. So that's nice and tight. TCX is the Nordschleifer Racing Leisure. Yes, it is. They're back in the race. 13th position. And the TCR battle, and therefore the top of the TCE race here, AC Motorsport, just ahead of the first of the Autorama, which is the number 1, Jasmin Preissig. Sport, just ahead of the first of the Autorama, which is the number 1, Jasmin Preissig. The Autorama car just going down through turn 14 at the moment, so they are on the same lap as Jasmin comes across the line. She will go back onto the lead lap, 401, 1 minute and 50 seconds. Sorry, just had to wait for that to cross over. Then 7 laps further back is the Miklas Born Autorama VW Golf. Few cars that we haven't seen for quite some time. The big story, that Leipert Motorsport car. We knew that Feltzer had, 3 incidents in a stint earlier on, but that didn't seem to slow them down. Then they had the issue with the car running out of fuel and coughing and spluttering and losing 5 laps, and it's had further problems since, and is now out of the running. We have had just 5 cars leading this race, and we have had 23 lead changes as it stands, as we're coming up into the last 6 hours in just under 10 minutes time. Wherever you are in the world, thank you very much for joining us. Coming up to 11 o'clock local time, still overcast, but the rain, the falling rain, has just about stopped. There's still a bit of spray in the air around the circuit. Best person to tell me about that is down in the pit lane, and Andrew, and I can hear he's turned his mic on, so he's lurking for interview.
710 Lamborghini coming in, and Gorky just about to get into the car, and just he's wiping his own mirror there. Just on this team, in the breakfast time, I had a long chat with Sebastian Morris, Seb, and he was a very unhappy boy. He felt that the man who crashed the car was trying too hard. They told him to slow down. As I see the Ginetta's just come back on the pit lane after a major rebuild. So Colin White and the boys have done a fantastic job. CWS boys there, done a great job. But just to continue with Seb Morris, he just felt that his co-driver, who he didn't really want in the car, he told me, but it's a young Lambo, one of the young Lambo driver team. He felt he was just pushing too hard and not listening to team orders, and Seb was, really unhappy about that, he told me. And of course, Seb's trying to fight back with his career at the moment, having, the Bentley when they pulled out. Seb lost a really nice factory drive there, so Seb's a really good runner. He's looking to go back into the British GT Championship next year. That's what he's expecting to do, having, of course, won it back in 2017, as the Lamborghini goes back on the pit later. John, with the weather, it just changes all the time. 1 minute it seems to be drying up a bit, then it rains again, and then it dries again. So I'm not sure what to think. I don't think we're ever going to get a dry track again the rest of this race up till 5 o'clock, to be honest.
You said that it was, I take it that was Hankook getting out and Gorky getting in, was it, in that 710?
Yeah, that's correct, yes. I just said, Kenton Cock just over there. We spoke to him a couple of hours ago, Kenton, and he's also involved with training some of the guys in that car. He's a driver coach to them, and Kenton, of course, had success, had a Daytona class win in LMPC, was it, a few years ago? He's a good runner. He dominated the light series, didn't he? It was a light series a few years ago, won nearly all the races one year, I remember. So he's a good guy, Kenton Cook it is. It's not Cock, it's pronounced Cook. So yeah, he's out of the car. And meanwhile, I was seeing another of these lime green cars, the Nola cars, just coming into the pits I see there, just stopping on its marks right now.
I would expect you to have the Rudtronic second place car in sometime in the next couple of 3 laps. Sven Herberger, Andrew, on his 30th lap since he was last in the pit lane, so that's getting down towards around about the time we would expect. It's coming up to about 1 hour and 10 minutes in the car. There's been no code 60 in that, so he's been running pretty quickly in that car. Still just on a lap, isn't it, really? The Leeds 91 Porsche from Herbert coming through turn 13 at Tower at the moment. And where is Sven? Sven's just coming out of the final corner, isn't he? So he'll go back onto the lead lap. I'll be able to give you a time for that as he goes across the line now. 1:38.951. Is the gap. 1:37.951, excuse me, and a big slide for that car in turn 17 on the bump in the middle of it last time through turn 17. So a little bit more attrition than we saw, Peter, in the first quarter of the race, but good to see people still wanting to get cars back out again. And the Ginetta and Colin White, we know the CWS guys, they will simply not give up. The BMW was back in, the new BMW, Robbie Foley back out in that again. These guys just do not know the meaning of the words pack up and go home, do they?
No, and that's what, as you said, that's what endurance racing is all about. And if you don't have that spirit, you're in the wrong form of motorsport, I would suggest. I think you do need that never say die attitude, and we've seen how many times have we seen comebacks. I mean, one that sticks in my mind is Le Mans in 2017 when Porsche came from miles back. I mean, they were just the start of the race. Timo Bernhard, Romain Dumas, Earl Bamber, I think it was. If I'm not mistaken, and yeah, they just pulled it back and got back into the lead with 45 minutes to go, having been dead and buried. So it just shows you that you're never done until you're done. I mean, look at the Willie Motorsport by Ebby Motors team in a 991 Cup car, not even the latest spec. They're on the overall podium, and they've got at the moment they have a 9-lap gap back to 4th position. So, sorry, 7-lap, my apologies. And, you know, that's I think that's one of the stories of the race in my view. But this battle at the front between Daniel Aleman in the Herberg Porsche in the lead and the Rutronic Audi of Sven Herberger. Sven's really been very, very quick in the last 20 minutes or so, really starting to edge out the advantage in terms of lap time. And but I think for Rutronic to get back on the case, they need to unleash the Winkelhock, I think is what is required now.
Yeah, he's got time. Pro driver can't do more than half the race, and so he has got time in the bank, as it were. 7 cars in the pit lane at the moment, and I think 5 of those are cars that we believe have some issues. The CWS car back out, as we mentioned. It's Jean-Francois Bruneau back in that car. His shifts in driving coinciding clearly with the times that Peter Mackay and I are in the Global Broadcast Centre. So they're getting back up to Global Broadcast Centre. So they're getting back up to Martin of GT4, but of course that's on the pit stop cycle for them, with Noel, as we just mentioned, in the pit lane. They are, as we just mentioned, in the pit lane. They are doing a cracking job in that car. He's been in there an hour and a quarter, an hour and 14 minutes. The Nola Sport car came in after just about an hour and 6, an hour and 7 minutes. So let's just flick back through and see what they've been doing. They have done longer stints than that, and see what they've been doing. They have done longer stints than that. So at the moment it's advantage to Heart of Racing, who are going longer and are taking the lead in those extra pit stops that they are getting. But at the front of the field, it's Daniel Aleman for Herbert Motorsport, who leads in the Porsche by around about 100 seconds, so just under a lap. Heading out on the far side of the circuit at the moment through the second part of the Fangio chicane and down towards the braking area for Cunningham. Cheeky little change of surface there. Let's go back to Andrew, who is searching for willing or indeed unwilling interviewees down in the pit lane. Which garage, or at least which pit, are you next to now, Andrew?
I don't mean William. I'm with Jason Hart now, who you seem to be coaching somebody on the way round, were you? Because Jason's a very well-known racing driver coach here in America. What were you talking about? It was a long conversation.
Oh, when was it? Oh, on the radio. Yeah, just letting him know my range strategy for the current conditions and where I found the most pace from braking to apex area, outside, inside, or crossing the dry line, and then using the exit of the track, watching for certain puddles. There's certain pieces of paint that are like think of like polished concrete with baby powder on it. You touch it and it's like you've got 1,000 horsepower. I mean, it's you have to be very, very careful where you place your tires right now.
Jason, you've been coaching for a long time, haven't you, with various different groups. Just tell us a bit about that.
So I can't be here without coaching. I started working at Bob Bondurant Performance Driving School back in 1995.
I must say a word, but Bob just passed the other day.
So for sure, Bob is the first person that sponsored me in a race car, that gave me opportunity, that hired me in the industry. We became great friends. We spent a lot of time together. I'm very grateful for everything he did for me, and I'm sad to hear that he's passed, but he's lived a good life.
Certainly. Yeah, and from there you went on?
From there, I just went on to different racing schools and working for manufacturers and doing coaching here and there, and working for rides and sleeping in my car, traveling to all the races to try to get opportunities and meet people. And, you know, I've been so super fortunate of late to have wonderful co-drivers like Scott Noble and Matt Travis, and a wonderful team like NOLA Sport to stand behind me. Mike Vess, who was a big promoter and co-driver with me, Ron Farmer, there's so many people, Steve Hill in my career, that I have full credit for me to be here, because I was not born of privileged resources, and without resources I cannot be here.
Because Mike Vest's been a big part of your career.
Massive, massive. Mike's
not here this weekend.
No, he's retired. His daughter Whitney is looking like she'll be in the Olympics, the next Olympics for dressage. She's become very accomplished, and he's supporting her now.
Thank you very much. And well, keep it on the island and carry on coaching.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Well, that's fantastic. He's coaching his driver around the track. I think you were watching the trace on the map of where the car was, and then talking him through the bends. That's terrific. Well done, Jason Hart. And we're interested to see about Mike Vess. You remember him, John, that his daughter's going to be, well, riding a horse in the next Olympics, it appears. Well, you hear everything here on this pit lane, don't you?
And echo what was said about Bob Bondurant. He's been poorly for a little while, but that does not take away the sorrow of everybody who came into contact with Mr. Bondurant. I interviewed him a few times. I will not claim to have known him. And a lovely, always a big supporter of young American talent. Big supporter of American talent, and people like Jason coming up, and many, many others. And when we heard about Mr. Bondurant's death, we were at Petit Le Mans, and also heard that in lieu of flowers, the family, and it was Bob's wish as well, to have donations to Team USA Scholarship, the brilliant scholarship program that Jeremy Shaw has been running for many, many years. That, even in his last few days, Mr. Bondurant could think of that, is wonderful, and what a great legacy he leaves behind. There'll be plenty of people in many paddocks around the US and further afield who will be mourning his passing, and of course we send condolences to his family. Bob Bondurant, who died last weekend. So we are into the last 6 hours of this race. GT3 and the GT portion of the race led by Herbert Motorsport, and Daniel Alleman with just about 100 seconds into the pit lane for regular service. Miklas Born in third for TCR gets the bright lime green 112 into the pit lane. Now they've got a penalty to soak up, haven't they? So they will take that now. Team member standing there with a stopwatch. That was a 18th time penalty, back at quarter-past-second time penalty, back at 9:15. That now, we're still, I know the 92 has now served that doubled penalty, the 28-second time penalty. That was doubled for not taking it in with the first 2 hours in which it was issued. So the number 92 now is cleared that penalty. And I think the only one that is still outstanding, and now they're back out on the track, they'll have to do it next time they stop, is the speed limit infringement for the Ginetta number 278. That was a 10-second penalty, and that was very, very early this morning. Let's head back to the pit lane where Andrew Marriott is waiting. Andrew, just waiting for the microphone to fire up. I think Andrew might need a pit stop on that, actually. Has he got the battery power? You there, Andrew?
That working?
That's fine, I can hear you.
Nicholas
Yes.
Bjorn from Switzerland just climbed out of the car. Nicholas, you were a very late entry here. You were a bit off the radar, really.
Yeah, honestly, it's really cool to be here. Didn't expect that weather, but it makes it more interesting, and it's honestly very fun to drive in these conditions.
You've got Antti Burri with you. I mean, he's one of the top men. TCR just won the Italian Championship, of course. How is it driving those guys?
Yeah, it's fun. You know, it's easy to compare to the best, and Antti is one of the best, so it's great for me to compare with him.
Early in the race, you had problems with the car, didn't you? That dropped you back a bit.
Yeah, unfortunately, we had 2 rear suspension failures. We don't know why, but one on the right and one on the left, that cost us a lot of time.
This is Sebring, you know, they compare with the Daytona 24-hour. They say it's half as long and twice as tough. And if anything's going to break anywhere, it's going to be around Sebring.
Yeah, I think the bumps are really hard, so the cars are not getting, it's hard for the cars, so you see a lot of cars being broken or a lot of crashes, but I think I love Sebring, and that's what makes it.
What's your plans for next season, Nicholas?
At the moment, I'm not sure what I will do, but maybe I will be back on the 24-hour series.
It'd be great to see you in the 24-hour series. We've seen him in 2 or 3 different cars, I think, haven't we, John?
Yeah, Ian Wickles is making a good name for himself. Pretty safe pair of hands. Just looking to see the stint lengths of the 2 cars out front. Sven Herberger got in that car a very, very long time ago. Almost 2 hours ago. He got in on lap 400, did a short 8-lap stint, and that was some 1 hour and 48 minutes ago, and he splashed at lap 409 at and then he's been out for another hour and 24 minutes, so he's got about 10 minutes left. He's done a stellar job. They've used the opportunity to fill that car up as much as they can. He's now on his 37th lap since he came out of the pit, Peter. This is one of those real outstanding laps. He's keeping Herbert at the front of the themselves. They've had Daniel Alleman in that car for 35 laps. In 35 laps in this stint, or if you prefer, 90 minutes. So those guys are pushing. I don't think, though, Daniel was in the car before that. He can't have been, because it was a 21 lapper who'd done a stint and a half in there. This is almost going to be, Peter, a full 2-hour stint for Sven Herberger. That's pretty impressive.
Especially in the tough conditions that we have at Sebring International Raceway at the moment. A lot of standing water, and we've been blessed with a lot of onboard crew of Sven Herberger. Great job from the TV crew, because it really shows how busy it is behind the wheel. That Audi R8 LMA, over 500 horsepower from a 5.2. It's a big engine, 5.2 litre V10 car. Car's got quite a short wheelbase as well, does the Audi R8, so it can be quite snappy on the limit, and that's when you hit a bump and then hit a puddle. Sven is doing a really top job, and I don't think we've seen any GT3 car go as long on a tank of fuel as what Sven is doing right now, and he's then going to hand over in the next couple of moments to one of his teammates, who we think will be Marcus Winkelhock, and that's again bringing Retronic back into the fray. It's been an amazing first ever Hankook 24 Hours of Sebring, because the momentum, the advantage has just swung back and forward between Retronic and Herbert all race long. It's superb to watch.
It's Peter Mackay, I'm John Hindhoff.
It's just been superb to watch.
Peter Mackay, I'm John Hindhoff. We're waiting there for the last quarter of the Hankook 24 Hours of Sebring. Let's take a look at how they stand. That number 18 car just breaking down to the turn 7 hairpin. It is Herbert that leads, and as I say, around about 100 seconds. I just wonder if they're tracking each other here and waiting to see who jumps, but it will, I think, just be the Rutronic car in second that'll go in first of all. 9:55 Wheelie Motorsport by EB Motors, or EBI Motors, excuse me. That is the first of the GT3 Cup cars, the 911 Gen 2 car. Such a pretty car. Really love the treatment over the engine at the back there. Very much fared in and nice and neat and tidy. That's third overall, leading its class. Fourth in GT is the Lippert GTX leader. That's the Gorski, Gerhard Watzinger, Lance Bergstein, A.L. Miller and Kenton Cook heading out the car. Greg Gorski in it at the moment. They lead GTX, so that's 3 class leaders in the top 4. Fifth, RPM Racing is the second of the 911 GT3 Cup car, and that's got Nicholas Johnson at the wheel of that car, long-time racing partner of Tracy Krog. Heart of Racing is Aston Martin's entry into GT4, and they are leading that category at the moment, just ahead of Nola Sport and the Porsche in second place in GT4 and ST Racing in third. So your top 8 in the GT category. Manages to get that going before the pit stops started. In 9th in GT is the second of the Herbert cars. That is the number 92 car that had that gearbox issue. Not the first time Herbert has had gearbox issues, actually, and not on... Now, was it the 91 or the 92 at Barcelona? I can't remember now. But they certainly had a very uncharacteristic issue with that car. Then it's the MRS Racing GTX version of the 911 GT3 Cup car. Then the Team ACP Tangerine Associates GT4 in the M4. The BMW still collecting, the new BMW still collecting valuable data as that car's in its competition debut prior to full homologation, and it's in, at the moment, 12th position. The car, as I say, has not had a clean run, but I'm pretty certain they'll be pleased with that. And rounding up the GT field, the Vortex 701 in 13th. They've had their problems. Lippert now out of the race, as are CP Racing, after a very good run and a pole position. Rentec are still running, I think. No, they're still in the pits, as are Lion Speed, and of course the MRS GT racing car went a while ago. Let's quickly run through TCE. AC Motorsports lead with their Audi ahead of the 2 Autoramas. That's the 2 Golf GTIs. That's the number 1 from 12. The Nordschleifer Racing JS2, JS2R, CWS, Colin White's Genetta is back out, and the Red Camel Jordan TCR didn't start. That's how they stand with 5 3/4 hours to go. Andrew is down in the pit lane. There has been the stop now for the Rutronic car, and Andrew saw it and is with the outgoing driver.
Yeah, I saw Manfred Winkelhock, Marcus Winkelhock, I could say, getting into the car. Sven Herberger's down here. Wow, super stint. That was a really good hard stint.
Yeah, visibility is pretty bad. Visibility is pretty bad, and since rain goes, it comes and goes and stops, you know, you never can 100% say what's happening with the track. But I think overall we have a pretty solid setup where we can play with. Of course, there's the one or the other point where you can drive at, which give you a benefit. So,
are you happy with your performance? Because you did a really good, strong job there.
Yeah, for the first time to be here in the rain and in the track, I think it's okay. I'm pleased. And you know what the most important is? When I jump out of the car and they come like that, then I know it's okay.
And that's what they did.
Exactly.
Well, go and have a well-earned rest. Sven Herberger there doing a super job for an amateur driver. Very well done.
Thank you very much.
Just under the 2 hours there for Sven. And I can't even begin Peter Mackay to consider the amount of mental stress and the concentration levels that were required in those really awful conditions when it rained very hard early on in that stint. But the spray, the Hankook wet weather tyres are very, very efficient at throwing up the water off the track.
Yeah, they are. I mean, we can't say enough about that stint there from Sven Herberger. Not only was it a decent, I mean, he can't go past 2 hours anyway, so right up to the maximum of what is allowed continuously, but the lap times were just superb, and he just got quicker and quicker and got more and more comfortable in these pretty difficult conditions, it must be said. And the mental strain to keep the car on the road, very, very difficult. And also, Sven, they're in a fight for the win, a proper dogfight for the win with Herbert Porsche, and you don't want to be the guy that lets the team down. That's why you see at the end of any endurance race such desperation for the losers and such elation for the winners, because there's so much more invested in it than a normal sprint race, for example, where you can, you might have another race later on in the afternoon, for example. But in an endurance race, every lap, your whole stockpile can be gone in an instant, and I think that's why it's so exciting to watch. Sorry, I got a bit of a fright there, seeing the 91 Herbert Porsche. It's turning into sunset, but there's just so little definition to the corner that it's hard to pick out. I do apologise there.
That's absolutely fine. I'm quickly doing a bit of arithmetic to see how we're standing on that number 18 Rootronic car and who's done what. Marcus Winkelhock, I reckon's done about 5.5 hours in that car, which as it stands at the moment is just over a third of the time that car's been out on the track. A little bit more than that, actually. About a spot on a third. Sven's done about a third, about a quarter for Earhart, and Michael Doppelmayr just a little bit less than that. So, but pretty decent, very decent, and it does mean, I reckon, that Marcus has got a little bit of time to go. Johnny was speculating about how much the Platinum driver can do. I'm pretty certain he can't do more than half the race, that the other drivers have got to do at least half the race. Now, if that is the case, he could do 2 more 2-hour stints, which would leave, he can't do them back to back, so he could do 2 hours, then he can jump out the car, have somebody else do a stint, and then he'll be able to bring it to the end. Now, we'll have to see if my understanding of the regs are correct, and also my mental arithmetic, which, as anybody who knows me, and I've said it myself many times, that's always very, very dangerous, because it was double period on a Friday afternoon, and the nascent Hindhoff was perhaps not around as much as we could. I did take me maths O-level a year earlier than I should have and passed it, so something happened. The other thing, Peter, is there is a specific amount of time that once you've been in the car, you've got to have a minimum rest period, and that will factor in as well.
Yeah, so actually that could work out pretty much perfectly, because we've got 5 hours and 41 minutes to go. Marcus Winkelhock's just gone out onto circuit now, so 2 hours or so behind the wheel. Then put in Elia Earhart possibly for maybe a sort of stint and a bit, and then Marcus Winkelhock take it to the finish for 2 hours, having had his just over 1 hour of rest time. So it's almost as if Rootronic know what they're doing in endurance racing. Of course, there's Manuel Reuter. I say Andrew got a great interview with Manuel Reuter, the team manager, and when you've got that level of experience on your pit wall, that really, really helps. And Rootronic have been an outfit that have really come to the fore in the last little while. The company themselves are actually a distributor of electrical components, but normally see them in a Porsche, of course. Julian Andlauer and Roman Dumas drove for Rootronic, I think, with Lawrence Vantor at Nürburgring 24, and they did rather well. So they are definitely climbing up the endurance racing ladder, and you know that you've got the respect of Audi if they loan you Marcus Winkelhock for the weekend.
Yeah, absolutely correct. Bit of a moment there for Winkelhock. Both hands off the wheel for a moment as he was struggling for grip coming through. Jean de Bienne, he's got the reflexes of a cat on energy drink out there, and that's what he's got to do. He's going to have to push. Now, one of the real stories, one of the real hashtag this is endurance stories of this race has got to be Andrew Marriott, the number 278, the Ginetta with the Ford V6 engine. It was out for about 6 hours, it seemed, last night, but it has returned, and Colin White is another one of those never say die drivers, team managers and team owners.
He certainly is from Glastonbury, Colin White, but it's been no festival for you, has it, Colin? Just tell us you had 2 big crashes, basically.
Yeah, so it's been like wet and wild here, like really. It's, you come all the way to Florida and you end up with British weather, so we're used to the rain, but a couple of the drivers had 2 bad accidents through the night, and we've managed to repair them both times. So the idea is we want to try and finish the race 60% up on our competitors, trying a chance of winning the championship.
I went down your area. I've never seen so much shredded bodywork in my life.
No, that's right. They certainly made a big job. It's quite a hefty smash the car had, but it's a space frame car and fiberglass panels, so just take the clothes off and put new clothes on it, so to speak.
Colin, you told me just before we came on mic that you actually took a couple of hours sleep and you could work out but you still work out when the code 60s were.
Yeah, we finished at 2 o'clock this morning, so as I whipped down the hotel, and the other drivers done some 2 stints each, and I could hear the car going round, so I was working out where it was to, and then looked out this morning and seen it go past. Then I seen it go past all smashed up, so I knew how to come back and give him a hand and repair the car.
You're still smiling, and with a career of 40 years in motorsport, I suppose, maybe even more.
Yeah, a little bit more than that, yes. But yeah, I enjoy motorsport. Good lot of people. Takes you all over the world, and have a bit of fun with it.
Yeah, of course. I mean, this is a big circuit, but you're used to racing on small ovals as well. I mean, you've had huge success in short oval racing.
Yeah, that's right. And my passion is the short ovals. I come over to New Smyrna here and do the SEBRING 9 nights of racing. I've done that twice here. And I still race short ovals in England. I'm won the Outlaw Championship 4 years running now, so that keeps you very competitive on overtaking cars from the ovals.
Sterling job, mate. Well done, and well done to all your boys as well for the hard work. And let's hope that it stays on the island for the rest of the way. You going to get back in it?
Yeah. I'm going to get changed now and get back in it. I don't know if John likes the rain or no, but I don't mind it. So. We'll keep going, but I'd like to say thank you to all the team and to Jexa Racing and everybody for getting all the kit together and helping us do the job.
Thank you very much. And John, you know, the rain is coming down hard, and it's been for the whole period of this race. It really is horrible out here now.
Thanks, Andrew. Colin White, one of the real stalwarts of British motorsport, and now one can say international motorsport. He's been a part of the 24H Hankook series for quite some time. Stayed pretty true to that Ginetta G55. Super little car, and you heard Colin saying there, space frame, so it doesn't have a monocoque chassis as most of your road cars have got. This is very much designed as a race car, and it is a proper racer. There's 2 versions. There's a Ford 3.7, effectively a crate motor that comes out of a minivan over here, and there's I think of just over 4 litre Ginetta badged engine as well. I'm pretty certain that Colin uses the standard 3.7 engine. Doesn't have a great sense of tune, but they are extremely durable engines, and you don't bother rebuilding them. When they've done their hours, you basically bin them and you get another one in a crate from Ginetta or Ford, because that is just what you do. Paddle shift. You can get the endurance kit with the air conditioning and all of that in it. It's a very, very impressive little car. No traction control on the Super Cup versions of the car. I think the endurance kit does get it, but no ABS either on the one that I raced many years ago. So this is going to be a real challenge for everyone who's driving it in these conditions. But Colin, used to being sideways on short ovals. Charlie Robertson, the development driver for the G56, which will be the replacement for this car in the UK series next year. The race, of course, on the British Touring Car Championship bill, and tremendously entertaining they are as well. Imagine a field.
Code 60.
Code 60. Tremendously entertaining they are. Now this is weather. This is weather related, Peter, and this is standing water. I'm hearing from race control and from Natasha. Thank you, Natasha. Standing water on the circuit. So Andrew's weather report was prescient, Mr. Mackay.
Yes, and I did think when you see, in the wet weather at the start of the race, we saw drivers like Marcus Winkelhock and Alfred Renauer lapping in the kind of 2:20 range. Well, on the last lap by, before the Code 60, they were 20 seconds slower than that, like over 2 minutes 40, which for an all-pro driver in a GT3 car, that just shows you how tough this is. I think this is a really excellent call from race control to just neutralize the field, because it's at the point where no matter how good you are, you just hit a puddle and you're in the wall, and that's not what we need.
Correct. And we're seeing people struggling on the straights. Certainly, the Ginetta there, a lot of work behind the wheel going on for the driver of that J55. That's Jean-Francois Bruno. Now that we are in Code 60, let me just make that window a little bit smaller there. The leaders on the back straight at the moment and did not pit, but they have been out now for an hour and 26 minutes. Daniel Ollerman has been out of the pits, so they will be due a pit stop, but right now, of course, they can only take half of their fuel allowance. Nothing to stop them going in and coming back in the next time around, but we'll need to keep an eye on that, because their lead, they're just coming on the Ullman straight now, and the number 18 in second position is just going across the start-finish line, so they should be able to get in and out and get at least half their fuel allowance, which is all they're allowed under this situation, and not lose the lead. Whilst it's a little bit quiet, a big thank you to our camera operators and to everyone on post, flag marshals, etc., etc. We understand that you are donating the most precious of resource, which is your time, and doing it in not great weather. In comes the second place car, Winkelhock, taking the opportunity to top this back up. I think this is super, super tactics. We'll keep an eye on that as we head to Andrew for a few interviews. Down at the pit lane, he's made his way to the Aston Martin pit. Just one of them running here in GT4 from Heart of Racing team from Seattle.
Yeah, I'm down here with young Greg Newell. Go on, Greg. Oh, I need a box to talk to you. Well, you've had a tremendous end to your season, didn't you, the other day? Just tell us about your win there.
Yeah, obviously we won Petit Le Mans last week, so that was a pretty amazing thing, not only as a team, but it's something that I always wanted to do in my career, being a sports car fan my whole life. So pretty special moment, and pretty excited to be here and get another endurance race back to back and finish the season off strong. So
yeah, you certainly did that. And, you've been in the Sprint X series as well.
Yeah, I did the Sprint X series. I did 2 races last year. I didn't do any of the stuff this year. That was Ian and Gray. So just coming here to do one last race with them in the GT4 car. So
I guess you've been in university, have you?
I've been in university, but whether I've been there or not in class, not so much lately. But yeah, I'm definitely my application says I'm in university, so I'll make the most of that.
Because your dad is behind this team with Ian James, I suppose you've grown up with motor racing through that.
That's Gray's dad, Gabe, who runs the team and puts the operation together for us to have as much fun as we do. So obviously Gray's done an amazing job too. It's his first endurance style race.
Oh, sorry to get you mixed up.
Yeah, no, all good. So he's he's doing really well as well. Obviously your first endurance race to be a SEBRING 24 is quite a big one to go into, so he's done a great job, and the whole team has, so we'll see what happens here with
What about these conditions now, though?
Luckily, I'm not in the car. Yeah. Alex is getting the dirty work done, so me and Ian are sitting here on the lawn chairs chilling until we get to go out again, so we'll see what happens.
I think it's almost bad enough to red flag it, actually. It's really horrible out there.
Yeah, we just heard from Alex. He said it was one of the worst conditions he's ever driven. He's hydroplaning everywhere, so I'm sure everybody else is in the same boat, so we'll see what happens. Literally boat, so yeah.
Roman, thanks very much. Sorry for mixing you up. And just a quick word with Ian James. We did speak to him early doors, but Ian, it's going pretty well for you, but now the race is sort of neutralised, isn't it?
Yeah, I think when, the Ginetta just crashed, so it's neutralised it.
Oh, it's crashed again. We're just talking to Colin White.
Yeah, somebody said that, so hopefully they're okay. But it's neutralised, but there's five odd hours to go still. So I mean, this will clear up. It's Florida, and I'm sure we'll get a few good hours at the end there. So glad I just got out of the car though, because it got a little heavier, the rain there.
Yeah. Well, still a battle for you, isn't it?
It is. It's a battle. We're going to fight till the end.
Absolutely. Well done.
All right.
Ian James. And well, you just look at it coming down here. It's absolutely horrible.
Awful lot of water. This is 1965 all over again, and this is, I have to say I wasn't here then, but Andrew probably was, in fairness. I bet he can remember it. But this is as heavy as it has been. Strangely, my watching of motorsport in the Global Broadcast Centre today, with the ability to get across a few things, and remarkable how many of the motorsport events I've been trying to catch up on whilst I was on break have been interrupted or indeed completely ruined by heavy rain showers. 5.5 hours to go. There's a nasty coincidence, Peter, that we started this 2021 season with a race in Dubai that was rain affected, and we've had rain affected races at Monza as well in the past for 24H series. My heart goes out to our camera operators and indeed the marshals who are out in the weather. We're fine, we're in the Global Broadcast Centre. IMSA and Creventic working together on this one, and we've got the jet dryers out. If you're at the circuit, get yourself into the shelter, tune in, radiolemans.com, hit the listen live button, RS1, you can get us on there, absolutely free. Burn a bit of your data, yeah, but other than that. So code 60 as the car going. Just to underline, by the way, there's not a car off here. This is a code 60 purely for the weather. Andrew, back to you in the pit lane. Have you got the jet ski out yet, or the boogie board?
James gave us a what's it steer
Andrew?
there, didn't you? Because I've just seen the Ginetta go by and it's fine, so it wasn't the Ginetta that crashed. I think it's just all those puddles that have built up here around Sebring, and obviously it's a very flat circuit. So I think it's so wet, John, I don't even want to go out from under the, we're underneath a hospitality suite here, actually. Because, as you know, an open area underneath the hospitality suites. I mean, years ago, the pits here in Sebring were absolutely horrible. They were like the old Le Mans pits, but then Don Paynos had all that investment. So let's not forget what Don Paynos did for American sports car racing. And we got magnificent pits now, but it doesn't stop us getting very, very red. I'd have a shower if I walked out here, but I'm not going to.
Yeah, you stay exactly where you are, Andrew. The good news is there's no electrical storm activity in the area, so that's good. We've neutralised this race as it stands at the moment, and we're under code 60. 23 cars, 23 times the leads have changed, 5 different cars. This is the 12th, so we have a round dozen of code 60, and this will take us over 2.25 hours of code 60. The great advantage of code 60 is that we do get back to green flag racing a bit quicker. The problem here, Peter, and anybody who's driven a racing car slowly knows this, and anybody who's driven a racing car slowly when it's wet knows this as well. You get to the stage that the cars aren't going around fast enough to clear the water, therefore the water starts to gather more, and as you're going slowly you've got no aerodynamic downforce, and even these GT3 cars and certainly the TCR cars have make use of aerodynamic downforce. And then the third thing is you're running these things pretty low anyway. At one stage, if you're not careful, they end up being almost like, well, in fact, almost like a boogie board, because the centre of the car is in the water and it takes the Hankook rain tyres off the ground. And as good as they are, if they're not actually in contact with anything, they're not going to give you any grip whatsoever.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, we've all had that scary moment on the motorway when the car hits a big puddle and you're not in control of it. Just imagine that virtually all the time. That's what the drivers have got to put up with. And yeah, I think that's where the Code 60 really comes into its own. Actually, is that, you know, even if you do have a little moment like that, you've got the time to react to it. I do wonder if this shower continues the way it is. I wonder if maybe there will be a red flag, possibly. Not sure, but the field completely neutralised at the moment. I hear Andrew.
Well, Andrew. Yeah, well, Andrew, I think we have got a red flag. Now, we have got a red flag here, and this is significant because, Andrew, the number 91 Herbert car did what we expected. It's come in not 2 consecutive laps, but not that far off to make sure it got a full tank of fuel.
That's absolutely right, John. The 2 lead cars both went past me on the pit lane side by side, but one was obviously the Herbert car going to the fuel, and obviously the Audi, which is fueled up, was going back onto the racetrack. But now all that, of course, is stopped with this red flag, and this could be several hours, John. It's just torrential here now.
Not really certain why Rutronic decided to come back in there, because they had done a full fuel fill just before the Code 60 was enacted. Now, Renard is still getting fuel and is still in the pit lane, so he will be allowed, presumably, to pull out and come round and do one more lap. But where is the number 18 car? The answer is at turn 7. So I reckon they've got a lap back here, or that they've got the lap back that they lost when they pitted for their original stop, I guess. They will come round to 4:51 at the end of this lap when they come into the pit lane. It's all going to it is all going to depend on what happens with the 91, whether that's allowed out of the pit lane at the fuel area, or whether it is held there. If it's held there, they are effectively going to be line astern. All cars have been asked to go to the pit lane in single file, and there will be no work allowed on the cars until further notice. So it's parc fermé situation. The Ligier looking far more like a speedboat, Peter, than a racing car at turn 17. And the natural, it is flat here, and there's not any cambers on the road. The natural undulations, particularly on the concrete areas, this is quite old concrete, the water is just gathering there and leaving at parts of the circuit sometimes an inch and a half, maybe more of water.
Yeah, it's not ideal at all, this concrete surface. It's funny, I also do a lot of circuit commentary at Knockhill Racing Circuit here in Scotland, and as Nick quite rightly pointed out, it does rain quite a lot there last night. And the thing is, though, is you can arrive at the circuit and you see it and you think there's no way we're racing until, you know, lunchtime at least, and then an hour later there's a dry line. Incredible, you know, it's proper brand new, well, relatively new tarmac that dries so quickly and has so much grip. Sebring's not necessarily like that, so I think this is a really smart call from the race director, and I don't think there'll be any drivers who are thinking, oh, we wouldn't, we should be. I don't think there'll be any drivers who are thinking, oh, we should still be out there.
Significantly,
the 91 Porsche GT3 just ploughing through, almost like when you go through a ford on the road. It is.
The significance of that, Peter, is that was released from the VP Racing fuel station and is now heading down towards Bishop Bend, turn 14. So I've got to work out where 18 is. 18's just coming down the Alec Ullman straight at the moment and will pull into the pit lane this time around. So as it goes across the line, that'll click over the Rutronic car I'm talking about with Marcus Winkelhock at the wheel. That will click over to 4:51 laps. But as Herbert comes round, the number 91 car, Alfred Renard, that'll go to 4:52. So there's going to be a full lap pretty much between them when they are in the pit lane. And in fact, there'll be only 4 cars between them. So Winkelhock should be in the pit lane now, followed in by the 188 Stefan Perron for AC Motorsport. That's the TCR leader, that's the Audi. Then it'll be the 710 that comes into the pit lane. That's Greg Gorski. That's another class leader, the GTX car. Then it is... Now, who's in behind there? Strain my eyes to see that one. I think it's the... No, 92's already in the pit lane. Who's behind the 712? It's a 112. It's the Kari-Pekka Larkson Autorama Motorsport car. Now the 91 is in the pit lane as well. So we now have everybody in the pit lane. No working allowed till further notice. The clock will continue to count down for 2 reasons. 1, because it's a 24-hour race and therefore it runs for 24 hours. 2, we've got a hard finish at 5 o'clock Eastern this afternoon. So what are we? Just coming up to 15 minutes before here. So potentially a day here. So potentially still a little over 5 hours to go. Now we'll get in a second or two, but from what we can see here, it does look as though the rain has eased just a tiny bit. And that's really good news. But what I don't understand, Peter, is why Winkelhock came back in. I'm pretty certain he got a full fuel load when he came in on lap 445. And therefore, I've no clue, because the full course purple didn't come out until after that. So not at all certain why Winkelhock was brought back in to the pit lane. If he hadn't been, I think there was a good chance that they, if not taking the lead, but they certainly would have been right on the tail of the 91 car, if not ahead of them. And that could have changed the way they restart.
The only thing might be is that now Nick and Andrew might be able to confirm this for them. Do Rutronic have a higher fuel allowance than the 91 Herbert Porsche? That may be the only explanation, and of course you're only allowed to use half of your allowance in terms of refueling under code 60, so that might have been the only explanation.
Yeah, but they came in before the code 60, so they would have got full fuel allowance on that stop that they made, and then they came in again. When Herbert came in, that was under code 60, and at that point they would have only been able to take half. They were literally committing to the pit lane because they'd been out so long, and then they came back in again, not the next lap, but the lap after. Very interesting. The drivers have now been released by race control to leave their cars. Red flag here if you're just joining us. BMW Motorsport just tweeting, feels like the Nürburgring. Yeah, we've been here before. That was another race that was affected by weather this year. Let's head back down to Andrew, who can give us an update on, first of all, the weather as the jet dryers whistle past on the front page.
Sporting director, of course, of Rutronic, and he's not a happy man. He's actually striding off to see the clerk of the course now. He says the Renault car went out under a red light. He says it left the fueling pit against a red light, so he's not happy. So that's a bit of controversy here. And I said, why did you come in? And he didn't really give it. He said, oh, I had to get fuel. So I don't know if we misled you when they took fuel, but they came in to get fuel at that time. So pretty confused situation, actually.
Well, Sven Herberger had been out of the pits on that stint for an hour and 28, but he'd done a short stint before that, hadn't he? Yeah, he'd done another 20 minutes. So he was getting close anyway. So they brought him in on time, as well as the fact he'd done 38 laps. Now, he would have had more than his full fuel load in that car because of how they stopped. Winkelhock got in on lap 446 at a quarter past this hour. 17 minutes past the hour. He did 446. He did 2 laps and came back in again. So he was in under green flag conditions. Let me just check to see when the code 60 came out. Let me have a look. Code 60. When did the code 60 come out on there? Well, I think he was in beforehand. I don't disagree, Peter, because I did mention that the number 91 car was sitting in the fuel. Now, does the fuel lane count as the pit lane? And if there's a red light, does that hold you at that point? The red flag was definitely out when Herbert were fueling. Now, you could also argue that at the point the red flag came out, they shouldn't have been putting fuel into that car. Listen, I've got nothing against Herbert, but I'm putting my team manager's hat on, and Manuel Reuter will be making these kind of representations right now.
Absolutely, and the one race is both for both teams involved, and indeed race direction, is they've kind of got a moment to breathe and to sort it out. They don't need to do anything in a rush here. We're not going to be getting back out onto circuit. And in fact, they have control when they send the cars back out to circuit. So it actually gives a really nice opportunity to make sure that everything is done by the book. They can take time to look at evidence from both sides, and they can get this right because the cars are sitting neutralised in pit lane. And it would be the difference of a lap, which is in the gap as close as it's been with so many lead changes like we've had, is an enormous difference. So it'll either be a strategical masterpiece by Herbert once again, or that we might be seeing some sort of if not at the very least an adjustment maybe, but or maybe even a penalty, because as we know, leaving a pit lane with the red light on is a pretty serious offence.
Well, particularly if it's under a red flag. So this wasn't just for a safety car train. Now, my question is, where is the red light? Is it before the VP Racing Fuel station, or is it after? And that will be a part of the conversation. Let's head back down to Andrew, who's trying to get a little more information. What we do know is that extreme weather and standing water on the Sebring International Raceway Service has caused a red flag. Andrew, what else can you tell us?
Well, John, I'm going to go down and see where that red light is. So just as we've got a few moments here, we're looking, and hopefully you've got the pictures now, at the new BMW there, and looking at the new front. Remember, those two rings there, the two inlets to the radiator, they call them kidneys, and they call it the double kidney. Now, a lot of the previous cars, of course, have been vertical, not horizontal. Now they're horizontal. Well, reading all the PR blurb, they call this the central brand regulation. It's vertical, it's expressive, and it's deliberately polarizing. This buck-tooth look is great for the new BMW. Well, that's good PR speak, isn't it?
It's one of the few times, I think, look, I'm a big fan of classic BMWs, and I do like, in the way that Mercedes have, they've kept that snouty front end, they've elongated in a time when, rightly, safety issues for pedestrian collisions have been dominating car design. They've kept that snouty long front end, but you can't tell me that anybody, Peter Mackay, looked at the front of an E32 M3 and said, do you know what, if only those kidneys were 4 times the size. And in fact, it's unusual that I say this, but in the UK, we need to have a license plate in the middle of that, and it actually breaks it up and doesn't look half as bad on a street car with a license plate in it.
I have to say, when I saw the first pictures, and this is you know, here we are talking about it. So that's what
Well,
divisive design is
yes,
all about. You
good.
know, there you go. So, you know, when I first saw the pictures, I thought, wow, okay, that's different. But then I remember like it was yesterday. It was in Stockbridge in Edinburgh, and a green, brand new M3 competition came around the corner, and I thought, that is a proper looking car. That is a proper menacing looking machine, and that's what it's designed to be. Is it's kind of a wolf in wolf clothing now rather than in sheep's clothing. It is a four-door saloon car, but it just looks menacing. And actually, like you say, the grille is much more in the flesh, is much more integrated into the car. Likewise in the race cars have got a lot of obviously extra aero bits on it, which helps to add to it. And I think, you know, race cars are meant to look menacing. If you see one of those, imagine this: you're driving along on the bankings at Daytona next year in a couple of months' time, and you look in your mirror, and here comes Bill Oberlin in a yellow and blue Turner car with the big grille like that. It's going to put the fear of death into you. And that's what
it's almost like it's snarling at you, isn't it? I take that point. And by the way, I really hope I am driving along round the banking at Daytona. And there's no doubt if I was, Bill Oberlin would be catching me up. We've got about 25, 26 minutes before we get the next update at just after midday, 15 minutes past midday. We're going to stay on the air here. For those of you at the tracks, just crack your windows a little bit and listen to us on the PA. Or tune in at tune in at radiolemans.com, hit the listen live button, and it's RS1, the channel on there. We've got the jet dryers out, and we're trying to get the track dried off. This is nothing to compare with the 1965 12 hours, when really you could have used jet boats around here. Anything with a draft that was only about 5 inches, you'd probably have got round with it, in point of fact. Let me give you the order as it stands. On 451 laps completed, leading the race as it stands at the moment, all provisional I would say this, is the Herbert Motorsport Alfred Renard driven number 91 Porsche. Clock still running, by the way, just over 5 hours to go. Marcus Winkelhock in the Rutronic Racing by TECE Audi has completed 450 laps, 450, but is ahead in the queue, so is effectively right on the end of the tail end of the lead lap. 432 laps is the leading 991 GT3 Cup car. That's Sergei Nikolai for Vili Motorsport by Ebby Motors, the 955. RPM are second in that class. They're 424, so another 6 laps further back. Niklas Johnson in the number 907, fourth overall in the race. Another class leader is in fifth. That's the Lippert Motorsport 710, the remaining Lippert Lamborghini. This is the Super Trofeo version of the Lamborghini Huracan. And Greg Gorski had taken that car over before the rain got too bad and the red flag came out. Finish off the top 6 here. 470 Nola Sport. That's another class leader. That is the GT4 class leader. The Porsche 718 came in GT4 Club Sport. Alex Mayer took over that car. Let's go back down to Andrew and Seb, braving the weather at pit out. And has that rain eased? It looks like it's eased quite a lot from here, Andrew, but you're out in it.
John, Florida weather, it's stopped completely now, and it looks as if the sun might even come out. I've just been down to the bridge to check this red light situation. And you know the Sebring Bridge well on pit out. The traffic light hangs off by, rather than the Rolex sign, it actually hangs under the bridge. However, I've just spoken to an official, and he says at the end of the fueling lane, there is another guy with a flag. It's a red flag. It was a red flag. And he was there, this guy, and he saw the Renault Porsche go through that flag. He's definitely said, no doubt that he maybe he didn't see it, but anyway, he did break the red flag.
Okay, so we await that's why I said everything. Thank you, Andrew.
John, just down with some officials here that might just give us a bit of update, because I'm with the race officials, so let's see what they're thinking. 3 of them. And it's Ari Kreuzer, the race director, who's pointing to another race director, Jeroen Steenhuis. Jeroen, what do you think now? Obviously, it's very bad. Are you going to try and start it soon?
Of course, that's our intention. At this stage, all vehicles available are on track to get rid of all stuff. I'm very happy with all the cooperation we get from the circuit in doing so. 12:15, we will give a next update to all the teams. But our intention is to restart the race, of course.
I think everybody thought it was the correct decision, Jeroen.
Yeah, perhaps it's always too late, but first we made a lap to see, and absolutely it was not safe to continue in this way.
Nobody went off either, did they? But and of course, there's this issue with the Herbert car going through the red light. I don't know if you know anything about that, or whether you've been involved in the discussion with Manuel Reuter.
Yeah, we know about it, and we will take action on that as well.
Thank you very much. Well, Jeroen, thank you very much. Right from the horse's mouth there. So that is the very latest situation.
Well done, Andrew.
John.
Yeah, Nick Damon will be running for the keys to his hire car and volunteering to go around and cleaning water, if I know Nick at all. So just over 15 minutes, 17 minutes away is the next update. We got down to 6th position in GT. In 7th is the second GT4 car. That's Heart of Racing team. They are on the lead lap of Nola Sport. There was 49 seconds when they came in, but of course they're at code 60, so they are on the lead lap. The battle for GT4 honours is still very much bubbling away on the gas at the moment. Third in GT4, next up ST Racing, John Miller in the pit, of course, in the 436. They are just one lap off the lead. On 416 laps is the leading TCR car, which also leads the TCE part of the race. Stefan Perron in the 188 AC Motorsport Audi. 415 for the best of the Autorama Motorsport by Wolf Power. And Emil Heyerdahl is in that car. Their team car is a 1 lap further back. No, check that, is 9 laps further back. The number 112, Kari Packer Larkson came into the pits with that. And then it's the Nordschleifer Racing TCX entered GS2R Ligier. That car, let me just scroll down a little bit. Where's that on the... That's Nordschleifer Racing. They've done 392 laps. And as we said, at the top of the field at the moment, the GT race on 451 laps, but with a potential penalty, the sword of Damocles hanging over the 91, but unofficially at the moment they lead on 451 laps from Rutronics, number 18 Audi on 450, 432 for the leading Porsche 911 GT3 Cup car from Willy Motorsport, the 955. The 907 RPM Racing is second in that class, and 5th overall is the best of the GTX cars. That's the Lightbot Motorsport. Then the Nola Sport Porsche, the 470 that leads in GT4. Ahead of the Vantage, they're on the same lap, and the top 8 made up by the ST Racing GT4 BMW. Outside of the top 8, it is going to be the second of the Herbert cars in 9th position in the GT competition for Herbert. And then it will be MRS GT number 987. Then the P4 entered Robbie Foley driven BMW Sport Motorsport. Now that's how it stands. We've got 15 minutes to the next update. Let's take some more interviews with Andrew.
Schleifer car used to run those French cars, Peugeots, but now you've got the little Ligier, and it keeps going round, Cyrus.
Yes, keeps going around. Well, we are French, so we are proud to defend the French manufacturer. So after Peugeot, now it's Ligier. I think it's the first Ligier running in the US, which is not a prototype car like LMP3 or P2. So we are going okay. In performance, on dry condition, we are fantastic. But 2 drivers had a small contact with the wall, so we lost, I don't know, 15 laps. Car is okay. On wet condition, it's not the best car to drive because it has no traction control, and of course it's a rear propulsion car, so difficult to handle. But well, happy to be here, happy to make a 24-hour race in the SEBRING, the first one. happy to make it going at 5 hours from the clock. Let's go forward.
I'm going to ask you this, French team, why call it Nordschleifer? They should have called it Rouen or something.
No, because in Europe, the most craziest track, and I think it's almost a global statement that the Nordschleifer, so it's the Nürburgring buckle, North buckle. Nordschleifer is North buckle for in German. So Nordschleifer because we started there running the Peugeot in 2010, and so we had the name of some sponsors before, and when we lost those sponsors due to COVID, the new name of the team is Nordschleifer because we love the Nürburgring and the Nordschleifer.
Very good answer. Thank you very much, Cyrus. Your brother, Sir Hale, is he still okay? Is he racing historics now?
Yes, and today he is driving in Paul Ricard in France, Bentley Le Mans 2003. I think the name was Super 8 or Super, I don't know, the GT1 of Bentley.
Oh yeah, now, of course he had a lot of success at Macau.
Ah yes, he
now,
won Macau.
Today in the touring car race, there was one of the biggest...
Formula 3.
Formula 3 here, but today they had a big race there, the Gia race, touring cars. You watch it on television, one of the biggest accidents you've ever seen. There was about 30 cars all hit each other. Extraordinary, but a great track, and we remember Sir Hale winning, and great to have you representing the family here.
Thank you. And my son is here too, and he drove the Ligier for the first time here. So it's he's beginning in 24 hours. So now you have a brother, sons, nephew, whatever.
Thank you very much. Of course, it was the Speed 8 Bentley that he was driving today. That's it. We got it. There's Cyrus. It's a great place. Always a good interview, actually.
Andrew, thank you so much. So many characters around sports car pit lanes who've been around for such a long time, and when you've been bump into and have a chat with, it's an extraordinary place. We're just over 10 minutes away from the next update. So, Peter, your thoughts? I mean, it's brightening up even as we're looking down from turn one. It is looking very nice indeed. The situation is getting better all the time. Soya Layari, big mates with Francois Perraudot, who has a number of classic cars based around, or at in fact, the circuit of Paul Ricard. And he's got a Peugeot 908. He's certainly got the Van Merkstein Spider, I know, because I've been on track with that relatively recently with Manu Collard, who also drives with Francois Perraudot. And you are, how's the Spider Book, the RS Spider Book coming on, Peter?
Oh, very well, actually, John. Yeah, very good. It's been, you know, it's been such a privilege to speak to every type of character in the RS Spider story, if you like. You know, I've spoken to a number of the drivers, Timo Bernhard, Romain Dumas, Patrick Long, Jeroen Blekemolen. You had a brilliant chat with Guy Smith, who of course drove the Dyson car. And that was interesting to hear it from Dyson Racing's point of view, who were one of obviously the independent teams running the car up against Penske, which is not an easy task, but it's been absolutely fantastic. I'm actually going to Porsche in about 3 weeks' time to go and see the cars and to meet with some of the personnel who are involved in the project. So hoping, fingers crossed, a launch for Daytona 2023, where I heard Porsche have got a new car coming out then, so it's probably quite a good time to launch the book, but I've got to get it ready in time.
Good for you. We'll talk about Andrew's book in a moment as well. But let's first of all have a word with Alex Riberas, who is finally back in the United States and with Heart of Racing team after being for quite some time, Andrew, stuck on the other side of the world in New Zealand. I'm not sure how hard he was trying to get back home, because it sounded like he was having a lovely time.
Yeah, I'm down with a Spaniard. John Hindhaugh saying you got stuck in New Zealand, is that right?
That is correct. In fact, we went there for just a 10-day trip, and it turned out to be a year-and-a-half stay over there on the on the other side of the world. So quite an experience for sure.
Yeah, well, I missed it by 2 days. I was in Australia going to New Zealand, and then they closed it down the day before I was about to fly there. So I would have been with you, maybe. Why were you there? You were there for racing, Alex, or just a holiday?
Not really. Yeah, we went with a group of friends from the US. We just went for some scuba diving and just to visit the country for the first time. And I did get to know the country very well, for sure.
Did you go to any of the racetracks? Or?
Yeah. We actually came up with the idea of supporting Starship Hospital over there in New Zealand, which was the national hospital, and it turned out to be a phenomenal program, and we happened to be champions of the national championship there, which was phenomenal, and I did enjoy it very much.
But it must have been so frustrating.
Not really. I mean, when you think about it, during those times, New Zealand was definitely the safest place in the world. We were very lucky indeed to be in a country with no worries whatsoever, just a normal life, and it was definitely a memory that I will always remember, and I have very fond memories, in fact, from all of my experiences there.
Got to congratulate you winning Petite last weekend. That was a great result and a good season with Heart of Racing. Excellent season, actually, with James and the boys.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's incredible what the Heart of Racing has achieved this year. It blows my mind. Everybody in the team, from the first to the last guy, they all are very hard-working guys, and they deserve everything. So it's definitely a huge achievement. Sprint Cup Championship, Petit Le Mans. And we are definitely excited for next year.
What about your thoughts on the splitting of GTD into Pro and Am? You think that's a good thing?
I love it, personally. I think that the more the merrier, and I think having a GT3 platform where there's so many different brands, it's going to be so attractive for the fans, for the drivers, and it's, in my opinion, we're going to have phenomenal racing.
When we first met and I first interviewed you, you were, of course, a Porsche junior driver. That's quite a while ago now.
Absolutely, yeah. I don't know how long ago was that, but definitely really happy to be here right now with you in this phenomenal racetrack and racing these phenomenal cars.
Yeah, you kept a professional career going very strongly. That's always difficult to do.
Absolutely, yeah. People, sometimes overlook how difficult it is as a race car driver. And we saw, especially last year, many programs being canceled. Your stability is sometimes outside of your control, and that's why we always say, every single day that you get to be on a racetrack, that's a good day. You have to embrace it, enjoy it, have fun, and that's what the Heart of Racing is all about.
Excellent. I reckon it was about 12 years ago when you were with that junior program.
Yep, it's
no grey hairs, though, look.
Well, I do my best, I would be lying if I didn't have a couple too. But yeah, so far, so good.
Alex, lovely chat. Thank you very much.
Thank you, John.
Cheers.
2013 it was, and Conor De Filippi was the other then brand newly minted Porsche junior driver for the 2013 season, and I think fairly early in, Alex was super sub for Super Mario Farnbacher. Mario was driving here in North America, and therefore he couldn't do everything that he was expected to do. So that would be the DAC championship, wouldn't it? GT championship, and that was certainly when Alex came to my note. Tim Gray, our executive producer up in London, finding out more about that track day that Sohail Ayari is at with the Bentley Speed 8. It's just a standard track day, Peter, open to GT cars over 300 horsepower, single seaters and prototypes, from Formula Renault 2000 to Formula 1, and there's a car the type of which won Le Mans in 2003 out there, which frankly I still think the Speed 8 looks as fresh as the day it rolled out of crew. So yeah, basically just your standard track day.
Yes, haha. That Bentley Speed 8 is, like we said, it's a gorgeous car. It's so wonderfully simple. You look at, you compare it, and in fact, I believe that the aerodynamicists that work on that car have then worked on the Porsche Aero Spider, actually. You look at the Porsche Aero Spider, it's very, very clean aerodynamic design when you compare it to the Acura that it raced against and had some super battles. It's had a lot more complications to its aerodynamics as well. So it's sometimes a pretty car is often a fast car for good reason.
Well, let's continue whilst we have a bit of quiet to pick off as many of the teams. We'll go to another class leader now. We just heard from Heart of Racing and the Aston. They're second in GT4. The leading GT4 is 6th overall. That is Nola Sports Porsche. And Andrew, is that their pit right now?
Yeah, we're just saying 6th place overall at the moment. A great run you're having here.
We are, yeah. It's been a pretty big journey. Yesterday we were pretty far off the pace, so to have such powerful race pace is it's been awesome, and we've been able to execute on a high level with strategy, and it's been a good time. Yeah.
You're a regular with this team, though, aren't you? You're not one of the drivers they brought in.
Yeah, I campaigned the Sprint X Championship in 2020, GT4 America with them. Had some good success. And yeah, this is my first race of 2021, though.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Are you race rusty, or do you feel not?
I mean, yeah, you have some doubt and nerves before you get into a race car, but once you're in the car, all the memories of karting and your junior stuff comes back to you. So yeah, I mean, once you're behind the wheel, it's all good.
My memory serves me right. You've done quite a bit of single-seater racing.
No, I mean, all karting and sports cars. Right. I've gotten into some Formula cars, but I was never able to put a financial program together.
Right. Well, what's the strategy now? I mean, I think they said we're going to start fairly soon, and you've just got to keep it on the island, you boys, really.
Yeah.
But you've got to watch for that Aston.
Yeah, it's incredibly exciting. More exciting than it should be. We got some penalties, and it is what it is. We just have to deal with it and run our program and keep it on the gray stuff. Yeah.
Where's the name Nola Sport come from? What's the background to that?
New Orleans, Louisiana, Nola, and then Nola Sport. Yeah, kind of like.
That's where you come. That's where the team is.
Yep, that's where the team is based at Nola Motorsports Park, the track down there. And a lot of the guys that are driving for them are from Texas. Me, Jason, Matt Travis are all Texas. Yeah, but it's all pretty close.
Well, it's a big state, so there's got to be a few race car drivers there.
Yeah.
AJ Foyt, to name us but one.
That's right. Yeah, AJ Foyt. He's somebody I always aspire to. Yeah, it's, you know, you got Florida, Texas, and California. They seem to crop up a lot of good driver talent.
I interviewed AJ Foyt at Le Mans when he came 50 years after he'd won, and I said, well, why didn't you come back? Well, I won it, that was it, I've done it, you know. Well, just a little aside on AJ Foyt, I once saw, there was a race called the Questor Grand Prix many, many years ago. It was Formula 1 and Formula 5000 cars.
Wow.
AJ Foyt was in a Formula 5000 car. He was not happy with the engine, and they wouldn't change it. He actually clutched it right in front of their pit, flat out, put the clutch in, and there was bits of Chevrolet motor absolutely everywhere. I've never seen anything like it in my life. He got a new motor, of course, and then in the end he finished 15th.
Yeah,
I know AJ Foyt's story.
Yeah, he's
he's a legendary, fantastic guy.
Well, just like, you know, there was a generation of driver where you could get into ovals and dirt cars and then be in Formula cars and doing endurance racing all in the same weekend. So it was really a special time, something that some drivers can do. I would love to be that kind of a wheelman.
Yeah. Well, Zach, great to talk to you. Let's hope you get a few more races in next season.
Yeah, that's the goal. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Nola Motorsport Park, of course, down in Avondale, Louisiana. Did have an IndyCar race there in 2015. Another one from the imagination of Desiree Wilson's husband, Alan Wilson, who also did the Utah facility just outside Salt Lake City, and has been very busy recently designing a whole load of tracks in China for one of the major manufacturers out there, the guys Geely, who own a number of manufacturers, and quite a few of the circuits we used this year on the Porsche Carrera Cup Asia, the Axim trade sponsored series. And fiendish is Alan does like complexes of corners that lead one to another, all about getting the rhythm right. So we are waiting now for an update, Peter. Sorry, go ahead.
So you beat me to it. I was going to say, hopefully we're right on cue for getting our update. That's now 12:15 local time, and judging by the images that we have from the Global Broadcast Centre, it looks like we could go back racing. It could be completely different over the other side of the circuit, but with the rain off and with cars going around, might need code 60 for a few laps, but I'm feeling quite optimistic here, John. I think we could be back out racing pretty soon.
Well, hello to everything else is waiting, and to all of you, including Alan Prosser, who are staying with us on RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels, and also on the video stream as well as you at the track, of course. Still somewhere just under 5 hours to go, so we could still get a significant portion of this race in a couple of the classes, certainly for the overall and for GT4. Very, very finely balanced at the moment. Andrew, what's happening down in pit lane? Any signs of movement? The teams were told they could cover the cars a little while ago, here's the update that we've got from race control. I'll come to you in a second, Andrew. They are asking the teams for assistance, race control are asking the teams for their assistance to put the cars into the correct restart order behind the safety car at 12:40 here in Eastern Time. So that is 23 minutes away. So we'll have lost almost a full hour, but frankly, given the downpour we had, that I think we've got away with that fairly lightly, Andrew. So you'll start to see people moving around shortly and doing their start-up sequences, and then we're going to reorder the cars into their running orders, not the way they came into the pits, into their running orders. And after that, we will see what is going to happen with the potential red light stroke red flag infringement. Minimum of 2 laps behind the safety car is what we're hearing from race control. So I know you can hear us down in the pit lane, and Andrew's listening in as well. That should, I think, Andrew, spark a little bit of movement down there.
Yeah, it should, but it started to rain a bit again. But my nose has led me to Herbert Racing here, and look at this, some chicken being cooked up here. What else we got here, girls? What's on the menu?
We have some chicken wraps.
Chicken wraps, that's what it is. Now, I don't know, I said lots of nice things about this team over the years. So we got the salad down here and everything. I don't know if I get one of these chicken wraps or not. At Le Mans, on occasion, I have had a bit of food there, but that chicken's not actually quite ready yet. So I might pop back in a couple of minutes. I might get my lunch down here from Herbert.
It is that time, and Nick Damon's due in about 10 minutes, I think, from memory. So thank you, Andrew. Mariotti is the king of sniffing out a decent meal. And the amount of times he's been to racetracks around the world, and he's been telling the story, and I said, and he says to me, yes, and by the way, it was a very good meal. So yes, excellent, Andrew, well done, well done. Coming up to 20 minutes past midday, so we are about 20 minutes away from getting the cars in behind the safety car, and a minimum of 2 laps before we go green. I think that's very sensible, Peter. The race control officials are having the time out. I've noticed a couple of the Alan J. Chevrolet SUVs out on the track. That's some of our race officials that are just having a look, and we've still got the jet dryers and the blowers out. Very sensible approach to this, Peter.
Absolutely the way to deal with it. There is no merit in rushing. We're in we've got time to talk about it. I mean, we're in a delicate time right now with motor racing. It's both on 2 and 4 wheels, where we have to preserve the sport, and we now live in a world where everything is under the microscope with social media, and there's always has to be a blame or a reason for something. So you have to. I very much sign up to the view where you have preemptive safety rather than wait for something bad to happen and then go, oh, we better stop now. This is what race safety should be. We can afford. We've got time. We can sit here for an hour, wait for it to clear up, and then go back racing again safely. That's the key reason. And I think much more of this needs to happen in racing because you're preempting. You're saying, right, this is getting dangerous now. Stop now, and then go back when it's safe to do so. And it's not an easy decision to make because a lot of people say, oh, this is just let them race. Wrong, in my view.
I thought that was a really prescient chat that Andrew had with our race director. He said, you always feel sometimes you've taken a bit too long, but as Andrew said, nobody fell off. Everybody was driving. It was difficult, but everybody, to coin an old phrase, we counted them out of the pit lane and we counted them all back in again. So that was all right, and safe to always come first. So about another 20 minutes and then we're going to reorder the cars behind and we'll get them running around behind the safety. We'll take some of your questions. Peter, Mackay, John Hindhoff, Andrew for about another 5 or 10 minutes, and then Nick Damon will be back. We'll do our best to answer them. Gregory Tolson has done just that, using that hashtag RSL Sebring 24. He says, is this the last race we'll ever see the Golf TCR car in the US? I hope not. There are some teams that still have them over here. We haven't seen them in IMSA competition for a little while. Saw them in the Michelin Pilot Challenge, of course, a couple of years ago. I remember standing on the apron at the row before the Rolex 24, seeing this Golf on the high banks. It looked somewhat incongruous, to be honest, because TCR cars do sit up a bit higher than GT cars. But my goodness, those are great cars. I think the reason for Gregory asking this is that VW have officially withdrawn from everything that isn't electric-powered motorsport. But what they are still doing through VW Motorsport is supporting people who have their cars. And of course, that TCR car is actually built by the Seat Sport concern, who build all of the VAG, the Volkswagen AG Group TCR products. So that would be the Audi, which is now in its second evolution, the Golf and the Cupra, as it's now called. They all run on the same platform effectively, and that's an extension of what VAG have done in their street car, their road car line for quite some time. They call the parts of cars a toolkit, and basically they're shared, whether it's platforms and floor pans, or it's engine technology, or even other parts of the cars as well. And it means that there's a huge economy of scale when they are ordering particularly small parts and grommets and 10 mils bolts and stuff like that. It was a really sensible thing to do. It was something that came out of Audi and Bentley, and it's gone throughout the whole group. But that's nothing new. It's been going for well over a decade now. They've applied that to their racing side of things as well, Gregory. So I'm told by Tammy Puig, isn't it, who runs that organisation. I'm told from the VAG and from Volkswagen Sport that if you were to require and ask for a brand new Golf TCR, you could have one built. They aren't promoting that, but they are still supporting all of their current customers with parts and technical support as well. So it's still out there. Let's hope we do see the Golfs back in IMSA competition and racing in TCR. There's a few new cars coming out. We've had, of course, 3 different iterations of Hyundai in the last 3 or 4 years, starting with the i30N, going through the Veloster N, and now with the Elantra N. Again, all based on similar architecture underneath, so they have been very clever. And that is purely, Gregory, because of the fact that some of those models aren't sold in the US. So, for example, the Veloster N isn't sold in the US, whilst the Elantra N is going to be. Just actually, earlier on today, I was reading a road test of the new small crossover SUV that has been sported up. N is their sport brand, the Kona, K-O-N-A-N. Get a very good ride-up and has the same 276 horsepower 4-cylinder engine as the other cars in that range. And I can tell you, I've driven the street version of the i20 I-20 fastback, I-30 fastback, excuse me, took it to Spa with Johnny Palmer, in fact, a couple of seasons ago now, and it was like driving a little rally car. It's great fun, absolutely brilliant. The VW still produce rally cars in R5 as well, and again support their customers. So there's still plenty of opportunity to see that Golf GTI TCR in the US, and there would still be support available from effectively the whole group sporting side of things. Despite the fact, and I think, as I say, this is what Gregory is alluding to here, Peter, that VW has said, no, it's all going to be electric sport for us from now on, but clearly they need to continue to support the people who've got the cars out there.
Absolutely, yeah, because when you're part of for that reason, when you're part of a greater group, you have the goodwill and keeping customers happy. When obviously these aren't cheap cars to buy in the first place, so yeah, that aftercare, that support is very, very important. And like I say, if you couldn't, but when it's time to replace the car, it might not be a Golf, but then you think, okay, well, they looked after us before, so we'll get a Cupra next, or we'll get an Audi, or whatever it might be. I mean, interestingly, in the rallying world, the R5 car, which is the kind of one step down from World Rally cars, or Rally 1 as it's now going to be called, you can get a Polo R5, you can get a Skoda Fabia R5. It's the most successful rally car ever, actually, the Skoda Fabia R5. And then I believe there will be an Audi S1 version as well.
Oh.
So, yeah, I believe so. So, and they're all pretty interchangeable. So, yeah, it's funnily enough, I was speaking to a certain Austrian Porsche factory driver, Richard Leitz, he's a very, very, very big rally fan, and has quite a collection of cars, and he's in the market for an R5 at the moment. He's just deciding what path to take.
Well, surely he's going to stay within the Vauxhall, within the VAG Audi Porsche parent group, isn't he?
Not from what, possibly, but not guaranteed. Of course, there's a place in Cumbria that make quite good R5 cars, which is worth you can't write off.
No, that would be Malcolm Wilson and M Sport and the Fiesta R5s. Well, we've seen the end of an era in WRC, of course, today. It's the final rally of the 2021 season, with the current crop of WRC cars being replaced next year for what, as Peter's called, is going to be called R1, Rally 1, and the mild hybrid cars. Looks to me as though Ford and M Sport, Ford have really got behind that. M Sport were first out the blocks. So I think that's going to be a really competitive car next year, and the other manufacturers have got some catching up to do already for that, Peter.
Yes, it sounds very much like this is the best chance for. It's great to see Craig Breen getting a chance to go for a World Rally Championship. I think he's really, his tenacity, the Northern Irishman, to get himself back into top flight rallying after losing his drive with Citroen has just been amazing. Done a lot of more regional rallies just to get his name back out there, and yeah, he fully deserves that contract. And that Rally 1 Puma being made by Ford looks to be a serious piece of kit, and it doesn't seem like testing for some of the other manufacturers appears to be going all that swimmingly so far. But we'll only find out at Rally Monte Carlo at the end of January. As I tell you what, John, what are your thoughts for? Obviously, we're going into a new era in IMSA and sports car racing, where we'll have the obviously Rolex 24 and Sebring 12-hour, as we always do. But GTD, I mean, GTD has got to be one of the healthiest categories in all of motor racing, to be honest, with the variety of manufacturers and the cars involved. But adding a pro element in there is going to be fascinating, actually.
I think it's a brave but ultimately pragmatic move by IMSA, the pinnacle of GT racing the world over. Take out Japanese Super GT and and German DTM, because those are effectively racing
cases.
cars made to look like GT and fastback cars. The GTEs, the GT Le Mans, have been the pinnacle for a very, very long time, and of course they're at Le Mans, which that makes them the pinnacle in my eyes. Of course it does. The fact that IMSA decided to call time on it, guys, because we're not getting the entries, I thought was really brave, particularly given that America's sports car, Corvette Racing, and the new C8R was barely, into its stride as a brand new car at a new platform and the mid-engine car. But I think when you look at it as an holistic view, it was a really sensible thing to do. And what they have done is to do a 180-degree turnaround, and quite happy to talk about this. Whereas most GT3, which is GT Daytona here, are quite, what's the word I'm looking for? Quite vociferous in keeping out factory teams. IMSA have literally, as I say, they've pulled the handbrake on and spun it 180 degrees and said, right, this is going to be our factory GT racing. So at that point, you've then got something completely different from what GT3 and therefore GT Daytona was designed for. So they've had to come up with something a bit different. But ultimately, I think it will be a formula that will be, at least for a couple of seasons until the new GT category regulations are formalised by the ACO and the FIA. There are several working groups, or there is a working group with several manufacturers on it, working on it at the moment, and they are pretty close to it. We just haven't seen it yet, and we may not see it, actually, because of the way that works. But at least for a couple of years, I think this is a good stopgap. What it doesn't do is means that GTE is dead, and there's at least one more year at Le Mans and in the FIA WEC. That's where Corvette are going with the current version of the C8R, the GT Le Mans car. They will run for the first time a full World Championship season with that car. Nick Tandy and Tommy Milner going across to Europe to play with the other manufacturer teams. They'll hope for 2 entries to Le Mans, of course. And then the other side of things will be here in the US, where they're going to backwards engineer the current GTE car into something close to the current GT3 spec. Now, all of the other manufacturers are going to sign off on this. There's already been some tests with some of the revised GT3 style electronics and different aero, and the engine being turned down, because it's not just a question of sticking a big restrictor on. You've got to do that to make the car stay reliable. It's a big job for the IMSA technical team and for Corvette Racing, but what Corvette have said off the back of that is when the new regulations are out and when they know what they are, they will build genuine Corvette GT3 cars to the new regulations, whatever that looks like, for customers. Now, where that leaves them and their racing in the US, well, let's worry about that in 2 years' time. But I think, long answer to your question, but I think IMSA have done a great thing. We are looking at the future of GT Daytona racing in this very pit lane this weekend, with BMW Motorsport and Team RLL testing in competition situations and circumstances here the new BMW M4 GT3 car, and that there will be one of those as a BMW factory entry here in the States. RLL are going to be parallel to racing that car next year, developing the new LMDH, the new prototype car for BMW Motorsport here in the US, a Dallara chassis, a chassis that they're going to be sharing with GM, funny enough, and we'll see those in 2023 at the Raw before the Daytona 24. We'll see them before that, actually. I'm told. In fact, I'm actually quite surprised we haven't seen some teaser pictures of the Porsche or the Audi. Certainly the Porsche. I'm surprised we haven't seen that car already. Nick Damon has joined us in the pit lane. Good afternoon. We are 10 minutes away, Nick, from getting something happening. Uncovering the cars and assisting the driver in the car is now confirmed as being allowed, and we've now heard that the restart order will be the current order in the pit lane. There will be no car shuffling. Ooh. So have we now burst into life down in the pit lane? Well, you have.
Well, I've burst into life. More importantly, look, I have the coat, which is excellent. But what I would say is it's also raining quite a bit more than it was. It's not anything like it was at the when they stopped the race, but it's that clear period is gone. So we've now got a bit of rain. Yeah, there's not really bursting into life. In fact, I'd say there is no life. People are still considering their positions. I think they want to go out as late as possible. But yeah, there's no. I can't see anybody working on the cars at all at the moment. I'm down with the Vortex pit, and there was kind of a situation where, oh, do I have to go? And they've the driver here putting on his outfit. Going, oh, it's me, is it? Should we grab a quick Vortexy word?
Yes, of course, always.
Bruno, so give us the story of Vortex's race.
So you asked me whether the car will be reliable or not, and I can tell you it was super reliable. We had a wonderful night. The car was perfect. The chip was great as usual, and now we're very confident running on the wet track.
So you see, obviously I must be a good omen. You see, I see you on the grid. I say, is it going to break down? You say no, and it's not. So has it also got the sort of pace you want as well?
Yeah, definitely. It was obviously a bit awkward to start at night, but everyone was fine with it, and I think we did a great race so far.
So do any of your drivers, have they ever had any of them experience here at Sebring, or are you all here for the first time?
All here for the first time, and even some of us went, I think, to the US for the first time as well. Yeah. And but we really look forward to returning back here because it's absolutely fantastic.
So effectively, you had what? You all had about 10 laps each before you started the race. Was that it?
Yes. Some of us didn't even discover the track at night, but it was fine. And for me, it was my very first time on the wet track. So it was a very interesting experience, but we all liked it a lot.
So with the Vortex, we've sometimes seen one car, sometimes seen two cars in the championship. What are the plans for next year? Is it going to be working with this car? Are you going to develop a new version of this car into two cars? What are you going to do for next season?
So I think there are plans for a new car, but in 2 years from now. For next year, there will be at least one car for sure. Yeah, maybe a second one. I will need to ask Arnaud Gomez, the head of Vortex, to know more about that.
We'll be seeing you all in Dubai, though, yeah?
In Dubai? Not myself, but the team will be there for sure.
Brilliant stuff. Thank you, Dean. Yes, just picking up on that. Sorry, just to should really name the driver correctly. I want to get it right this time, so I'm actually going to look on the entry list, which normally involves my glasses. That's Philip Bonnell. Yeah, I have taken my glass with me for this event, but luckily now, and I was worried during the night, but now it's light, I can see what's going on. I just realised, of course, there's no cars moving, so I can actually disobey Eve, can't I? I can actually go over the wall for a second. I'm not going to, because it's too wet.
There's nothing in the pit lane.
The entirety of every single car is on the far side of the pit lane, but there is literally no fiddling. There's no faffing or fiddling, John. So given the fact that things are supposed to be starting up in a minute, the drivers like that. We're going to get an extra delay because there's extra rain. Not sure, but I'm going to walk up with the camera guy, and so we can get a better view when they actually roll off.
Thank you very much, Nick Damon. We're just a couple of minutes away from when we expected to see the cars rolling out, and just to let you know what's been happening if you are just joining us, coming up to 12:40 here in Central Florida. That's 6:40 in the UK, 7:40 in Central Europe. People perhaps coming in and switching on to our audio or video. Good to have your company. We just about an hour ago had a torrential downpour There were no major incidents, but race control decided that the amount of water that was standing on top of the surface here at Sebring International Raceway was not conducive to safety, and therefore code 60 to start with, and pretty quickly after that we went to a red flag, and we're still in that red flag period at the moment. The race control have told us and the teams that you can uncover the cars and assist the current driver in the car. The cars have been in what is known as parc fermé conditions, effectively closed parking. That means you can't do any remedial work or servicing on the cars. Our restart order will be as they stand in the acceleration lane, check that, the fast lane of the pit lane at the moment, just beyond the Mobile 1 bridge. We'll get Nick to go down there from the front to the back. How this stands at the moment is that the number 91 Herbert Motorsport Porsche is on 451 laps, and I think is at the very back of that queue. If it's not at the very back, it's not far away from it. Therefore, it has almost got a lap on the Rudtronic Racing TECE Audi number 18, which Marcus Winkelhock was driving. The big complication of that is there is a investigation going on, because when the red flag came out, the number 91 was in for its second fuel stop in a couple of laps because it was code 60 of laps because it was code 60. They were in the VP fuel station, racing fuel station, drove out from the right-hand side of the pit lane through a red flag. And that has been investigated at the moment. Nick is at the front of the grid. How are they going to line up, Nick? Because this is not how they are on the necessarily on the timing and scoring, but this is how they will roll out of the grid, effectively how they rolled in after the red flag was thrown.
Well, we will show you by running down with the camera guys. One thing you will notice, an awful lot of these cars are very steamed up and going to need to get themselves those chamois leathers you got from Halfords, you know, when you were a kid. Right, so the non-homologated Flamingo, or the 470 Nola Sport car, that is at the front of the queue. Next up is the 907 Porsche of Cron Racing, no driver there at the moment, therefore it's less slowed up. Then the 987, which I think is the GTX version, because it's too new, the new one. So I'll let you have a bit of lust about this one, John. That's the MRS 992 Porsche. Then the 438 Sam Tan team BMW
third in GT4.
M4. Then the Heart of Racing, the 423 Aston Martin. That's sort of kind of free, but this is the second in GT4. So second in GT4, Sam Tan was third on the lead lap. Now the recovered 421. This car's been in the wars. The BMW, of course, you can see it's got no rear end. If you look at, you can see in here, there are actually a few tie wraps. Excellent news, tie wrap A, and I did see lump hammer work in here as well. Behind them is the recovering 92 Herbert car. That car, of course, having gearbox problems, has dropped it out of any condition. Then the ultimate recovering car, which is the 278 Ginetta. This is the car that suffered from this hour break because they're trying to catch laps up. So losing that hour has lost them time to actually gain those laps to get to within 60% of the Ligier. The 955, the car in third, the AB Motorsports, the 991 car, absolutely the top performer so far of the weekend. A little bit of dust and rubbish inside the wheels there, but that car's going particularly well. Then we come to number one, the Autorama car. This is the Jasmine Pricey car. It has the number one in it because, of course, it was the champion last time round. Not sure where that is actually in TCR overall. I haven't got the TCR in my head at the moment. Then the Vortex car. We just spoke to them, the 701, which is the number one car is second overall. So second overall. Then the Vortex car, which is actually going very well and sporting a large amount of tape. So that is now my absolute favourite car because it does need perhaps a hammer, but it's working pretty well. Then, of course, in the P4 class, the experimental, the non-homologated BMW. They're going to have to say about this, though. Look, because the exhaust come out here. Lovely Akrapovic there, you can see a lovely exhaust. And then that makes the whole side of the car filthy. The aerodynamics, that's not BMW way. So basically, if you're designing your car scheme for your new GT3 M4, take into account it's going to go orangey after a while. So that's a key point for people who are doing that. Then the 710, the Lippert Lamborghini, that's the car in GTX, which is, I think, running in the lead of that class. The sister car, of course, we lost to a brake failure 3 or 4 hours ago. Then the 112 TCR car. Lights are on. That's good. They're loading up now, and the man is trying to clear off all the unfortunate muck, which is basically the cars. It's not just people breathing that steams, but the kind of the heat inside the car without any airflow steams it up. Then the car that is the object of the affection of Ginetta is the 226, the TCX Ligier JS2. This car is currently it has had more than enough laps in more than, how do I put this in English? Basically, the Ginetta has to do 60% of the number of laps of this car, and currently it's only done half. But of course, it does catch up slightly every single time, so there's a good chance that it will get there. But this car's hardly not been in the wars. It's had a massive shark bite out of the rear right there. So there's and again, extra tape work. So again, not a clear run. Then we come to our, well, I'm not sure our leader, but I think it really depends what's going to happen with the car right at the back of this queue. But this is the car that's in second currently on the flag. That's the Rutronic racing car. Now this, remember, we know has a full tank of fuel, and it also has a very angry team manager at the moment. So he is going to have to try and find out what happened. Now we're just hearing that the restart will be in 4 minutes, and we'll have to see whether Manuel Reuter from the 18 car has managed to get this car. We'll skip the 118 for a second. I'll come back to 118. Has managed to get this car banned, or well, banned, but given a little bit of a penalty, because of course they did, as far as we know, exit under a red flag. Now there may be mitigating reasons, but the statement which Andy got from the guys at the pit lane is it did go past the red flag, and that normally is a slam dunk. Now something interesting here, I'm not quite sure obviously. There's a bit of a weird patching going on here. If we bring the camera guy down, I'm not sure what this is all about. They've kind of screwed on a panel of plastic, which is basically holding the wing onto the bonnet. Now, this may be a result. They had some struttage to the bonnet, didn't they, earlier? That means to me that they can't open that bonnet now. Don't need to. There's the fuel fella. Unless they undo those screws. So a little bit of... and that's been a while ago. It's a little bit of Heath Robertson fixing there for the 91 team. So these guys are in the lead, and they are actually 2 cars away from being a lap in the lead, unless there's a penalty. And in between them, it's the TCR leader, and that's the 188, the very attractive purple and black Audi of Stefan Perrin and his team. And that is the complete runner cars. I should have counted how many there are. I suppose there's probably, 18 still running? Was it 17 still running of the 23 starters? And they're about to get underway. I say now, Johnny, 2 minutes?
About that, yes. 18 is correct. Tim Gray was counting them out, or at least counting them as you walk by them. Nick Damon, with his very attractive Creventic pit reporter lightweight jacket on, not available, I'm afraid, to the general public. So we have a Corvette C8 at the front of the field. The four-way flashes are going. It'll be a minimum of 2 laps behind the Corvette. We've got the sweepers there ready to complete their work in the pit lane. And Peter Mackay, is there anything more appropriate that a little red Corvette is going to lead them out of the pit lane for this resumption?
I think that's the perfect way for us to get back to racing with a little red Corvette. And in fact, at Knockhill we have a competition called, a race series called Super Lap Scotland, where you can, it's basically a time attack series against the clock, but you can compete in a road car. So you can, in the very much the old school way of motor racing, you can drive your car from home to the track, do your competitive event, and then drive home again. And we have a driver, David Smitheram, who has a little red Corvette, a C6, that he drives on a Friday afternoon from Bath all the way up the M6 motorway on a Friday afternoon, not wise in any case, stays the night, does his whole weekend of Super Lap Scotland and drives home again. And the car often wins its class, and we blare out a bit of Prince's Little Red Corvette. It's got its own theme song whenever he wins his class.
Very good, very good. I'm delighted to say that at RSL Studio, we were talking about this earlier in the weekend, the Gasoline Alley Cat has made it to the racetrack. So he has made it to, as he says, in this beautiful Central Florida weather we're having here. So we've got to get back racing for at least 4 hours or so that we've got some racing just for Gasoline Alley Cat. That's brilliant. Well done for making the effort to get up here this afternoon. We are just a couple of minutes away. In fact, We've got engines firing up now down on the pit lane, and a plethora of track vehicles that are waiting for the cars to move away. Everybody with the blowers or heated screens on if they have them. It will be the Porsche that leads them out after the Corvette, and spot on the time we were told. It is heading out into the acceleration lane. So the Nola Porsche, the Cayman 718 in yellow and black, which is the leading GT4 car, has between it about 4 cars to the next car in class. 1, 2, 3 cars to the next car in class, which is the number 23, Heart of Racing. Yes, if we were actually in IMSA competition, Hindhoff. Sorry, it is the 423. Of course it is, because it's the 4 for GT4. So we are back underway. Somebody hasn't got started because there's a big gap behind the Samantha Tan racing car, which Nick told us was about halfway down, and so the Herbeth car has just pulled out the number 92. We're still waiting for the rest of the team, the rest of the cars. Here they come. Out goes Autorama number 1. The Vortex looking quite racy going out of there. Then the remaining Lamborghini, the 710. That's the Lippert green and black car leading GTX. The 112. Kari Packer Laxon for Autorama. Third in GT. So we have everybody out now, and the car in the lead of the race, Alfred Renard, is at the very back of the field. He's about a couple of cars away from putting a lap on the field, and we'll keep an eye on any potential penalties. There is one, as far as I can see, there is one penalty that was issued that has not yet been served. That was for the number 278. That is the Ginetta. That was a code 60 speeding penalty. They were in the pits getting some remedial work on that car. So that was a very long time ago, but they will serve that the next time they are into the pit lane.
Just a point on the Nola Sport Porsche, which leads the train, John. Of course, we've had a stunning battle for GT4 honours between that car and the number 423 Heart of Racing Aston Martin. A real dogfight between those two cars, and the ST Racing BMW not far behind either. But the Nola Sport, when the red flag came out, it did have about a 40-second advantage on an oxygen. Of course, that is been reduced. Significantly to, well, it will only be about a little bit of a free kick there for Heart of Racing Aston Martin.
It's not dissimilar to when we stop a Creventic race and have it neutralised overnight, which is where you have the laps, any full laps remain, but everything else closes up. Now, who was that who had the clutch warning
BMW
on their
82.
car? Is that Robbie Foley? Yes, it is. Robbie Foley's put Puma gloves in the BMW M4 GT3 competition debut for this car. This is one of the GT Pro cars, GTD Pro cars for IMSA next year, getting its first taste competition here of Competition SEBRING. But whatever needed to be done, Robbie has done it, and that car continues. And as I thought, we're getting a good brush of the area in the VP Racing Fuel station to the end of the pit lane. So good opportunity to take this by the organisers. A minimum of 2 laps behind this Corvette safety car. We're coming to the end of the first one now, with the jet dryer also out, still lapping the circuit, Peter.
Yeah, just trying to make sure that the surface is absolutely ready to go, and it looks like it will be once we've completed these 2 laps. But the suspense remains of what will be the fate of the 91 Porsche, having, we think and we believe, to have exited under a red light at the end of the pit lane. Will there be a penalty for that? Will it be corrected? We don't know, but when we'll be going back to green very soon by the looks of things. And well, all you can do if you're in that situation is just drive and get on with it and let your team manager worry about it. I mean, slightly different circumstances, John, but of course Bahrain, WEC, Porsche and Ferrari, okay, I mean, who'd want to be involved in that scenario? But if you're the driver, all you can do is just get on with it and just let everyone else figure out the back and forth in the stewards room.
A couple of people just making some comments on at RSL_studio. Dave Alcock saying, I think IMSA's made a very good move in taking the initiative they have in GTD Pro, almost showing the way for OEM improvement, factory improvement, whatever they call GT3 2.0. Can't see the ACO turning down the opportunity to have more factories involved. I think the problem is, Dave, that the ACO want to put the factory involvement into LMH, and that is working for them. They see GT in the new GT, whatever it's called and whatever the regulations do look like, they see that as customer cars only. Brand new customers only, in fact, is what they've said. Customer cars only for that, and that's upset a few people in the technical working group, including Corvette. They wanted to race factory cars. The GM, of course, will have a Cadillac, which will be running in the top class of global prototype racing. And I think Corvette sees their bread and butter in GT racing, and they've made the decision, tough for them perhaps, not to have, at least in World Championship and potentially not at Le Mans. That means, let's remember, not to have a factory team, and it will be customer cars only for their new car, which we are told by Laura Wontrop-Klausner will be 2024. Nick Damon, can't talk to him at the moment, but that red lit up dashboard for Robbie Foley was not good news. It looked like it cleared all of the warnings, but the car in this extended competitive test for BMW M Motorsport being run by Rahal Letterman Lanigan, that's gone behind the wall, and we'll try and get you more about that. It was a clutch engagement issue was the warning that was on the dashboard, and if you want to know how many pages of operator's manual I had to learn to know which light that was on the dashboard, it wasn't that difficult because it said clutch engagement issue. So very clever TFT screen in front of the drivers nowadays. So this might be a restart. I'm waiting to see what happens with the lights on the Corvette. It will be a single file restart behind the safety car. They said a minimum of 2 laps. This will be the second time by. The Corvette safety car does not show any signs of accelerating away. We have got a little bit of debris on the exit of turn 17.
Looks like a landing light, fittingly.
Yes. So staying to driver's right, it might just be a piece of tape or some description. Nick might be able to look over the pit wall and see there's a yellow lump of something that's sitting off to the far side of the start-finish line. I won't be able to see anything now because even at safety car speed, Peter Mackay, the amount of spray that's coming up from the front straight from these highly efficient Hankook wet weather racing tyres, that is going to be very, very difficult indeed on the restart. And the car, of course, Peter, that has it the worst is going to be the leader of the race because they're right at the back of the queue.
Yeah, that is actually quite shocking how much spray is being kicked up by the cars at the safety car speed. Is a problem for the Ligier. The Ligier GS2 has ground not to a halt but certainly slowed down, and the other cars have actually gone past, so something's gone wrong for the Ligier J2S driven by Guillaume Romain. They're leading, of course, in the TC X class, and that is very good news for the Ginetta, of course, that needs to get to 60% of the laps.
Yep. Still the four-way flashes on that C8.
What a gorgeous looking car it is. Oh,
It's split
wonderful.
opinion, hasn't it? That car moving the engine to the middle of Corvette was seen to be something akin to heresy, but of course one of the original concepts for the Corvette, named after its designer, the Zora, was in fact a mid-engine car. It didn't feel that was the right time for it. It's taken a long time to get back to that, one might say, back to the original concept. The flat plane, I tell you what, the flat plane crank on the V8 sounds absolutely awesome. It sounds absolutely awesome. And of course, good news for anyone listening in the UK, in Japan or in Australia, right-hand drive available, including the new Z car, the new Z car that will be available in right-hand drive as well. That is the Porsche GT3 competition effectively, although significantly cheaper. Sorry, less expensive. I'm sure it will be just as difficult to get on the list to buy one. There is only one dealer in the UK, down in the south of England. Been dealing in American cars for a very long time.
Should we go and get in the queue? I think we should. A proper
The
right-hand
queue
drive
stretches
Z06.
all the way to your hometown of Edinburgh, mate, I would think at the
Yes.
moment. I've spoken to a couple of current and former Corvette factory drivers, and they can't even get on the list at the moment.
Wow.
Yeah, absolutely.
I
Ollie
do
Gavin
know-
has just opened a Corvette driving school next to the proving at part of the proving ground in Boxberg in Germany, and all of his cars are left-hand drive. It's the usual thing about, the same issue that we have with Porsche GT product in the UK, is that they build more left-hand drives than right. Lawrence Vanto picked up his very lovely crayon-coloured GT3 last week, and anybody in the UK, if you're prepared to take a left hooker, you get one, possibly not straight away, but very much quicker. We're going back to green, which is probably just as well, as I'm going on a tangent. Hindhoff on tangent about car supply is not really a headline. The lights are out on the safety car. It will return to the pit lane now, pulling in hard right out of turn 17, and it will be the Nola Sport Porsche with Alex Mayer at the wheel, who comes to the line and now gets the green flag. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cars across the track, and immediately going through the Porsche 987 MRS GT car. That's second in GTS. Sebastian Moreno using the opportunity of being close to the front of the restart to try and grab some real estate back from the GTX leader, the Leipzig Motorsport Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeo, which is mired back in the pack. What, I hear you asking, has happened to the leader of the race, which was right at the very back? Already 4 cars have been dispatched. Renard. And the other car we've got to watch, of course, is Marcus. I'm catching Andrew's disease. Marcus Winkelhock, to see where he is and how quickly he can move to the front. 3 together, coming at the braking area, turn 7, down the inside. The BMW 438 ST racing car. John Miller goes inside the Nola Sport. Now that is interesting, because that is, of course, a pass for on 2 class cars. Of course, a pass for on 2 class cars. So that is important if the 23 can, the 28 rather, can do that. And there goes the Aston Martin. That is the pass for the lead in GT4, coming through to turn number 10. Out of turn 10 rather, into 11 and 12, and that is the pass for the lead. The 423, Alex Riberas, Harter Racing Team, has gone through. Alex Mayer relegated into second position in GT4, and that is going to be for 6th position. That is just basically more confidence there, Peter, with Alex in the car, much more experienced than the young Alex Riberas, with much more confidence than Alex Mayer, and a new GT4 leader on the lap of the restart.
Yes, of course, both Alexes for Nola Sport and Heart of Racing having a competition of who's got the biggest smile in the 24H series paddock. Both have given us great chats to both Nick Damon and Andrew Marriott in pit lane. But yes, Aston Martin to the front in GT4. Well, we have a dogfight on our hands in GT3 as they come through Sunset for the first time under green flag conditions. Marcus Winkelhock desperately trying to stay on the lead lap in GT3 at the moment, with the race leader, the 91 of Alfred Renauer, and the Porsche just 2 car lengths behind. Still no word on penalties, or the silence is deafening at the moment as well. Maybe that is still being debated in the stewards room as we speak. We won't know until it flashes up on our timing screen. Riberas, oh my word. Riberas already pulling out a huge amount of time from Alex Mayer, and also putting John Miller in the 3rd place GT4 car back to the lap behind.
Not entirely sure why we didn't get the reshuffling of the field to put the lead car behind the safety car. I can only presume that they were treating it as if it was a long code 60 with the time still running, and therefore they were just sitting behind the safety car. They restarted in the order that they came back into the pit lane.
Probably just easier.
Just under 4 hours to go. You're listening to live coverage of the Sebring 24, part of the 24H series, the Hankook 24H series. We are back under green flag conditions and inside the last 4 hours of the race. Wherever you are in the world, thanks for joining us. So Renauer picking his way through the traffic and has got almost to the front of the field. Winkelhock is now at the front of the queue and heading off towards turn 16. In fact, through it and on the back straight. So Winkelhock on the end of the lead lap. The car now that is behind him is the leader in what is approaching sunshine, Peter Mackay. I can't, in some ways, can't believe the difference that we've had. This is huge slide by Winkelhock as he caught the centre bump at turn 17 and had to dab the brakes, not just a bit of corrective opposite lock. Cross the line, down towards turn 1. There is a saying here, if you're in Florida and you don't like the weather, wait 5 minutes. Well, we had to wait just about an hour, but we've now got, there's almost shadows under the car. Slide by Renauer as well as he goes through turn 1. So second in the race leads first in the race with all bar 2 cars' lengths of a lap between them. So the leading Porsche coming to put a lap on that number 18 car.
Well, the last lap by, there was only 2 thousandths of a second between these 2 top performers. What a save from Marcus Winkelhock. I mean, Sunset Bend, the very fast, very bumpy right-hander blind entry, difficult corner in the dry, but in the wet, really, really vicious. And Marcus Winkelhock needing to use all of his reserves of talent to hang on to that Audi R8, because that was a big moment there as well. And you can tell from our pictures in the Global Broadcast Centre that Marcus Winkelhock trying to find the pieces of tarmac and pieces of concrete where there is grip and trying to run on those parts of the circuit. It's not necessarily using the traditional racing line that you would in the dry, just desperately trying to find where that grip is and trying to hold off a charging Alfred Renauer, who's desperate to put his main rival in the race a lap down. But this has still got plenty time to go, and actually that red flag might not, with Marcus Winkelhock's rest time, it's going to be tight actually, John, on the maths, how they get the maximum of the drive time out. Actually, I think they might end up with less.
Yeah, absolutely.
So these 2 hours are critical.
You need to explain that again, because there may be people who've just dropped in.
Yes.
The first thing is you're only allowed to do 2 hours. Now, all of that time that we weren't running, you're in the pit lane, so that doesn't count. The time that we were before that, so there was a couple of laps in there before that. That does count. But you mentioned the rest period. What's that all about?
So basically, you have to, whatever stint time you do, you then have to rest for 50% of that time. Also, the maximum stint length is 2 hours. Now, in the conditions we're in, I would think that Marcus Winkelhock will actually be able to get close to that without stopping, because the car's using a lot less fuel in the wet conditions, and
plus the brim filled it,
and it's completely brimmed, as we talked about before the red flag. So they could not get any more fuel in there if they wanted to. So after that 2 hour stint, he will then have to be out of the car for an hour. Which would actually take us to, from now, would take us to about 55 minutes to go after if you put another driver in for an hour while he's resting. So I think they'll still be able to get Winkelhock in for the finish, but I think they're going to get less of his time than they would have done if the red flag hadn't come out. I hope that makes sense.
22 minutes, I reckon, Winkelhock has been in the car. They refilled it with its full allowance just before Code 60 came out. Then they came back down the pit lane again. The leading car, the Porsche, they refilled under safety car 1 lap around, and then not the next lap but the one after that they came in again. So they've had full allocation but in 2 stops, and it's the second time that they were in the VP Racing fuel station. That was the one where the red flag came out, and a good couple or 3 minutes after that, that car drove out of the end of the pit lane and back round into the pit lane. And that is the thing that's being investigated at the moment. As soon as we get anything, we will let you know. Not responding to pit exit signal, closed pit. Right, so this is going to be a 120-second time penalty for not respecting pit exit signal, Article 34.5, and that is for the leading car. Now that you can add that on when you're in the pits next time around. Just a recap, I know that many of you will have heard us say this, but there may be some new people. That is not come into the pits and serve that separately the next time that car comes in, or at the very least within the next 2 hours, and that was served at 6 minutes past this hour. 6 minutes past 1 Eastern time, and so they have got 2 hours. I suspect there might be some discussion about that, but that will be potentially, if not the next pit stop, the one after. If there's another Code 60 and they decide to serve it then, that's fine, but that would be doubled to 240 seconds. Although it is my understanding you do not have to take it all in one go, but we'll clarify that. I certainly know that multiple pit infringements, you don't have to do them all in one go. So we'll see what the strategy is for Herbert. But the gap between first and second at the moment, with Winkelhock having got some clear air for a couple of laps, has just opened out a little bit. So crucial and a bit of drama here, Peter, in our second stint of the weekend, and it affects the leading car.
It does, yeah, the leading car at the moment, Alfred Renauer, that 120 seconds, to put that in context, that's a lap basically, which is that makes sense, because that is effectively the advantage that was gained by going around once more after the red flag signal. So I think that's pretty fair. I'm sure, like you said, it will be being discussed at length. It's taken quite a while to get to that outcome, so maybe that discussion's already happened, but that evens it up. And what that means is that at the moment the gap in the race is 135 seconds. So 120-second penalty, that we have got an absolute thriller on our hands here for the first ever 24-hour Hankook SEBRING race. This is going to be a stunning finish, and these, like we said, these next couple of hours, both for Alfred Renauer, who is the hot shoe in the Herbert Porsche, don't forget, and Marcus Winkelhock. This is a proper pro-level dogfight we've got at the front here, and these next couple of hours are going to be massively important to the outcome of this race.
Slightly fewer cars on the track. We have got The number 82 that's just gone behind the wall is the BMW M Motorsport machine with we think a clutch or driveline issue. The Lightbit Motorsport number 10, Sebastian Balthasar, having an incident with that car, although it had a couple of little, if not dramettes, I was calling that earlier on. Sadly, we've also lost the 85 CP Racing AMG GT3, CP Racing American flag car, and the Dakota family outing as well, the 489, the AMG GT4 from Rentec. Patrick Niederhauser, Lion Spade by Car Collection, is out. They had their trouble started when they had heavy contact with the back of that BMW number 82. And the MRS GT Racing Porsche is out as well. CVS out there trying to get to 60% of their rivals to try and take the championship in TCX, in the TCE category. Jean-Francois Bruno for the Ginetta still out there. That's how it stands with still 3 3/4 hours to go. Those of you who've stayed on and braved the weather, thank you. Those of you who have stayed on and braved our chatter, big thank you. Peter Mackay and John Hindhaugh for just over another hour, and then it'll be Johnny and Snowy, JP and Snowy, to bring it home. Nick Damon doing the podium tonight as well. We have a hard finish at 5 here in Central Florida. Both of the leading cars then. Now, this is interesting, Peter. Both the leading cars now looking for damp patches on the Alec Ullman straight and going off the racing line onto the dirtier part of the track. Although, in fairness, that has been swept and blown a little bit, so there shouldn't be so much tyre debris. But quite clearly, this historic concrete runway areas, these historic concrete runway areas, they are drying up very quickly because of the efficiency of these wet weather Hankook tyres.
That's right. The field coming through are just clearing the moisture away so quickly. I mean, we've had a brilliant work from all of the track crew here to kind of blow and sweep and do whatever they can do with the machinery that they have, but there's no substitute for cars going around with proper grooved wet tyres on. When I'm calling local motorcycle racing here in Scotland, where obviously wet weather is a big part of it, the solo guys on the two-wheeled motorcycles say, "I'll just send the sidecars out, it'll be fine." Just said the poor old sidecar guys, they're just cannon fodder, but they kind of like it, so you know they're oh yeah, we'll go out, that's fine.
Something I've always wanted to try. I've always wanted to try being the passenger in a motorcycle combination.
Oh, me too. Oh yeah.
I can't quite get into my one-piece leathers again yet, but I'm not a million miles off. But I'd like to have it. I'd like to have a go at that and work the chair in a performance motorcycle combination. They are awesome machines.
Next level scary. I remember commentating on the Jock Taylor Trophy alongside Steve Kershaw, who's one of the top drivers in the world in sidecar racing, and yeah, they are next level bonkers, but brilliant, absolutely brilliant to watch. It's really how they can lay down massive big black lines coming out of the corners. It's it's really superb. Now we can tell that Marcus Winkelhock really pushing here, using a lot of the exit curb. That is brave, considering the amount of moisture that we still have coming up towards sunset. Shoots past the Ligier just in time, and there are no easy rides through Sunset Bend. Huge big kicks and bumps, and it does seem to be getting a bit better. But
I tell you what, Peter, there's a bit of wind, and it's a warm wind I'm hearing from Nick Damon down below in the pit lane, so I expect this to dry. The BMW number 82, the hood is going back on that car, and I think they're coming to the end of whatever restorative work has been going on. They put it up on the hijacks for the moment. Presumably that is to take out the axle stands from underneath it. Meantime, 987, Sebastian Moreno, MRS GT, second in GTX, comes down to corner number 17, Sunset. We'll not be having much of a sunset here tonight. That's due at just after 5:30, so we should be finished in something that approximates daylight. Looks like the Ligier's been off and into the pit lane and straight out, not into the VP Racing fuel station. There is some foliage underneath towards the left rear of that red and white JS3R. Lovely looking car that has all kinds of influences on that machine, but good to see it racing here. Rejoins at turn 1. Guillaume Roman is behind the wheel of that car. Spoke to Nick earlier on. Through goes the Aston Martin Heart of Racing. Up the inside into Christensen corner, turn 3. Is still leading GT4 and has built up an almost 14 seconds lead, Peter, to Alex Mayer, who he passed on the restart. And let's not forget John Miller for ST Racing in the BMW. This ST Racing car is only a lap further back. So that GT4 category, I think we can probably guess that those three will be on the podium, with the Nordschleifer Racing Ligier some 19-20 laps behind, a few more actually than that, 21 laps behind. But what order those three are going to be in, I wouldn't like to put any money on right now in GT4.
No, not at all. No, any of them could win at this point. I mean, the Ligier, of course, is in the TCX class, so it's actually leading its class at the moment. Only 2 in the class, with the CWS Ginetta quite far down. So Ligier is really just got to make it to the finish, and that they will win their class. Of course, the Ligier JS2, the original one, came second overall at Le Mans back in 1975 between Derek Bell and Jackie Ickx in the Gulf Mirage. So yeah, it's got a real heritage. I mean, Ligier, of course, as a brand has huge heritage, but the GS2 has a little bit of backstory as well. But in GT4, it's very, very hard to pick a winner there. The only thing I would say is the Heart of Racing, they've got I'd say maybe they've got the edge on driver lineup when they need it. You know, Ian James, they've got Alex Riberas in at the moment. Of course, Roman De Angelis, I think, is due a stint. And they're all really quick drivers, and that's of course why the Heart of Racing crew did so well in GTD this year, because they had a really strong pairing, not just one really fast driver.
Well, and that's the case, isn't it? It is always the case. The car is only as strong and as quick as the person who is putting in the least quick times. I'm not going to say slow, because everybody's pedaling as hard as they can, and you will, and this happens quite a lot, if you're the pro driver, you might not get a car that suits your driving style. What you want to do is get the car set up so that it is comfortable and confidence inspiring for the person who can make up the most time on their own times, if that makes sense. And if you can get somebody, it doesn't matter if they're 1.5 seconds or 2 seconds away from your pro time, if they can lap within a couple of tenths of their own best time for an hour, then that's what you've got to do. Nick Damon is back with us in the pit lane, enjoying the drying warm wind. But Nick, this is now almost a dry track. These tyres are going to get worn out very, very quickly.
That's right. Don't worry about the track. I don't need the coat. I'm going to overheat. Honestly, there's been a very difficult multi-layer strategy of clothing within this race. Yeah, I mean, this is completely different from last night, of course, because it rained, but it was drying out on a cold or cooler evening. Now we've got a really warm wind, which is running right down in that direction, as you can see from the Old Glory, you see. And you see from the flag. So, I mean, it is. I mean, I would think that this is going to dry ridiculously quickly, and certainly long before they will get through what will be a standard stint. I mean, you know, they'll be trying to find some more wet weather. Now, you sent me off with a task, did you not, John?
I did. We restarted, Nick, in the order that the cars came into the pit lane to answer the red flag. We'd had a message on the screen from race control that they would reorder the cars into the timing screen order for a safety car restart. That would have meant the 91 car would have been the first car behind. That didn't happen, and I'm not entirely certain why that was. I posited that it was something to do with perhaps them saying effectively we've had a long code 60. Have you been able to find out any any more information?
I did. I went up 3 whole stories to talk to race control. So I'm working for him in my living. Basically, the idea of the reordering is actually just to make sure it's not to put the 91 at the front. It's to make sure that the cars effectively are still in the same order as when the red flag was thrown. Because sometimes apparently cars can get out of position. Some people come in a lap too early. And, certainly with bigger fields, it's not always the case. They said what actually happened was, by the time they finished the process, everybody was in the order they wanted. So they didn't need to do any reordering. It had sorted itself out. So they just carried on going.
But why then was the 91 all the way at the back and not as the lead car restarting behind the safety car?
He should have been first. He decided to jump through a red light and do an extra lap, didn't he? And that's what happened. At that point, he was at the back. So when he actually came in there, that was the correct order. If he hadn't jumped the red light, which we now know he did, 2-minute penalty, which I think is a bit lenient, but there we go, it's exactly a lap. That's what would have happened. So that's the story. The field managed to arrange